Hold on.
14, we are talking about the never ending. Oh shit.
Sorry about the echo right there. God damn it. Alright, what's going on, D-Lab? What's going on, Twitch? What's going on, Trovo? What's going on, YouTube? How is everyone doing tonight? We are still counting ballots for some fucking reason. We are now live on Entropy. I will get it. Do I have merch? That is an excellent question that I got here from iHeartDomo. I'm intending to make merch, sir. I want to make this a poster for sure. That will be down the road. I mean, yeah. I mean, if there's a demand for merch, like, yeah, absolutely. iHeartDomo 20, like 100%. I'll put some merch together. Absolutely. I'm super down. I would like input about it. But yeah, no, I'll definitely have a discussion about it. I think that would be a good discussion to have. But we are here. The never-ending election continues. Let me just jump in the on-air room so I stop confusing all my co-hosts. Hamburger Helper. No, it was bad news, but good news in a way. So it's a job I've wanted to quit for a while, but we can go into that later in the evening. Let's just say that the economic outlook is not good, and I trained my replacement. It fucking happens, okay? But whatever. We live and let learn. I've got a job interview plan. I know it fucking sucks. It does. I've got an interview with a temp agency on Monday. I've got an interview lined up on Tuesday, and a bunch more feelers out there. I'm working with it. I mean, I have valuable skills. It was a matter of, I mean, our business is selling, 20% less of our... And, now that I don't work there any fucking more, I could probably talk about this. I could probably talk about my past job more clearly. But needless to say, effectively, our staff had been expanding. We were a growth company, and our existing business, lost a whole bunch of value, and we're just covering rents, and so, I was just extra fat that was able to be trimmed. I was able to train someone to do everything I did, so there was nothing really left to do at that point. And once they had passed me over for a promotion, I was kind of like checked out myself. But Hamburger Helper, it is what it is. Not been the best of weeks. I think. Oh, hey, Le Plete, thank you for the follow, sir. How you doing? We of course are Coast to Ghost. We are a late night talk show that goes from 9 o'clock to whenever the fuck I decide it's over. Much like this election, it is not over. All right, so I'm still waiting on my co-hosts. My co-hosts are all late and gay, but which really makes this a hard conversation to have. What's up, Mutiny on the Ark? How's it going? Let's ghost! 100%. 100%. Let's fucking go. I'm super down for that. Hey, LePlary. No, thank you so much for the follow, man. Like, I've reached over 1,000 followers. It's been 3 weeks. I still don't have my check mark, but, like, every time I get a follow, every lemon I get, I'm very appreciative of it. Thank you. Thank you so much, LePlary. Wow, that's a very unoptical avatar you have. I just realized your avatar, but it's fine. We're a free speech platform here. As much as I'm allowed to on DLive, obviously the only real rules here are no gamer words. I mean, that's about it. And the other rule is I talk about what I want to talk about. So, it's my show. It's how I run it. But man, both of my co-hosts are fucking late. So, according to the Associated Press, or just the news in this country, Joe Biden will be the 46th president of the United States. Clouded Frog liked your tweet. Well, thank you, Clouded Frog. I'm very appreciative of him retweeting me and getting me set up. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is just a talk show I do. My co-hosts are normally here in a more timely manner, but they're late. Whatever. Obviously, in the background, I have this wonderful fucking image. Let me show you. You see, I've lived in Japan before, sir, so you're right. Wait, I think you're right. I think it is the other direction. Oh, I see. No, yeah, no, I remember living in Japan going, I think it's all the Buddhist shrines or temples, and like they all have swastikas on the map. Google Maps in Japan is a fucking trip, dude. It's just like, oh, whoa, man, this yeah, if you're a freaking normie, it's like, but of course, we've got this image on screen. I love it. But shit, both Fed and Geeky are late. This is utterly absurd. Fortunately, Ralph was able to get me in right before I had to start my show. I'm excited about that. Hopefully Geeky will show. Buddhism and Hinduism, both directions are used. Yeah, I guess. I actually, I'm trying to think. Hinduism. Really, they use it in Hinduism. You've seen a few of them on IRL Korean streams. Yeah, no, I mean it's a symbol marking off Buddhist temples usually. The big German man, the big Austrian painter himself just thought it looked cool, so he adopted it. But oh no, Geeky and Fed appears to be asleep. All right, gentlemen. I have to run the talk show by myself. That's not the easiest thing to do, but whatever, we'll do our best. Alright, so as we know, Joe Biden has stolen Michigan, Wisconsin, and according to the Associated Press, he has also stolen Pennsylvania. Arizona looks like it could go either way. Nevada seems to be in Biden's corner. He seems like Joe Biden may have got the ground he needs in Georgia, although that one remains up in the air, and as well as North Carolina. However, if the steal in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania stand, well then, the election would be over. So, it's up to us. It's up to us to be fucking... Alphaeus Omegon, what's up, man? If you had some time, you want to hop on and chat for a little? Because it seems Fed's asleep and Geeky's not even here, which makes this an awkward show to run, regardless. So if the steal stands in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, effectively the election's over unless somehow, like, Nevada flips in the late hours. But obviously the late counting was clear... LaPlaria, I know, coffee. The late counting was done as it was, simply to make sure they had enough ballots to ensure a victory. And for some... I mean, the ridiculous part is, like, the margins between House Democrat candidates and Joe Biden are just absurd. Like, the idea that Joe Biden is more inspirational to a Democrat voter than your House candidate that actually can have an effect on your life and actually can change things is utterly fucking absurd. But, I mean... if you believe the numbers that are out there, that is absolutely the case. Personally, I don't buy it. I find it very suspicious. I find it suspect, as one would say. But we'll have to see what the actual results are. Sorry about that. Had to respond to a Discord DM. That's all. But, alright, I mean, that's the state of affairs. The state of affairs is that the media has officially called the presidential race. Whether or not you accept that call, I mean, I don't buy what I've seen. Yeah, no, LaPlaria, you're 100% correct. If this election... Oh, Alfarius, thank you so much for the lemon, sir. If this election is what, allows us to finally, call out the fucking voting fraud bullshit that's been going on forever. I mean, fucking JFK, okay? Like, the fucking mob handed JFK... It was the mob in Illinois. It was like his brother and, like... Just the amount of systematic... voter fraud that has just gone on and ravaged this country in elections, like, almost makes you, like, lose faith in these elections. I mean, my question is, what were they doing in 2016? Did they just think that, like, oh, well, we have enough fraud, the polls are right. The polls were wrong, by the way. Dear gosh. How these pollsters have a job at all is utterly absurd. Polling is impossible in the age of Trump, in the age when there's political violence against someone for even remotely expressing a right-wing view. Now, I mean, I'm not just saying, like, physical violence, because that is happening. I mean, they tried to kill Kyle Rittenhouse. They killed that Patriot Prayer guy in the streets. They're murdering people in the streets and expecting them to feel comfortable saying their political opinions. But on top of this, you've got banks that are deplatforming people for the even slightly going off the fucking plantation of acceptable fucking ideas. Just banks doing this, okay? Taking away people's bank accounts. Making it so they can't even hold a checking account, okay? You got Dick Masterson trying to create a free speech funding platform, and it's been flagged as fucking money laundering, okay? Utterly absurd. No, there is no black. I'm exactly me in there. I'm fucking standing by. I'm ready, Mr. President. I am locked and loaded, okay? I am with you. All right? And I know people say, oh, it's Zion Dawn, all the crying. Just, no. Fuck off. Like, you understand, right, what Joe Biden is going to do or attempt to do. You understand that he's going to sell us out to China. You understand that all these social media companies that were actually adversarial to the executive branch. And yes, don't be wrong. President Trump is not perfect on freedom of speech. He's not. He is not the ideal freedom of speech fighter. All right? But guess what? He's the only one that we've got. He's the only one that's feasible. His populism, his pro-American, and I know it's not perfect. I know we've got a border wall that's not done. It needs more time, and it's ridiculous the amount of fucking hurdles that have been put in front of it by the opposing party and his own party too. But having someone to stand up for America, having someone there is infinitely better than having someone who wants to put your head underwater and fucking drown you and 20 million illegal immigrants that the Senate Republicans will be willing to do. They will gladly do it for their corporate overlords, for their financiers in the Chamber of fucking Commerce. They will gladly get down on their hands and knees and say yes, please, more for these policies. All right? Now, President Trump is not perfect on these issues. He is not. But he's the only guy we've got. There is no third path at the moment. Maybe someday there will be a third path. Maybe someday we will have a better fucking candidate. Maybe we'll have a better party. Maybe we'll be able to organize something better another day. But guess what? That's not today. We cannot recover from a 20 million illegal immigrant amnesty. We will never recover from something of that effect. We will never recover from giving illegal immigrants free healthcare. We will not recover. We cannot recover. There is nothing we can do if we get to that point, which is why we have to fight like fucking hell right now. We have to help the president. We have to not accept the legitimacy of Joe Biden claiming victory. Hey, what's up, Nephidate? How's it going? Like, we cannot accept that. This is what we can do. All right? And I want this to be peaceful, and I advocate for peace. Aka Haksha, thank you for the 11. No, you're right, Rando. That isn't even the worst of what they're proposing. You know, like, we have to keep fighting. That's what we have to do. And someday, after Trump, hopefully in 4 years, but possibly now, the energy that starts our movement, the America First type, the pro-American movement, the anti-immigration sentiment, all of these things will eventually coalesce into either a third party or will co-opt successfully the Republican Party, hopefully. My hope is the Republican Party, because I am not... Oh, shit! One moment, folks. Before I continue, Nordic Frost has just subscribed monthly. Nordic Frost, welcome to the Ghost Gang, the Spectre Squad, the Undead Underground, the Apparition Alliance, the Haunted Hullabaloo, the Poltergeist Posse, the Phantasm Phalanx. Thank you so much, Nordic Frost, for joining this ectoplasmic experience that is the Ghost Gang. And remember, Nordic Frost, the only way in and out of this gang is in a fucking body bag. Thank you so much, Nordic Frost, for joining the Ghost Gang. And also, I just want to especially call it, like, subscribing monthly, that's fucking awesome, because, you know, it's like, I know Stephen Molly does the $1 thing, but, like, you know, $3 a month, it's not fucking nothing. It's great, it helps with the bills. It especially fucking helps right now while I'm looking for jobs. But thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Nordic Frost. You're fucking awesome. Thank you so much. But as I was saying, the energy behind Trump, the energy behind our movement is not going to go away. Yellow is site muted. Based. D-Live. Excuse me. So what we're doing is it's not nothing, okay? Regardless of what happens in this election. And I hope like fucking hell that we come out of this one and we win it in the courts and people's heads explode and we defend ourselves. We defend those who defended themselves. We just work like hell, okay? We work like fucking hell at this. But if the election doesn't go our way, we remember everyone who sold you out. Not a dime. Not a fucking dime to these Republicans. Exactly, Alferis Omegon. Do not go quietly into the night. We are here to win. We are here for victory. That is the fucking case, alright? We are here to win, alright? Remember the people who sold... It is our Independence Day. Yes, it is, Alfarius. This guy... You think that guy was a plant? I don't recall, but that's what I'm telling you though is the ideas behind the movement that us on the right who are anti-immigration, pro-America, anti-globalist, anti-open borders, this does not go anywhere. Remember, they destroyed the Tea Party, the mainstream establishment Republicans. They used the IRS and the fucking levers of power, and they destroyed the pro-American Tea Party that was anti-taxes. They destroyed them. They saw a threat that threatened their jobs, their largesse, their influence fucking peddling. They saw it, and they fucking destroyed it. All right, they systematically wiped them out using all the levers of power. They allied with our enemies in order to use those against them. Never forget John McCain and the way he backstabbed us, betrayed us, and sent our sons, our daughters, off to die in the fucking desert for a pointless conflict after he was a coward, a traitor, who sold our own secrets to the Viet Cong and then came back and claimed heroism. A man that would have been fucking discharged and thrown in a jail cell 50 times over if his daddy wasn't a fucking admiral in the Navy and he had connections. So we can all spit on John McCain and him using his power to try and hand Arizona to the Democrats at every fucking instance in this election. Fuck John McCain, and thank the fucking heavens for the brain tumor that dealt with him. All right, that is the biggest blessing that has come out of Arizona ever. But don't forget, all these people that are saying, oh, Trump should concede the election, write down their names. Not a dime. Not a fucking dime to them. If you see a viable challenger, help fund their challenger. If you see, don't fund the Democrat. Okay, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying vote Democrat. I'm not saying give the fucking enemy more power. What I'm saying is you do everything in your power to primary them. Everything. Whatever you can do, whatever dirt you can dig, whatever information you need to go viral. Yes, press F for John McCain's tumor. 100 fucking percent. 1000%. Scorched earth. That's right. We are here to win. We do not take prisoners because we are here. America is the only place most of us have left. America is our home. America is a wonderful nation. Okay? I know many of you don't like the direction it's going, but remember this. Even though there are forces at play that fuck with us, America at the end of the day is made up of us, Americans. And the only people that will correct it are Americans. And we have to remember that. Because at the end of the day, we can. I fucking think we can. I mean, we have to, really. America first is rising and inevitable. 100% me in the arc. That's just the case. I mean, like, we don't have a backup plan. There is no planet we can go to. There is no country we can go to. There just isn't. I mean, I can go to Japan, but I have, but most of you fucking can't. Most of you have nowhere to go to. This is your home. This is the last bastion of remote freedom in the world. Hong Kong is being destroyed. Other places being destroyed, but this is all we have left. And holy crap, I have a caller in the green room, so I can stop talking for the first time in 15 minutes. But I just want to leave you with this, okay? America does not end with this election. But that doesn't mean we fucking surrender. It doesn't mean we go quietly into the night. It means we go fighting like fucking hell. That's what we do. We do not give up. We do not surrender. We play to win. All right, I'm going to bring on Spesnot. Spesnot, sir, how are you doing? And thank fucking goodness that you're here because I've been talking for 15 minutes. I have to answer a question. I heard Domo 20. I would like to make merch, but I would have to see demand. If I got like an order for 10 t-shirts of a certain piece of art, I would 100% go to Teespring, get that set up, and send those out to you ASAP. I would have to negotiate with my artist who made the art specifically, but I think we can come to an agreement. I would love to make some merch, though. Spesnot, sir, you are live on Coast to Ghost. This is the election post-mortem, or I guess the undead election is where we're at. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. I'm hoping other people are going to be doing great. I think that we've all been really down. I think that's very fair to say, just like across the board. I mean, like it's like we all knew this is going to happen, but then when it actually happens, it's like, oh man. But this is what they're doing. Yep. I mean, they're going to use him as a battering ram. They're going to here's what they're really going to do. And I was trying to get into Ralph's chat because they were talking about this, like him and Gator. they're going to postpone as much of the counting of the ballots as possible. There was a bomb threat tonight. Did you hear that?
What? You're telling me?
Yeah.
There was a bomb
This
threat.
is there was someone that phoned in a bomb threat, and then it postponed something. We are going to see this stuff over the next 75 days, up until January 20th. And they're going to do as much as they can to not get the votes out there and push Biden into it. And along the entire 2-month span, they're going to just peg at us and peg at us and peg at us and make it look more and more legitimate. They're going to get this person to start commenting and that person and this and that. And I mean, this is what they're gonna do, you know. So
Yeah, no, you're 100% correct.
we
Let me just ask, chat, did he sound a little better? I did raise his volume and then lower my mic volume so that he like the thing is I need to like turn up your volume, but I also need to like turn my computer's volume down so it doesn't like what do you call it, reverberate. But no, you're correct. I mean, this is amazing. Like, just the level of fraud, like, they're just blatant cheating, right? The fact that, like, how was it? Okay, so Georgia did it, Michigan did it, Wisconsin did it, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania did it. All 4 of these states, all at the same time, right? You were there on election night, right? Spez not. It was 1 in the morning Pacific, 4 o'clock Eastern, right? The odds for Trump were like 70-30, and I was feeling fucking great. I was like, oh shit, I can't wait for the Dame Pesos video. I can't wait to watch the Young Turks meltdown. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, 140,000 ballots. All for Joe Biden.
Do you remember that morning? I wasn't feeling like right. I was just like, there was something in.
Well, understand, it was cautious optimism. Like, I wasn't spiking the football, but I was there in my Keep America Great hat. I had my Trump jersey. I had my Trump flag, wearing like a fucking cape. I was like high energy as fuck. I was just hanging out with friends, chatting. But then, the magical statistical anomalies just kept piling up. All of them. 89% voter turnout in Wisconsin. 15% above, like, the highest it's been in, like, 40 years. And then, like, you have 5 standard deviations above the trend. All to vote for Joe Biden. Isn't it amazing?
Yeah, it was literally while we were on air, like talking about this, like I had a really bad feeling, and I was just like, we were looking at the maps, remember? Yep. We were both looking at the Google Maps, and they were as they should have been from the night before.
Yep.
So it was like literally sometime.
There was just a moment. I think like Geeky was just like, Michigan's about to turn. I was just, what? Just like out of nowhere, right? Like, yeah. Trump had a huge lead in Michigan and just that massive ballot dump. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? That lead is huge. It was like 90%, and just nope, they just found him out of nowhere. But I mean, what they did was, I tend to agree. They had to keep printing them. It's just so absurd, dude. Like
they probably have just guys from like, China just sitting in a room, like, who are masterminds at this, like some like autistic prodigy that they know about, and like they brought him over, and he's just making all these ballots with like little simple equipment, like somewhere in a dark room somewhere. Like, I mean, these people will do absolutely anything and everything. I mean, we've seen some of the videos that Project Veritas has put out, and that's just
that's the easy shit that like Ilhan Omar and her ilk are doing. Like, basically just like, oh, we got all these refugees, let's take advantage of them, take advantage of old people by bullying them with big scary Somalians. Like, it's like utterly fucking ridiculous. I like, this is just amazingly blatant, and honestly, it's kind of refreshing, like, to just see it out there.
We knew it. We knew this the second Hillary Clinton said Trump's not going to leave office, and I think everybody.
Well, that was them signaling it, because they were the whole time they were trying to make it in the mind that the election would be.
They were putting it in the ether. They were putting it out there. They were just kind of like, oh, what do they mean by that? Blah, blah, blah.
We're like, wait a minute, you fuckers. What are you talking about?
And then it was a week later that they literally were like, Biden's the guy. Give him all the delegates. Everybody gave him the delegates. I think Bernie did like kind of like a slow transition, but was like, I'm gonna give them the delegates. I'm gonna do it because my wife, she's a total cunt, and she compromised me already, so they probably have some.
Well, listen here. My wife, she needed the money from that school, so we defrauded it for lots of money, so I could buy my 4th lake house. You all owe me 5 lake houses, if I don't get 6 lake houses, I will literally die. But
He literally got people to fall for him.
It's amazing. It's so amazing. I talked to my fucking lefty friends, like, and they're just like, "Don't worry, guys, Bernie's got it. Don't worry, like, he's gonna." I'm like, looking at him, like, dude, like, at a certain point, come on.
Like, how many times do you have to tell them you're not in control of the narrative you think you're controlling? You're not. Like, listen to us. Like, Jesus, we just elected a guy who went in and bitch slapped the entire GOP. Every single one of them took the Bush family and, like, slapped them across the face for thousands of dead soldiers from Australia, the United States, Canada, and they've completely forgotten about him. Bush is wonderful. Oh, guys, isn't it so cute? Bush is like getting some candy.
Look, he took a picture with this celebrity. Look at him. He's like a normal person. Like, and I'm just like looking at dead bodies of Iraqis and like American soldiers in the fucking desert for no reason at all. Literally no reason at all. And just like, yeah, that guy. Yeah, fuck all of you fuckers that were whining about George W. Bush for 20 years. Guess what? I've been whining about George W. Bush for all this time too. All right? I've been fucking complaining about him and his fucking bullshit, all right? And all of a sudden, you all change your mind because, like, look at him. He rebukes Trump. Fuck off, all right? You're all fucking grifters, okay? If you're just give up on that because, oh, he doesn't like Trump. Of course he doesn't like Trump. Because if Trump's in office, there's a 0.001% chance George Bush could go to jail for the rest of his life. It's a real number. Sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah, I think at one point, like 86% of Great Britain, or it was like around 80%. Let's just say 80 wanted Tony Blair in jail. Like they wanted him in jail. Like now he's just like, save us from taking us away from the European. These people.
Oh man, I just can't. I can't be bothered to deal with people that want to be enslaved like that.
They got to care about, like, what style jersey that, like, the LA Lakers are going to wear next.
Look, I love my Lakers. I do. I just fucking hate the players on the Lakers right now. Like,
I mean, it's like you think that we're all a bunch of, like, retard, gun-toting morons. Like, we
well, hold on. We want them to think that. Look, if they're threatening us, Mount Walk says, thank you for the diamond, Mount Walk. No, I think we want them to think we're gun-toting retards because you see AOC? Did you see her tweet?
I need to pull this up because I keep.
Okay, so effectively, Miss Cortez, the lady with the nice tatas and the donkey face. She went out and she put out a tweet saying, we need to find every lawyer, every campaign staffer, every administration worker that has ever worked for Trump, and we have to punish them. And like within minutes, there was a response, and it's like, that's right, I've made the Trump Accountability Project, and we're gonna get these guys. It's just like, fuck, man. I mean,
well, they're already going to do this. I mean, like, that's why I'm already, like, worried about, like, just what people are doing on Discord and stuff. They're going to come after all of that. That's my fear if they get in. And they're going to come after all that. And if they're going to leave...
Well, this is why fighting this election is so important. This is why... Yeah, so, like, it may... And listen, it may all be for naught. But, like, it really might. I mean, we might just be fucked.
What do you think about occupying Washington? Like,
yes.
We should all just be getting hotels, like June 20th. We should all be there, like, no matter what. We should all be there. Like, families, we should get our families to go no matter what. Like, because, I mean, like, this is
I mean, this is last gasp of the Republic. I mean, this is like.
I'm not. Yeah, and I'm not talking about like a Charlottesville. I'm literally talking about, like, let's go there. We're gonna make sure who's ever gonna be at that inauguration parade, they see us, and like we should get giant rolled up pictures of Hunter Biden shit, and make sure that his fucking father has to see that shit parading down.
I just want all Joe Biden sees at his inauguration is pictures of his son's penis. with his
That's
niece.
what I want him to see. I want to just be like, Joe, 4 M&Ms, 4 M&Ms straight across your son's penis.
Jesus fucking shit. Speznot, I'm gonna bring on some callers as well, but well, give me one sec.
Sure.
All right, Yellow Lantern and Nephite JNF, how are you both doing tonight? Welcome to Coast to Ghost.
Oh, hey, I forgot we had an episode tonight.
Well, apparently, Geeky is busy tonight, but apparently Fed is just offline. I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? How are you doing tonight, Yellow Lantern? I mean, I know we've all had better weeks, but
Well, this week has been, what is this,
well, the election that won't
Yeah.
end, but is technically over if you listen to the media. I mean,
yeah.
it is what it is.
They've turned it into a Charlie Fox trot.
Charlie Fox, you're gonna have to explain that one to me. Nephite, you've never been on the show before. I believe you're a new follower as well. How you doing, sir?
That's it.
Yeah.
That's a military jargon for clusterfuck, basically.
So FUBAR, fucked up beyond all recognition.
Yeah.
Pretty
Yeah.
much.
Let me turn you up a little there, Mr. Nephite, because you're big.
Okay.
Yeah, no, this election is all fucked up, absolutely.
Yeah, well, it really mystifies me how people think that Biden's winning despite all the excitement around Trump.
Right, you see a rally of like 60,000 people with Donald Trump coming on a helicopter. Did you guys see the Joe Biden pre-recorded speech they did tonight?
Oh, yeah, that was...
You know what that was?
Yeah,
You know what that speech was? That speech was a fucking North Korean grocery store. Okay? Where they got all the fake food and shit, and they bring all the reporters there. That's a poorly designed fucking video game level, okay? Alright, we'll take the same 4 cars, put them like, what the... Guys! Like, take a beat-up, like, van or some shit and just put it, like... I know none of you live there or anywhere near that, but, like, just... Do you not have, like, party operatives? They can just have parked there? Like, how are you this bad at this?
Just get the suspicious white van, scroll looking for Biden voters on the side, and go.
Usually the van that Biden's in says free ice cream and candy, but
Yeah, well.
yeah. I just like this is like I would feel honestly better if the people that wanted to enslave us and destroy our country could at least be competent. You know, it's like, guys, like you couldn't think to like pre-print the ballots and count them during it, or did you really do that poorly that you had to go print 100,000 more in Michigan? Did you?
Yeah, and then you've got like the sting operations people have talked about in like the last day or so.
Yeah, no, this is just
Well, this is, I think, the product of, the way the left's, coalition of the bad is resulting in oligarchs that have a bunch of authority but no credibility or real status to back it up behind.
Well, what gets me is like these lefties have all looked at it. They look at the graphs and everything, and they're like, "Yeah, this is just fine."
well, if you believed any of the polls, which I mean, the fact that polling is still an industry after this and 2018, I mean, because remember, 2018, the Democrats did take back the House with a bunch of voter fraud and ballot harvesting and shit, right? But like, the polls were still wrong. The polls were predicting a blue wave. They're saying, well, they're going to take the House and they're going to take the Senate probably too. Like,
I'm gladful. As much as I criticize Rick Scott and some of his he did step in and stopped what was going on in Palm Beach and Broward County,
Yep.
where they were trying to do. Hey, he stepped in. He's like, "What the heck are you? No, you're
yeah,
not."
no,
doing- I'm
you're
not gonna let you do
100%
this
correct
shit."
about Rick Scott. He's just not. He's not pro free speech. He's very, very much like his certain interests. He will turn on free speech in a second.
Oh, yeah, there was that. He's also been somewhat of a, a lot of Florida money comes from the real estate market and building houses and development. He's been kind of doing some shady shit
Oh,
there,
politician
too,
doing shady shit. Say it ain't
Yeah.
so, Yellow
Oh,
Lantern.
wow.
He also signed a bill. One of the statues in the Capitol that represents Florida is Kirby Edmund Smith. That it's still there, but he signed a bill that was going to be removed and replaced with a civil rights activist.
Gosh, man, you can get me going on for ends on why the civil rights movement was bad and why it's just fucking awful. But like,
Oh, if you think defending Confederate monuments and statues is
I think it's
that's
completely
over
independent
no.
of the Civil War or anything. It's just like civil rights are a bad thing. They're like so anti what America is, like every way. It's just a complete
Well,
rewriting of history.
Well, I think there's been you could make the argument the concept of rights and civil or human stuff. Maybe this is sort of an artificial construct by states that require people to be controlled by governments in order to have any sort of false power.
Well, I mean,
or
the
something,
concept
but-
of rights is not that you're granted rights. The concept of rights is that you're free from something being done to you, you know. Freedom of speech doesn't mean the government empowers you to have free speech. It means the government's not supposed to infringe upon your speech. The Second Amendment means not that you're granted the right to guns. That means that you're not supposed to be infringed upon, right?
Well, yeah, it's kind of more to protect rights that are granted to people that is outside of
Right.
government.
Well, no, it's literally it's not
something
even
that
grant. It
been
doesn't. Civil
endowed
rights
on
don't
people.
grant anyone anything. Civil rights
Well,
abridge your
there's-
ability to choose whom you associate with. That's literally all they do.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, you get these people that argue like, well, this is a right, this is a right, and this is a right. It's like there are certain things in natural law that are rights, like defending yourself, being able to speak how you wish, being able to peacefully gather together as you wish.
Right, and
Whereas the idea that healthcare is a right is like that's something more of a responsibility that you have for yourself to take care of yourself, rather than something that someone provides.
well, I mean, like unless doctors are all slaves, like you don't have a right to, access to healthcare and shit. Like it's just
Yeah.
it's another absurd notion. And it's
Well-
like, oh, we just have an unlimited supply of like slave doctors.
Coming from I know some, but from my perspective, from the Christian, it's like you have responsibilities and duties, not necessarily rights, but responsibilities and duties. And if you deviate from them, if you start relaxing power and stuff, bad things can happen to you if you kind of neglect your duties and responsibilities.
Yeah, no,
Well, and that's the thing is we've kind of relaxed on those duties that we have and the responsibilities to protect or keep the government out of encroaching on those rights.
Yep, no, that's absolutely correct. I mean, the fact that there are states where you can't even defend yourself. You're supposed to retreat into your house and shit. And even then, they can still arrest you for shooting a criminal that's attacking you. Like those are terrible.
Well, I think it's clear that we're in the phase where the republics. Well, I think we passed this. They're now eventually going to become like an oligarchy. But now the question is, the only way you ever get it is you got to get the strongman who rules against the oligarchs.
I don't think so. I don't think that will work, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I don't think there's enough. I don't think you
less-
have enough influence to make that strong, man. That's the problem.
I think that
Well-
phase is already here, though.
Yeah, there's gonna be the Caesar. I don't know if Trump is the Augustus or he might be the Marcus Aurelius, and then later on the line we'll have.
I just don't
Caesar
think you can
that
get
comes.
an Augustus right now, even with the
No,
will
I think,
of the people.
I think if anything, Trump was it. That's the end. And if we get what we're going to see, like if Biden is put through before the votes are counted, unless Trump pulls out a miracle and gets this all going, and like 10,000 bomb threats don't go through and water's pipes breaking, he's going to get in, and they're going to do everything that they can to usher in any kind of like power, and including probably trying to bring the UN into here, because that's the ultimate goal.
Oh,
is
that would
getting
would
world
make me laugh
intervention.
so much. Bring
Well,
I
think
could
that's
do,
the goal of
I
everything.
could I could take on
goal.
10 UN peace enforcements with a 22. 22, okay. I'm not afraid of UN peace enforcers. Okay.
The scary thing is, if you believe in the narrative of like that COVID was potentially used to kind of start planning a lot of this, and then
the Great Reset?
if you can go into that and you think that, and I think it's very possible that it is, these guys are already 10 steps ahead of us, so they might already be planning some type of a Charlottesville 2.0 at like the Washington D.C.
Well, that's
rally. So
assuming they
that's why
didn't
I'm
plan
already
Charlottesville
hesitating.
1.0.
Well,
Well,
I-
the problem is that would look really bad if a bunch of Trump's supporters and all this get killed or assaulted by this. That's going to promote like a visceral reaction that no amount of anarcho tyranny would it be able to overcome. Like that will probably that's like if it's on Trump's backyard and then his supporters are massacred, he's gonna send in the troops. He's gonna say
They
that's
just
it.
let 26 cities burn over the summer, and the police couldn't do anything about
I
it.
that you
They
no
want
no no no
something to
spaz not
pop up.
spaz not spaz not. You're absolutely incorrect about that. It's not that the police couldn't. It's that the people who control the police wouldn't. It's a very different situation
they were
there.
kind of told not to.
No,
There was
that's not
yes,
necessarily.
yes. In
With
many
certain-
cases, the
certain
police were
things,
told
yes.
to stand down and let them do what they were going to do. Absolutely, from
In
the
certain
local
places,
governance, from the
yes.
police chiefs. I know the police chief of LA would
Oh,
do that.
no, I'm agreeing with you. It just wasn't the same like in every city. Like Chicago police were absolutely out there in like the commercial districts, like just beating asses. Like there's videos of it, like of just them throwing people around. It's a good time, but like no, there was a lot of politics obviously going on, and I think that they want them to become emboldened.
Yeah.
But I think that they want some other kind of a pop off to happen. There is a goal to come in they want something to justify taking guns.
Yep.
They want
No,
this.
you're right about
And they
that.
might be planning this. I think they're already like 10 steps ahead of us. We saw them planning all this. We were calling it all out. It didn't matter if it was Mike Cernovich or Alex Jones or like
I mean,
anybody on
but wait,
Discord. We
dude,
were all
spaz not,
watching
spaz
it.
not. This is nothing new.
No,
Like,
I
they've been
know.
doing this
So,
for
like, we know what's
generations.
going to happen.
Like it's JFK. Think about the
So what-
JFK election. Nixon had that in the back.
Yeah.
Like it's like, oh really? Yeah, just all these states just totally flipped. Yeah, it definitely wasn't a bunch of fucking mobsters running around, putting pressure on a bunch of pollsters or anything.
And in truth, I don't trust the Supreme Court. I don't trust them in the least bit. Like, and if anybody else does,
I
like,
trust them to be
that's
self-interested. That's about it.
really- Well, I
Well,
mean, yeah,
they might
judges
make
can
a
be
ruling.
bought. I think judges can be
Yeah,
bought.
no, of course. I mean, you think that judge that was prosecuting Ghislaine Maxwell, whose son and husband got fucking murdered in broad daylight by a FedEx driver, quote
was
unquote?
fucked up.
You think?
No one's hearing about that.
I know,
anymore.
it's just
Yeah,
been memory
just
hole.
like that.
It's all so tiresome.
Just saying, Jacob Wool works for her. Just saying, putting that out.
Okay. Look, Jacob Wool's a fucking clown. He's a fucking clown. Let me tell you that like I was in studio with Ralph when he did the interview with Jacob Wool when Jacob Wool famously said, "I think Israel doesn't have enough influence." And I tossed off my head. I was in Dick Masterson's studio, took out the headset, threw it on the ground, ran into the hallway, and just fucking laughed. I was like, what the fuck did I just fucking hear?
Oh, did you hear? So yeah, Dick was in Arizona. He was in Phoenix. He got to see Alex Jones. Like, that was pretty. That sounded like a pretty fun experience.
Oh yeah, no, I'd love to meet Alex Jones and have him tell me about the frogs. Actually, I'd probably have him record me a
It'd be fun
ringtone.
experience.
Anybody else just want to put Alex Jones in a headlock and give him noogies? I kind of do. I just want to be like, you squirrely bastard.
I feel like Alex Jones could kick most people's ass. Do you know how much fucking testosterone that dude is on?
Yeah.
You know how bald
Just
that's
be
made
like
him?
Just the big burly bear.
We need to everyone needs to put statues of Alex Jones in every capital, just because of how much of a.
Would you be
I was
okay
watching
with
this
replacing a
man.
Confederate monument as long as it was something like Alex Jones, Yellow Lantern? If it has to go, if the monument has to go.
Just model Alex Jones as like a Confederate.
Oh my gosh, that would be so cool.
He has to be shirtless.
No, they're all gonna be statues of him with just a Confederate hat on, riding a bear. He'll be there doing the Vladimir Putin pose. That's what we'll do.
Oh.
Vladimir Jones. Oh man, I don't know. I don't trust the courts, but I also don't think the courts want to be made invalid.
Yeah, it all is. I mean, the last 4 years has been preparation for this moment. They've done what they've done is that if I tell you that someone is a rapist over and over and over again for 4 years, you're gonna start.
Well, I mean,
believing
they did
it.
that
The
with
psychology
they
behind
did
it.
this with Roy Moore.
Yeah, And they what they did is they spent the last 4 years tying this guy up in court, illegitimizing everything. All the normie plebs who don't even understand what, like, wait a minute, why did Fox News call this state?
Right? Yeah, the elections just started, and it's like, oh yeah, well, definitely a blue state. That's right, guys.
Oh yeah.
The barely an election's been counted.
Dumb.
Well, the
They're
thing
not all
is, Fox does better with Biden in presidency.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Something tells me Miss McCain was behind the reason why that. flipped
See,
blue
that's
soon.
the story they want to
Yeah,
sell
the
you.
McCain,
That is the story they
Well-
want to sell.
the McCains, John McCain, really sabotaged the GOP in Arizona.
John McCain
That-
sabotaged the
not-
GOP everywhere, sir.
Yeah.
John
well,
John McCain
yeah,
is
yeah,
always
yeah,
and
yeah,
will
yeah.
always and is always a songbird, a traitor, 100%. And I'm the only non-traitor that's been in John McCain is that brain tumor. It's the only one. Everyone, can we get an F in the chat for John McCain's brain tumor? Also Ruth Bader Ginsburg, but specifically.
I remember I eulogized the tumor on the kill stream, and that was like, oh, that was hilarious. It was like, this man, a person who took out the greatest enemy and traitor of this nation and took it. And he sacrificed
I don't
his
usually
life
praise
for
suicide
doing-
bombers, Yellow Lantern, but there's one good one. There's always an exception to the rule.
That motherfucker sat down with people who filmed videos of kids being beheaded. And then it was sold to Trump like, oh my God, look at these monsters. Like, he sat down with these people. Like, no, guys, a Democrat from New York is like the worst enemy in the entire world. A billionaire who was on NBC going, "You're fired." He's the most evil thing in the entire world, according to people who completely forgot about George Bush because, well, you know, Big Mike handed her some candies at a funeral. It's fucking ridiculous. These people are fucking retarded.
Isn't it
They're all
amazing?
fucking
Finally, a
retarded.
president that doesn't start a war, and everyone's calling him a fascist. Man, you remember all those times that all the critics of Adolf Hitler wrote tons of articles? All the times that remember all the critics of Mussolini that were lauded in the press and held up and praised. Remember all them? Like, really? Like, really? The critics. The critics got to all say what they wanted. Everything was like, no, it's not how like, what is fascism if Donald Trump's a fascist? A guy who goes, well, fuck, sorry guys, the courts have tied my hands. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Like, what fascist dictator would be like, oh, that's nice, courts? I mean, fucking, what's his name? Andrew Jackson was 100% more of a fascist. He just said, fuck you, courts, I do what I fucking want, fuck off, get these Indians off my fucking land, I'll do whatever the fuck I want. And Trump's just like, god damn it, I can't build my fucking wall because of these retards in California and Texas and Arizona are fucking stonewall. And then Paul Ryan is stonewalling me.
Look at. Oh man, did you see the full-on liquidate the kulaks move that AOC just did on Twitter?
Oh my gosh, yeah. Please explain this in more detail, because I read the tweet from AOC. I read the response from Michael Simon. You know, I think we need to write all these people's names down, asking for Nuremberg trials for fairly winning an election, and just be like, hey, remember, we're all armed. We all have loaded weapons. And you're going to try and make the banks destroy us, but we don't forget you, you fuckers. We've got crypto, we have other ways, we can adapt, we can survive without you. But
We've got the Rocky Mountains.
we do, yeah, we have the Rockies.
It's all fun and games until the trees start whistling.
Exactly, Yellow Lantern. It's fucking exactly. That's the thing. You know, we need to remind these people that it's like, now wait a minute. That's all very well and good what you're trying to do, but we have all the weapons, we have cryptocurrency, we have ways around this. We're just all fucking lazy getting on, you know, whatever esoteric cryptocurrencies that we're going to use. But we have ways. There is not no path.
We have minds that literally build rockets and bring men into outer space. They don't.
No, Spaz not.
Okay.
No.
Who's
Not. We are not
who's
Nazis, okay? We're Americans.
Who is the fat gap-toothed bitch from Georgia?
Oh,
that
don't be
looks
so
like-
mean to Stacey Abrams' teeth.
Stacey Abrams, you think like you're ever gonna rule over anything? You're just a fool.
Well,
You're a damn fool.
I see that picture of her. She's faded in the black, and I could think of like the announcer's like, with the 7th pick, in the 2007 NFL draft, the Oakland Raiders select Stacey Abrams, offensive tackle.
Are you sure she's not a left guard?
She could probably.
These people are just so goddamn ridiculous. So
Oh no! You know what they say, Lantern, about Stacey Abrams. She doesn't cover she covers the gap about as well as the gap in her teeth.
Yeah, but she was baited for being VP as well before Kamala got picked.
Honestly, she would have been a better pick because as a Californian who's has had Kamala rule over us for a while as our senator, no one likes her. I know lots of leftists here, and they're all like, ugh, Kamala. I mean, granted, they're all saying the same thing about like Joe Biden. It's kind of like, grit your teeth and just take it. Hopefully they'll put some lube on you. Lotus, no! Save Bibble! Lotus, no!
That's the thing. If so many people hated the pairing, then how are there so many votes?
Yeah, no,
Kerry,
I mean,
well,
it's
more black people apparently voted for Joe Biden
over Black
in this
Jesus. I
election
mean,
than
it's
they
ridiculous.
Ever did,
Like, it's
and then they ever did for Obama in 2008. And then plus, we on the right, Donald Trump gained even more black votes. Where did all this come from?
yeah. Where did they all come from? Were they all just in like California and shit? Were they all put in Kanye and they just like changed Kanye to Trump, or like what happened? I'm trying to figure this out.
If these, and I've already talked to a few leftists, they said like, if you do audits, like great, like let's get to the bottom of this, because they're already advocating like, no, this is exactly what we predicted, all the mail-in votes and blah blah blah. And I'm like, dude, you don't just get mail-in votes, 140,000 all for one candidate. My grandmother votes Republican, she did a mail-in vote. I know several other people who did mail-in votes that are Republican. So it's not going to just all be one party.
Yeah, no, I did not. I mean, granted, I live in a state. I live in California where the only thing that mattered was the House election, really. And I think I might have won. We might have won our House seat back, which is fucking awesome. And I mean, remember, I'm a libertarian, so I'm just anti-Democrat. So like,
yeah, there was the whole. Yeah, affirmative action failed in the referendum. They voted it down.
I know, it's a fucking
California.
miracle, man. Some things are fucking miracles. Yet at the same time, there was a 4 million vote margin, I think, in California for Biden over Trump. Effectively, the entirety of the popular vote victory for Joe Biden is the state of California.
It's all those amnesty votes.
Yep. I mean, thank you, Reagan. Thanks a lot for handing our state over to the Democrats forever.
I mean, yeah, well, I don't think what helped it was the 1965 Immigration
Oh,
Act. That
absolutely.
certainly
You're
didn't.
correct. But you got to remember that Reagan specifically negotiated that amnesty agreement. And they said, oh, don't worry, we'll do border security eventually. And thank goodness San Diego built their fucking wall.
I had a comment like, I remember Ralph tweeted out like kind of making fun of Larry Hogan for casting a ballot for Ronald Reagan. And I made a comment like, yeah, people forget Reagan wasn't as like conservative as people remember.
No, he
how
taxed
much-
tips. Like so many things. It was just like, what the fuck are you doing, you moron?
It's not the 1980, and someone said like he basically like I saw both like Nicholas Fuentes had something unkind to say about him.
Oh, I have
and
tons of
you
unkind
had
things to say about
David- yeah,
Ronald Reagan.
There's unkind things to say from both like the libertarian perspective and from the dissident right, or just the central. There's a lot of things you could like. He ran an FDR light administration.
No fault divorce.
He also not just the amnesty and all the war thing. He tightened firearm restrictions.
Yep, he got shot and then decided to pass the fucking Brady bill. Fucking coward, should have died.
Whoa.
I'm not kidding.
Be sure not-
Okay, anyone that fucking sells out my gun rights because they got shot. Oh no, some crazy person. Fuck off.
I mean,
Get a gun.
if I
No,
really the
don't get a
whole, like,
gun. Get a
social
3D
security-
printer and some PET G and some firing pins. But I didn't tell you that. Okay.
Well,
Well,
that
I
wasn't
mean,
on the
there
gun
are
too.
the-
It was the social. It was this security guys. Like they let the shooter get in with like the 3 rings. Like the Secret Service, like they have like a ring of like 3 rings of protection where nobody important like gets within the president within like 30 feet or so. And the shooter was like already past 2 layers.
Yeah.
Do you remember the fake Kamala Harris?
Oh,
Do
yeah,
you guys
I've
remember
seen
this?
that.
And like they've got like these like
Oh, yeah.
overweight, out of shape, like fake Secret Service
Yeah.
dudes, and they're just like, I'm like, what the fuck?
Well, the thing that gets me is I'm looking at it, it's like right off from like the body shape does not match at all.
This is just
That like body shape Kamala, no, that's not it.
like it's just ridiculous. It's like, what? Why even bother? No one's showing up to your rallies. All like what 30 suburbanite white women that show up to your rallies, Kamala? Like, why bother? They're gonna vote for you anyway. You're just opening yourself
Well,
up.
They lost Florida anyway, even with
Right.
the
No, this
cheating.
is the thing where it's like, okay, you're supposed to tell me Florida, the fuckiest of fuckwithiest states. That goes red like reliably on election night. Everybody fucking else. Everyone else just magically just, oh, we found another truck of ballots, guys. Wow. It's amazing.
Which, and Georgia's all got, apparently they said Stacey Abrams was doing something with the oversight of ballots. I'm like, what is she eating all the Trump ballots and, putting all the, mailing in all the, carrying them or
She's
something,
using the gap in her
there's-
teeth to scan ballots that are from Trump.
Oh boy.
That's what's going on.
She's such a fat, nasty bitch.
And then there was the Sharpie Gate stuff.
Oh, yeah. Oh, by the way, fuck you, boomers. Figure it out when they're fucking scamming you, okay? You fucking boomers and Gen Xers that didn't realize you don't fill out your fucking ballot with Sharpie. How?
It's literally on the instructions, no Sharpies, but
No one reads the fucking instructions. How do you? It's just like, what the
with all
fuck?
all the dead people voting, what are the chances people like Jeffrey Epstein or George Floyd voted in this election?
Listen, Yellow Lantern. They did have probably a Civil War veteran voting. Okay, he was born in 1850. And here's my pitch. Here's my pitch to you, Yellow Lantern. We need to go find this 170-year-old man, and we need him to teach us how to survive this Civil War because he lived through it.
Yeah. I just want to say, it's like some southerner or northerner just looks through the ballots of dead people voting. It's like, is that my great
Grandpappy?
voting?
What's Grandpappy doing here? He was born in 1850. That's not even Grandpappy. That's Grandpappy's fucking Grandpappy.
My parents have really nice property taxes, and I'm like, no, you have to stay alive so I can ride this. My dad's like, just register us as Democrats, and then we'll never die.
Oh no. Yeah, no, I'm in California, so I'm like, okay, listen, Mom, Dad, you cannot sell this house, okay? You gotta make sure I inherit it so I can inherit the fucking property tax rate that you guys have.
Well, the problem is I don't inherit the property tax rate because they're both veterans.
Oh, well, neither of my
Yeah.
parents served in the armed forces. I don't at all. Fortunately, my dad got to miss Vietnam and Korea. He kind of was like, he split the gap, basically. And, my mom, she's a woman. She didn't have to serve.
Well,
And, was a homemaker
So,
and raised children, so much
I
more
mean,
important work.
so it's likely what's going to happen is the ballots will be, I think Trump might run out the clock on this. And there is a deadline in the Constitution where your electors have to be chosen. And if they do not produce a result, what could happen is the state legislatures will be the ones who select the delegates.
Yep, and then we're going to know who the traitors are.
Oh yeah.
Will we though? Will
Yes.
we? I mean, those state delegators could come up with 10 excuses from Sunday, and I think the point is to buy as much time to election day. They're going to push Biden through. They're not going to have their full results.
Okay, Stringfellow, I forgive you Gen Xer. Okay, you didn't fall for the Sharpie scam. I'm talking about the ones in Arizona that fucking fell for using a Sharpie. You fucking moron. Sorry, what's up?
So yeah, the cases about these irregularities and voting there's a lot of, I think, ideas, cases you could investigate and look at. You have the violation of Bendoff's law with these spike in voting. You stop the counting, and all of a sudden at 4 a.m. it just goes back, and all of a sudden you've got 100,000 or 140,000 ballots just cast.
With 100-0 ratio
No,
for one candidate. Yes, a literal statistical
This makes no
fucking
sense.
impossible. I was there. I was on election night. I was joyful, Yellow Lantern. I was mirthful. I was wearing my Trump hat. I was wrapped in my Trump flag, wearing my Trump jersey. I was there. I was getting excited. It's like, okay, cautiously optimistic. It looks like all the polls are wrong, which they were, regardless of what happens.
Yeah.
We're winning back seats. We're winning back some legislative power. We're going to hold the Senate. We're going to have, probably 2 years till we can take back the House. We can fight back. And then, magically, impossible things happened. 5 coin flips came up heads. It's just every time, just every time, all aces. They pull a poker hand of 5 aces out of nowhere. And we're just like, how'd this happen? I'm holding 2 aces. How did they get
There's a
5?
lot of- So yeah, the legislatures are being pressured in these states to take action. They are going to look at these county, because it's not widespread. You have to focus. It's these certain cities and these operatives of the cities that are causing a lot of not just mass confusion as well as ballots, but also too much suspicious activity. We've had videos where ballots are thrown out in jail, like they're thrown out in dumpsters. We have people throwing them out. Like we had a worker in the post office arrested and trying to cross the border into Canada. So really, I think we should be looking at the employees of the postal union as all these the people handling these mail-in ballots should be investigated.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, but this is the thing. This is why we either have to call a new election or we just have to, validate the count or something. You can't... we cannot leave it like this, because what's going to happen? People are going to be at each other... I mean, people are going to be in the streets regardless of the results of this fucking election. It's going to be ugly.
They're already out in the street.
No, but I mean, they're going to be shooting out in the streets more than they already are.
Yeah.
Well, the really question is which side fires first. Well,
One side's already fired first.
Yeah. The second somebody shoots up a Trump rally or something.
Oh, but they did that. They
might
did
just
that
be-
though, Yolanta. They did in Las Vegas. I know it was a country music concert, but they did.
Oh well. So that was actually what my theory on the paddock.
Arms deal gone wrong. What do you think?
Yeah, that's the whole thing. It was an arms deal.
And the
gone
cover
bad.
was to
Paddock
just
was the
frame
dealer.
him and shoot a bunch of guns into the crowd.
Yeah, what happened was the FBI were coming on him. The buyer was feeling entrapped, so he kills Paddock. He causes distraction. He takes some of the guns and shoots them into the crowd, and then he goes down, and then he escapes while the FBI are trying to search for the shooter.
Yep.
And the gist of this is based on the predicate of the fact that Paddock was an arms dealer who had a lot of weird spending habits.
Oh, come on! He was a professional poker player, Yellow Lantern. That's a totally plausible story. Also, Lotus
fact
brings
that,
up a very good, well, not good that it happened, but you remember the GOP shooting, right? Where the Bernie dude just goes and tried to murder Freedom Caucus members specifically.
Yeah, that was. That could have been. If the GOP wasn't too smart, they could have used that as leverage and say, Democrats.
I have survived my injuries and return even more. Full Darth Sidious. That was the moment you should have had. You should have replaced Paul Ryan right there, given Rand Paul or Steve Scalise, giving him the full Darth Sidious face. It just got, I have survived my injuries after the brutal attempt on my life.
That's actually how the Spanish Civil War. That was the casus belli for the army to start its coup. There was a monarchist politician, very popular, that was assassinated by a communist militia. And then when the people tried to mourn him, that militia then started firing on the crowd. And the officer was like, that's it, we're overthrowing this corrupted Second Republic. And that's what kicked off the Spanish Civil War after a decade of political tension. And I have been reading some books about
This is why we have you here, Yellow Lantern, because you're way more well read than I am.
Oh, I appreciate that.
I love hearing from people that are learned on these topics and have read quite a bit, because it's just not my point of interest. You know, I'm a fucking weeb and a nerd, and it's just like, this is all fascinating. I love hearing about this from people that are passionate about it.
I wouldn't. I'm kind of passionate. I'm more just well-read and informed about this. I wouldn't say I'm like an expert at these
I'm not even
topics,
calling you an
but-
expert. I'm just saying you're an enthusiast.
Oh.
It's good to be informed, then you can learn from past tactics.
So what my point is that I've been debating whether we're in the late Imperial Russia kind of phase of the Empire or the before the Spanish Civil War, and I'm thinking to lean more on late Imperial Russia. But there's already been a pogrom against, you know, the unloved minorities in this country.
Yeah, yeah, it's a, you know, Dump Trick, I think we will win, but could you elaborate on that point that you're making?
Yes. So basically, you know, the pogroms in Russia were state-sponsored or semi-state sanctioned riots where, you know, groups of Yiddish or Jewish had their communities frequently ransacked or overturned and forced to leave. You can see an analogy to this where, you know, people come in to small towns, they you know, smash buildings, they topple statues, they harass, they beat up people, they sometimes even kill them.
Well, I mean, you see
or
this
they're
in, like,
forced-
Rotherham, and you see this in communities with, like, high, you know, specifically, like, Islamic populations, that they'll come in and they will, you know, they'll start out, you know, they'll be like, oh, you know, we just want to build a mosque, and then, oh, it's just a second mosque, and, oh, you know, we just want halal meat, that's all, and, oh, you know, we just want you to dress up, oh, we're gonna start beating people going into bars, and, all right, it's time.
Well, that's the opposite. That's like an enclave. This is the state liquidating a minority group or expelling them.
Oh, I see.
It's a flex. Yeah, it's basically the civil disobedience is not a sign that you're rebelling. It's a flex. It's a show of dominance. It shows that people can break the law willy-nilly because of the anarcho tyranny enabled by the police and the elected officials.
Right.
And so, you know.
Well, I think,
look,
though,
to
the
start
police
conflict-
case, though, I think that there's a lot of inertia involved, you know, where it's just like, unless like the cops themselves feel threatened, right, or they, like, absolutely, like, feel the imperative, they're not gonna act, you know. Like, what cop's gonna put his life on the line for a community he doesn't care about?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think the thing is, you know, maybe they're so trained, like, obviously this was an army officer, like, seeing protesters destroying his town, and the commander said, stand down, we're not supposed to shoot at them. There could be a mutiny on site, but the structure of the bureaucracy is trained so that, like, officers really can't mutiny like a political boss and something, or a politician. I mean, you'd have to tell them to regard their legitimacy as, you know, this goes against all their training to regard obviously bad orders as illegitimate, because their job, they get fired if they disobey orders.
Right. Also, Lotus, Butters is always based. What are you talking about? Yellow Lantern is always. What the fuck are you talking about, sir? Okay. Well, that's an interesting.
Gotta talk about those darn riggers, am I right?
Yeah, this, how dare they rig our election? How, you know, it's amazing that, like, 13% of the ballots cause 50% of the voter fraud. It doesn't make any sense.
Wow.
Baffling,
Wow.
one might say.
It's just a small minority of people too. What could be so troublesome
Listen,
about
Yellow Lantern. Let's keep it kosher here, all right? We've talked about the leprechaun problem before. We just got to be cautious, okay? I like being on this platform.
right.
Listen, I like being on this platform, and I fully support free speech, but it's within reason, okay? Like, I can do absolutely nothing if I'm deplatformed,
Well,
right? Then I can just be
yeah.
screaming in the wind. Like, this is the issue, you know? It's like, yes, I could go and be like JonTron, you know, and try to go full based and then just, like, get removed and have to disappear for a while. I really don't want to have to do that. That's all I'm saying.
See, that's why you need your own, like, alt tech platform. I mean, that's
Correct,
how you
but it's
set
not
your
there
own
yet.
stuff up. Yeah.
No, the infrastructure is currently in the hands of conglomerates.
Well, I mean, So what you do is you set up your own PeerTube instance through the likes that way, and you can host videos and things up there too. So
Yes, I think that the trouble is, someone had asked me about this, what happened in Europe recently with the terror attacks, where we had some things. Someone asked me, is this reawakening the clash between Christianity and Islam? Like, it's not the conflict between Christianity and Islam. It's the global homogenization versus Islam, more like it. Christians are kind of collateral damage in that conflict.
I don't know. I don't really
know.
care much about Christians myself. No, I have no horse in that fight for them. I will help them when they're useful, but like I'm not gonna let them drag me down with their inner conflicts. That's all I'm saying.
Well, they're not even the main target. That's, I hate to say it, but like some people are thinking, to the hopeful thinking thinks, oh yes, Islam will dominate the West. I'm like, yeah, the next generation of Muslims are gonna be like they're gonna be like those, Latinx weirdos, liberalized people that just are completely deracinated and deterritorialized.
That's a $5
what's
word
gonna
and a
happen.
$2 locale. No offense.
It's just
Hey guys,
basically
I'm
the-
gonna go ahead and I'm gonna actually drop off. I'm gonna split for the night. Ghost, thanks for having me. I'll probably see you in the
Oh
morning.
yeah, no problem, man. Thanks for coming by.
All right. Yeah,
I
absolutely.
really needed
Butters.
people to show up because Fed and Geeky both bailed on me at the last minute, and like I've been busy all fucking day.
I was sitting 4 hours in like Ralph's Discord and like I don't know what happened, so I just said, I saw you go live and I'm like, all right, let's see if he wants to chat. So I'm glad that you chatted with me, bud. So
Yeah. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Spez.
Yeah,
yeah, I'll see you guys.
been a good
later.
talk.
Have a good
Listen,
night,
man.
everybody.
I'm not saying like be needlessly hopeful, but like don't surrender to despair. Like it's
We can.
it's gonna be ugly, but we don't have a choice.
That's what they do. We're not them.
Yeah, we're winners. Like at the end of the day, we
That's
fight.
right.
We
We're not gonna throw a temper tantrum. We're not gonna throw a temper tantrum, but there's a lot that we can do. So
they fought for 4 years, so now it's our turn to fight.
we're only.
Guys,
I'm only
we're
asking.
impressed
I'm
by
only
you
asking
now.
all of you to fight for 2 months. Okay.
we're all civil rights leaders in the making. Just
Oh no.
it's gonna happen. Oh, like once we become the minority, we will be. And like people will look back at Ghost, and there'll be like black and white photos of like his.
God, that would be
Discord,
gay.
and It'll be all.
God, that would be gay. Like I appreciate the sentiment, but dear God, that would be gay.
Hollywood will make a movie where Liam Neeson plays.
Oh
Ghost,
gosh. Listen.
and, like,
Listen here,
we'll
Space Notch.
win an
I
Academy
have a
Award.
very specific
Oh,
set
man,
of
who's gonna
skills,
be-
and I will find you.
Kids in first grade will be watching you one day.
Yeah.
and,
Gonna
like,
watch the ghost slap a bunch of people. He's gonna imitate Richard Spencer. That's it. I'm gonna slap you.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
It'll be like a Discord, like Holocaust museum one
Oh,
day.
no.
Like, we remember, like all the atrocities that happened on Discord.
Oh,
and, like, how we were all
no.
taken down.
I like the Red October style monument better than this.
Yeah.
Yeah, my ideas aren't that great. That's probably
They'll
not
have a
pleasant,
statue
so.
to me. It'll be the biggest Southern monument ever dedicated, and it's gonna have like a bunch of flags, a bunch of things. And it's just gonna be.
It'll be Butters with like an oversized fiddle that like he can hold. That'll be like the statue.
Tell me again how
Like-
he did it. Well, how did he do it?
My fates and actions are forever inscribed on fate's immortal scroll.
They say his musical talent was blessed by the heavens. None could stop him.
Always is. All right, boys. I will see you all later.
You have a
good night.
great
Alright,
night,
good night.
Speznot.
Later.
Later.
All right. So what else do we want to talk about?
I feel like we've talked about this election to fucking death.
Yeah, I know. So I guess I can interest more in history. So another sort of interesting of the 20th, looking at the 20. It really should. When we look back on the 20th century, what is like the biggest? What is the narrative that's set forth? Is it the?
Well, that we won World War II and World War I, and they were definitely worth fighting. Isn't that it? Isn't that the narrative of the 20th
Maybe.
century? That World War I and World War II were the only worthwhile wars worth fighting, and everything else was just a weird crusade against an evil ideology?
Maybe this should bring about, yeah.
I mean, that's what it seems
So,
like when I read about history, you know, and it's like, you know, at a certain point, fuck the Europeans, okay? Figure your own shit out, all right? I'm sorry. I'm not bailing Europe out a third time, okay? We've spilled enough American blood to save these fuckers. At a certain point, you're on your own.
Well, you could probably argue that the United States becomes the dominant empire at the end of the 20th with the Cold War and the dissolution of the Soviet
I think we were the
Union.
dominant power far earlier in that period, even with the military capabilities of the Soviet Union, just economically, militarily, culturally, just by every metric, I think we dominated them.
Well, and I think we see the fruits of that with all the military bases we have all over the world.
Right, we are a
Oh,
Leviathan.
something I did ask the guest, Mr. Kato, for the Kato guy. I asked, you know, what he has had a lot of, despite this election, regardless, he has sort of a sort of negative view of what could happen in the United States in the future, and it probably corresponds to some unfortunate news. Like, I think there will be a decline in influence and power, and I think, you know, if nothing changes, we will have like certain parts of the country become extensions of South America by default.
We honestly should have just taken it. We honestly should have just annexed all of Canada, all of South America, and Central. We should have made a Pan-American empire, is what we should have done when we had the chance. Just made them like vassal states and organized it.
Well, we've made most of the European Western countries fascist
Right, but we
states
didn't do it
now.
directly. That's the thing. We did this weird gay indirect thing where we paid for all their defense and we didn't extract value from them.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that what we're kind of doing now with NATO? And that's like
Yeah, but we're
why
still
there's been a lot of
barely
push.
getting anything, and Joe Biden's gonna hand it all back if he gets into office.
Yeah, they just barely got to the point where they were basically pinned against the wall and told to pay up.
Yeah.
And now it's basically possibly going to be handed.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, we just got there. We just got
And
there,
then
is
the
all I'm
tax
saying.
Yeah, that is like the just yeah, he is true that there would be a decline, and that could be you know, it could be a lot of things. It could be the United States, you know, Brazilification, where we have no clear majorities of or like slim majorities of a dominant demographic, so from two races, a bunch of, you know, mixed different racial groups that emerge.
And just to be clear,
Which
Yellow Lantern, we all think it's gonna be beautiful, right?
Oh yeah, it was worth it for the food.
Oh, dude, oh, I don't know, man. I love a good taco, a good burrito. Oh,
Well, I mean, some people have been whispering about balkanization too.
well,
Yeah, that could happen. Kato would predict it would be like probably between, I think, 2030 or 2060. The years will fully, you know, the dissolution of the American Union will finally happen naturally, just like what happened to the Soviet Union.
well, I disagree. I think this system in America is much more resilient than the Soviet system. I think.
Well,
True.
Because here's
American
the
system-
difference is that the entirety of the Soviet system was predicated upon force, and there's at least some. Yes, the most of the American system is predicated on force, but there's at least some buy-in, right?
The American system is predicated on the people being aware and protecting it, and when the people aren't aware of it, that's when it fails.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we've never had more uninformed voters. I mean, that's for fucking sure.
Yeah.
Well, I think the thing what could start to drag the United States down is the decline in quality of human capital, regardless of whether the dysgenic effects of the IQ shredders in cities or the bio-Leninism that is becoming like the dominant ruling formula of the elites. Like, they're going for the lowest of the lows and put them in all these positions of high power where they're clearly not qualified to run these. And it's going to result in a decline in infrastructure, and, you know, a lot of our aircraft carriers rely on good things, and if we can't maintain them, the United States military power will be dealt a serious blow. I mean, that's sort of what could happen. Like, you know, imagine a whole field just they're not able, like, there's a leak, and all of a sudden the whole field gets irradiated with like nuclear reactor waste, and everyone has to abandon ship.
Well, I mean, that's probably inevitably going to happen. Regardless of
I
what
mean,
we
you
do.
look at you look at the education standards of like high school compared to like 10 years ago, and graduating classes are much lower than even just 10 years ago. Push that out like 50 years back, and it's still much lower than that.
Yeah, no, you're
Well,
I mean,
when we try to grow crops with Gatorade.
Ah,
because
such a
normally
great movie.
population is too stupid to survive.
that's such a great movie, isn't it?
Stringfellow Hawking.
Well, Marge, we're
I
going to
mean,
put off having
growing
kids
crop-
again. Well, you know, something else came up. Well, okay, fine.
Well, growing crops on top of cardboard and dirt is
Oh my gosh, that was so amazing. I was just like,
it was.
I was like, is this the real life? Like, are you serious? You
Yeah, it's like you're kind of planting a little late. My neighbor like planted his stuff a while ago.
It's just so amazing. It's like, you guys, like oh, so incredible. Yeah, no, it's fucking hilarious. Ah, yeah.
Yeah. And I think the thing is, could it, I should probably, like someone had asked me about, is this, the call to defend democracy? I'm like, I don't think really is this the hill people want to die on. Like, do we still want to defend this so-called democracy when democracy demands we basically lock ourselves in forever, never interact, crash our economies, all to
What
protect
does the
ourselves from
COVID
virus?
lockdown have to do with democracy? I mean,
that's the
it's
code word.
like
It's
it's like it's not generally like the people that are demanding this. You know, it's generally like people from on high demanding it, and a few Karens,
Yeah.
right?
A few.
Yeah, I mean, like, don't get me wrong. Will, I like that Will comes on my show. I appreciate that. But Will Heron is a perfect example of the kind of person that the COVID lockdown was made for. It's just like, he comes on like, well, it's like, it's like, I know 2 people that died, and it's like, yeah, I mean, I know, my grandma died because fireworks were too loud on the 4th of July. Like, I get it. Okay. Like, it sucks,
I
but I'm not
mean-
gonna go ban fucking fireworks. Okay. Oh shit! Did my restream bot just
Yeah.
crash for my chat bot? Fucking hell.
I don't think so.
No,
It's
the
still-
chat fight is the stream bots.
No, I know it's restreaming it, but like, the chat bot is different from the actual what's the word? The chat bot is actually different than like the restream bot, which is streaming to multiple sites.
Oh.
But yeah, no, I mean, this is just, where was I? Sorry, when shit breaks down, it distracts me. It's ridiculous.
I don't know. I've been fortunate enough to live in an area where like they haven't worried that much about the lockdown. I mean, there were some inconveniences with like not being able to bring my stuff in to refill at Maverick, but I usually was able to find a place to refill at. So I'm glad for that. Grateful for that. So all summer I was still able to sort of live normally.
That's always nice.
Yeah.
How did we live? Sort of normally.
I had to go a little bit further to refill my soda, but
Oh, nar.
I still got it.
Yeah, no, it's I hope this all ends up well, but
Yeah.
Well, it could be a long, wild decline. Like,
it could.
we start out.
Well, it's also gotten to the point that, like, I know here in the state of Utah, they've started to use the emergency alert system on your phones to be, like, scaremonger you about, like, hospitals overloading and things like that. So, it's nuts.
Yeah, I just had someone in my, guy fellow kind of laments, like, oh no, does this mean we show the problem with democracy and all this degradation? I'm like, that's a good thing. I think You know, people have to realize that trying to impose worldwide democracy. Well, like, I just want to ask to you two, what do you think? What is your strongest criticism of democracy as a system of governance and societal?
I don't get
base?
my way.
I just want to hear what you.
If I'm just being honest and just go full like what's in my mind, like I don't get my way. Honestly, that's my problem with any political system is that it imposes things upon me that either I don't agree with or I don't want to do. Like it forces me to do things that I shouldn't be forced to do, more or less.
Well, I think my biggest criticism is the fact that people refer to the American system as a democracy when it's really designed as a republic. And the founders have stated that, like, vehemently when they put it into place. It's a republic, not a democracy.
And also, I have to talk to the chat. Ominous, if you say again, I want to join the VC for like the 10,000th time, it's functionally meaningless because you say this literally every single day. So, like, you either have to put up or shut up because it's just like, this is just kind of like gay, like, listen, man, if I got in the ring with that guy, I would kick his ass so bad. I'm 8 feet tall, 400 pounds, Bellinger. Like, dude, we get it, okay? Just make up your mind, man. Are you gonna come talk or are you gonna just bluster about it? Because at a certain point, people stop listening. That's all I'm saying. I'm not mad at you. I just think it's kind of retarded what you're doing. That's all.
You kind of put in or you don't. You either do make your content or
Yeah.
you don't. You just do it. It's not going to be perfect, or you don't.
No, it's exactly. It's just like, it's like, dude, like you say this like every time, so it's functionally meaningless. It's not his fault. You're holding him back. No, hold me back, man. Hold me back, man. Hold me. I'm gonna hit him with the chair. Oh, hold me back, man. I mean, it's silly. It's just like, okay, all right, whatever. Yo, Lantern, yo, hold me back.
Yeah, I'm holding you in a prison with a Cordarian power ring construct, holding you like. Well, anyway, so I think my critique of democracy kind of borrows pure one. You probably have heard of a man by the name of Hans Hermann Hoppe.
Absolutely
and his book,
not. Please
Democracy.
inform me on this.
Well, he's sort of like a successor to Murray Rothbard in terms.
I
of
have no
libertarian
idea who those
philosophy.
people are.
Well, there's some of the biggest critiques of the founders of, modern libertarian philosophy. And Hoppe wrote a book in 2001 called Democracy, the God That Failed, in which, he takes the ideas, he gets the title from a group of ex-communists who wrote the book about communism and how it was a God that failed. So he lists the title and he also kind of looks at the analysis. And what he talks about is the many pitfalls of democracy and why it doesn't work as a system. One of which is that one interesting is that number one, it increases the time preferences of civilizations to where people care more about the present than they do the future. And if your time preference is too high, you can't have a stable society. You don't sustain long-term growth. You can't have a future for your children, for your people, for your.
Who are my people, Yellow
There's too
Lantern?
much. Well,
No, I'm
what you
serious. Who are my
consider
people?
Well,
Are they the
depending on what your
Germans? Are
community
they my
is.
Polish ancestors? Are they my Scandinavian ancestors? Are they my English ancestors? Are they my Irish ancestors? Who is it? Who are my people? Is it my Persian ancestors? I've got like 1/100th Persian. I've got 1/200th Jewish. Who is it? Who are my people? Tell me, Yellow Lantern, please.
What you consider who are important to you.
Well, my family.
Who are your
That's about
friends.
it. And it's not based on the color of their skin.
Like-
It's just my family. Like, that's who it is. Like, those are my people. My friends. My close friends. They're the next layer. My acquaintances. That's
Yeah,
the next
that's
layer.
it.
Those are my people.
I think, yeah. Well, there's also the fact that the democracy also leads to people being manipulated. In truth, how do they become informed? What if there's a cabal of, oligarchs who control the press, academia, and the institutions? What if they're the ones who artificially set the boundaries of what is considered good or bad, and they're the
No.
ones who really
No.
guide
Yellow
people.
Lantern. Yellow Lantern. No. I'm going to push back on this. The only one who determines for you what is good and bad is you. You're the only one who can decide that. There are people that will influence that, but only you. can decide that.
Hmm.
I understand. I'm not saying there are no forces that are at play in the world. I'm not saying that at all. But what I am saying is that like the only one that convince you yourself of what is right and what is wrong is you. Is that not correct?
Well, in truth, you have to kind of look at. I think it's sort of in networks.
I'm just saying you got to take
communities.
responsibility for yourself, right?
Yes, and you also have to kind of learn when to work as a group and then when to work as an individual. That's my opinion. Like, for example, like if I think you've seen this comic where you have a guy. There's a phalanx of turtle shells. Like, get into our collective.
Yeah, no, I've seen the
defense.
Sargon comic.
It's good to see. And then it's like, oh well, I'll just reach off to them, and then the guy gets speared because he's not.
Right, no, I've read the comic. I know exactly the one you're talking about.
Yeah, there's also Alpha versus Omega talked about the physical removal. That's sort of an interesting thing. Like, if you feel like there's a threat to your society, a way of life, or like you can remove. Like, he thinks like the anarcho-capitalist society is impossible if you have people like communists or Democrats, or Democrats is in people who advocate for democracy, not the political party. But you have the just people who would be antithetical. You have the right to ask them to not come to your place, and you can physically
Well, I mean,
remove
if
them.
it's your property, of course you do. You know, like
Yeah,
this
and
is
of
the
course you
idea,
got the-
right? Like if you have ownership of your property and you don't have civil rights and other influencing factors, you tell people who can and cannot,
Oh, yeah.
associate with
Right,
you, who
you know.
can and cannot come into your home, who can and cannot come to you. Lunar Octopus, thank you for the follow. Right, like that. Like, don't be
think,
wrong.
yeah,
This is the thing, that property rights are not respected in our society right now. They're not. They're completely ignored and just completely rolled right over here, right?
Yeah.
So this is the thing. It's like you got all this, and it's like, oh well, you have this non-functioning society that operates under a democratic republic system, and it's like, of course you can't just install libertarianism on that. It's like you have a faulty operating system. You can't just expect it to start working, right?
Well, and I think we can blame part of that on the social media machines. You look at Facebook and Twitter and how they run things, and you can kind of start to see the way that they've tweaked people into leaning a certain way. And I've noticed that with family. And when I'm not really as plugged in as them, and I can see the difference that's kind of made on them and how they're thinking.
Right. No, absolutely. Social media is a very toxic. I hate to use that word toxic because it's so gay.
Well, technology, that's the thing with technology. It's an info hazard. Inherently, that's, I think, what draws a lot of people. Like, the thing with, like, technology makes us life easier and helps us, but it can also provide us for ways to destroy us as well.
Yeah.
That's sort of, it's not to sound like Ted Kaczynski or whatever, but
let's not Fed post.
Well, that's the thing, and I've done like a whole rant on that. Is you've got the ease of information with tech and social media and all, and that creates a thing where people feel like they don't have the time to go and do footwork and do any real research. So when you're talking about like idiot voters like before, that's why they vote the way that they do, because they don't take the time to look for anything, and they take hook, line, and sinker whatever they're being told by the authority.
More or less. I think that's not an unreasonable view.
well, there's the fact that, you're talking about, I think the thing with technology is that a lot of modern movements would not be possible without, for example, you have no microwave, no dishwasher, no thing, you don't get feminism.
Yeah.
Like, there's no
They'd
way
be too
to
busy in the
make-
kitchen.
Like,
Like, absolutely. Like,
Yeah.
how could they ever leave the kitchen if they couldn't cook a meal in 3 seconds?
and you
Like,
have
men
the
would
product-
riot if
This
they
is-
couldn't eat like a hot cooked meal.
This is how technology has destroyed our society.
Listen, the microwave is the only reason that feminism has survived as long as it has. I actually really like.
And what
this.
about the dishwasher?
Wow. Wait, women aren't just a less advanced dishwasher? Hold on.
Well, I mean, the
Well-
dishwasher makes it easier.
Well, that's true. The dishwasher
think-
actually.
I remember watching a video by the Distributist.
You've
You
mentioned
know,
this guy
he
before.
talked about. Yeah, he had a video where he talked about a gentle introduction to Mencius Moldbug's ideas and philosophy. It's where I've gotten some of his terms. Moldbug has had. I
Did he
think I've
teach you
talked
about
him through,
bioleninism, son?
Oh, that comes from Spandrel. These are like neo-reactionary bloggers and stuff. Concepts.
What is a neo-reactionary?
I don't always. So the neo-reactionary is the term like people. Well, reactionary literature, as in people who are responding like they are.
Because it sounds to me like you're talking
progressivism.
about like the Matrix, like, you know, like you're gonna be dodging bullets and reacting to things in real time. I'm just fucking with you. I'm just being facetious.
Yeah, well,
Alfarius does bring up an excellent point,
There
though. Is it time to return to Monkey?
I
These are the
see.
important. No, I'm sorry for derailing. This is my autism.
Well, I think so. Mencius well, Distributist reached a point. Like I think at the timestamp, he says, what causes people to, you know, drift leftward? Could be what is the force that causes society to drift? And he might think that technology makes things so easy, it loosens our disciplines, it makes rules bendy, and it stops to
I
the
like
point
bendy
where,
straws.
yeah, it stops to the point where people cannot like function, like they are so dependent on it.
Yeah.
And you know, you have techno capital as a social thing. Like, I think another point is like, you know, technology I think ultimately guides events. Like whoever captures or rides techno capital ultimately will be the one who steers it. Like, you know, for example, like I think, you know, Christianity was going to be introduced to the Roman Empire, even if the emperor, who was the emperor who did this? It was going to come either way, like some, and later down the line,
You
it
believe
was
that?
Christianity
You
was gonna
you actually
split.
believe that? Have you
Yeah,
ever
there-
considered that
something
Christianity was a Jewish trick? I mean, think
Mm,
about it. What better way to undermine the Roman Empire than opening it up to universality and other bad ideas like that? I mean, ever thought of that?
yeah, it's hard to think, you know. And so my point is like technology as an info hazard. The thing is, even if you opt out of it, and you try to live an old-fashioned life.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Everyone
no,
else is
the
still
world is
using
not
it.
at all about letting people, you know, keep to themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
and
and
then if you have a whole community who they all agree not to use this technology, all it takes is one of them to break that pact, and everything gets
Well,
thrown
in fact,
out,
it gives
you know,
it
thrown
gives
out of
even
proportion.
more power to using that technology when other people are agreeing not to use it.
yeah.
It makes
Well,
it even
yeah,
more
like, the
valuable
one
tool
person-
and cudgel.
The one person who does it like gets like an advantage.
Right. No, it
But,
becomes
like-
even more valuable. That's the crazy thing.
When does this stop? I think that's sort of, you know, could there be a case where we actually hit a barrier in technology where we're not able, everything's been invented, the wheelhouse, we're not able to go any
Oh,
further.
let me be very clear about this. We will never hit a point where everything's been invented. Absolutely not. I don't see that happening. There's just way
well,
too much.
There's also the other thing too is if you look through it, I don't know if you've read like The Fourth Turning or any book that advocates the cyclicality of time. You can kind of see we started with tech as a decentralized idea, and people like with the internet, it's like everything's decentralized. Things became centralized with Twitter, Facebook, and the like, but then you're starting to see people move towards the decentralization of the internet again with like the Fediverse and the like that way.
The Fediverse. I want to
Well,
know more
there's-
about this Fediverse.
So the Fediverse is actually
Is that like feta cheese?
kind of like no. So it's a federated system
Oh.
of like social media basically.
I wanted it to be like
Where-
feta cheese based. That would be kind of cool. But okay, I'll listen.
Yeah, but you basically can set up your own server for social media, and then you connect to other servers, and it aggregates them all together. So like you can have your microblogging, your video sharing, and things like that, and you can subscribe to other instances and servers in order to get your content, rather than going to like YouTube, where it's going to be censored or controlled by one central authority. It's instead of that, you control what you see and what you get, and you give the users on your instance the tools in order to control what instances they don't see, what users they don't see, and the things like that.
I mean, it sounds like a potential path forward, but it sounds like
Yeah.
there's a lot of obstacles to
Well, I think also what has happened in society is that, a lot of, we talk about the military industrial complex, but I think another big one is the pharmaceutical industrial complex, or big pharma. They're the ones, a lot of the weird behaviors are permissible because of the weird like, we're not really curing people's diseases as much as we treat the symptoms, or
Yeah.
we sort of let them continue to have their weird things and stuff when we use the medication just to keep them alive so that they never face any consequences for the bad behavior. Like imagine if we, like, I hate to contrast this, but what about we have this overbearing response to the virus that has a less, a 99% survival rate for most people.
It's less than the flu.
Yeah, and then think about, you also have to think about what if we responded to AIDS in this manner? Would we have crushed it, or would it have been not politically correct thing to do? Because where was AIDS most spreading at that time? It was in the bathhouses.
Yep.
It was in a lot of the gay subcultures that had.
Hey, we love Andy Worski here. Let's not call him gay. We are massive Andy Worski fans. I know what you mean. I'm just. I will never pass up an opportunity for a joke. Okay.
I think there's, I have, I don't mean to offend you guys, but I've always felt like there is sort of a disordered energy when it comes to that.
A distorted energy? What do you mean?
Well, the way people are channeling their sexual desires, their purpose and stuff. It can be distorted, and it's not just in reference to homosexuality either. Heterosexual, can be distorted as well. Some people can go around having one-night stands endlessly, or we all meme about these certain women having a quote-unquote body count, like how many sexual
Listen,
partners
I
they've
prefer
had.
talking about body bags myself, but yes, there are. I don't know if this guy's ever heard my spiel whenever I get a sub, but someday I'll hear it. But yeah, no, like the body count. What is it like? The men, we always like it's the notches on the belt, hey, but like the.
Well, it's just the amount of sexual partners they've had.
Yeah.
In general, like, I would not consider a woman desirable to have if they've had like 3 or 4 or more people, because it's just like, I can't trust you to not.
Well, I
cheat
mean,
on
like
me.
you're just normal. Like that's a normal biological function, right? That's
Yeah.
you. Like that's your biological imperative is to pass on your genes, correct? Like that as a human
Yes.
being, right? You're like you're not programmed, but like you have like an instinct or nature, desire, whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? To like propagate and make more children, because if you didn't, well, you probably wouldn't be around anymore, If there were humans that were out there that didn't want to propagate, like you would need you'd have to be like bred like guinea pigs, to like to make that survive. You'd have to be like pandas, but we'd be pandas at that point. Where it would be like, well, we don't really want to breed, but humans think we're cute, so they keep making more of us, More or less, right? Hello?
Yeah, that's what I've seen. It's a steering, like, it's a sign of societal weakness, And I think Lotus Machine said prescribing antidepressants to more obese. I think a lot of obesity is because of the industry complex as well, and what comes into our food, like what's been promoted and such. Like, a lot of things people eat and the chemicals, like what's
Yeah.
put in them. I
Are
think
you
that
trying to
cause
tell
a
me
lot
they're
of
putting
obesity, too.
chemicals in the water to turn the frogs gay? Yeah, the lantern. Are you trying to tell me that's the case?
No,
The
although
processed food is just full of so much junk that it can like alter some of the metabolizing functions in the body and other things that way.
yeah, and it's poison. It's a kind of poison that you don't realize how it changes you because it's in such low and small amounts. You don't realize what you're putting in your body until it's too late,
Well,
or
yeah.
it's hard.
Yeah.
The same thing could be said, for drugs, for like, alcoholic beverages and stuff. Even pornography can change your brain around.
Yeah.
and what
all
you-
of your experiences, especially ones that impact your dopamine gain, retention, and increase, like all of that affects you.
Yeah.
Like-
Well,
yeah.
and that's the thing too, is like you get the dopamine, and that dopamine helps you learn that behavior over and over
Well,
again.
on top of that, there is kind of the idea that you've got, what's the word I'm looking for, the people that are like, you know, abused at an early age or like molested at an early age, like those people, like their dopamine fucking retention is fucked. Like they already are fucked up,
Mhm.
and then you give them some activity that just like hypes their dopamine, and it's like now they actually fucking know like what they're missing out on, you know.
Yeah.
Like they understand what they're missing out on, and it's like, oh shit, you know, like they don't.
Yeah.
Like, it's why when they, you know, drug addicts, they're like really abused. Like when they come off the drugs, they're fucked. They're just like they finally felt what it was like to be normal, and it just fucks them bad, you know.
Yeah. Well, and it does take time to reprogram the brain and the stimuli such that you can actually function normally too.
Yeah, that's the whole, people trying to quit porn, and it takes a long time for you to get to drop the nerves and the rewiring of your brain to enjoy those sensations. I mean, you got, apparently like
Wait, yellow
like the
lantern,
average-
yellow lantern, Milky. Just fucking. Yeah, no, it's just, it is a little ridiculous at times. It's all so tiresome, isn't it?
Yeah. And I'm not some moral authority of this, I won't, because, everyone has their failings, and everyone. Like, I think it's impossible to craft the perfect human being. I think it's all, like, I reject, like, I guess that what puts me on the right is that I kind of reject the idea that human beings are malleable people. Like, I think it's really hard to change somebody to the point where, it's unrecognizable. I also feel like there's a natural hierarchy in terms of humans. Like, we're not, animals have hierarchies, and humans are no exception to that. So, like, trying to use so-called egalitarianism or this notion of equality, I feel like it never pans out in the way you think.
Are you
Like,
trying to tell me it's not gonna go the way you think?
Yeah, some people might be more equal than others, basically.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if you've read the Communist Manifesto either, but you go through that and you see the natural hierarchy that's being advocated for in that system. And it's like you're just pitting the middle class against the middle class, and you're leaving the elites to do whatever they want.
Well, it's the Jovian. It's the high and the low against the middle. That's what really ends up happening.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you look at the definitions between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, and they're basically like an upper middle class versus a lower middle class, and that's it. And the elites basically mediate between the two. So the elites basically get all the power, and so whoever's vying for that system hopes that they get to be in that elite class rather than somewhere in the middle and low classes.
That is true. Like, you have, and I also want to mention that, I have studied rightist themes and leftists. I've looked at their philosophy. I think
Obviously,
there is
we accept
something-
the true story about the rightist protests in Tiananmen Square. Obviously, D-Live is a good Chinese company. We don't dispute any of the obvious events that occurred there. Definitely not. Right, Yellow Lantern?
No. Yeah. No, I have studied a bit of China. Like, I would say something about this. I don't think China is like a true communist country in the sense of, I feel like they're taking capital social technology to its extreme conclusion, We're gonna have like the Nick Land, Sino-futurist technology, human beings are now part cyborg stuff. I think that's what they're trying to do. Will they pull it off? I'm kind of
I don't
I'm
believe the
kind of-
Chinese system will sustain itself. It's just they've
Well,
modeled
no,
themselves too
I-
closely on the Japanese model for building themselves up, and that I think has doomed them because you can't successfully in the long run just endlessly borrow money to, you know.
Well, you also think that they've also. I feel like it's too conformist of a bureaucratic system.
Well, right. It lacks
like-
creative energy to be successful. Right.
Yeah.
And they've had plenty of policy mishaps that happened. Like you had the Great Leap Forward, that was a massive disaster.
I mean, the Tiananmen
You know.
Square massacre is a perfect example of a policy failure.
Well, I think specifically what happened with the Great Leap Forward is you're trying to force all the peasants and stuff to, force the Industrial Revolution.
Listen, Yellow
skip a few
Lantern, we're just
phases.
gonna build this big fucking dam, and it's gonna work. It's gonna be big and beautiful. It's definitely not gonna flood and kill hundreds of thousands of people. It's gonna be great.
And we're definitely not gonna have.
And
to
the
compensate
Uyghurs
by
are gonna
digging
pay
up
for it,
farmland.
okay? That's
Oh,
what's gonna
boy.
happen,
I feel
Yellow
like
Lantern. The
we're-
Uyghurs are
we're-
gonna
this-
pay
this
for
is
it,
the stream we get banned or something.
isn't it? Just...
Well, there's also, yeah. So it really is the problems. Confronting rightists like myself is to really look at, is there a different way? What worldview separates me from the left? The left currently operates off of a basis of class struggle, Marxism, Marxist-Leninism, and all their
I want to be
analysis
very
comes
clear to
from
the
that.
audience. All of that is gay. Very gay.
So that's the thing with the right. Like, what's their alternative? Is it class cooperation? Is it the right to be left? Is it
No,
acceptance
Lotus, I'll
of
pull you in
differences,
later.
Human.
No, I think the ideal for the right is to create a coalition of the West based on Western principles. But I don't know if that can.
Well,
Let me be
I
very
think
clear.
Steve
Let me be very
Saylor's-
clear. I don't know if that can happen. I'm just saying that's the ideal
Well,
scenario.
If the left is the coalition of the freaks, the right could be the coalition of the normals, of the normies.
Exactly. That's kind of the way I see it. I think that's the ideal scenario where this doesn't end in bloodshed.
Yeah. And,
is it gonna happen that way?
I
I have no fucking clue. I don't know.
Well, how do you
And-
define Western principles too, though?
I've
I'm
talked
talking about like
you know,
pro freedom, pro liberty, not egalitarian, not universality, just pro freedom
Okay,
and pro
yeah.
liberty.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And I will say something interesting. This is actually something I talked about. What is I've been looking at what did fascism bring? Like, what was this ideology that was a weird modernist revolutionary right?
I mean, it burned.
Did
It
it-
burned half of Europe. I mean, twice.
I would
I mean,
say-
once. Sorry, once. It burned down half of Europe.
Well-
It expanded wars into Africa and Asia, and I'm just saying this was the conclusion of it, regardless of like the casus belli, how things started. Like that's where things ended up. I'm talking about the results, and you can
Well-
argue where the results went and what happened, but
And in many ways, if you look at like Mein Kampf, Hitler literally advocates for like forcefully taking land if they won't give it to you, if you need to feed your
back up a sec. I don't consider Nazism to be fascism.
Well, yeah, I
what do you
know,
consider
but
it
it's
then?
Kind of different. There are.
Wait, no, I'm just
similarities
saying,
between
like the
two.
state ownership of production and like what do you mean? Like what's not
so,
comport with
back to
fascism?
my-
I don't understand.
Well, back to my point. So, one of the books that I read about related to the guests on the Kill Stream was Paul Gottfried's Fascism: The Career of a Concept, where he looks at defining what fascism is, what it's not, the abuse of the term.
I mean, is it whatever
like,
you
what
want it
it's
to be? Is that kind of where we're at?
Well, there is a true definition of it, but there's also a non-sequential. Like, I'm at the point where I'd say fascism is not the big threat facing the West. I'd say the anti-fascism, the phenomenon of this undefinable dialectic holiness spiral called anti-fascism, is more of a threat than any sort of real fascist movement.
It's more of a holy war at this point.
Well, it's a holiness ratchet. It's,
Yeah.
it's like they can't, like, left can't de-escalate. When the leader of the tribe of the left gives the signal to attack, then people try to one up and said, "I'm going to attack him harder." No, I'll do it harder. They can't they can't de-escalate, they're forced into a purity spiral.
Yeah.
But yeah, so because I've been researching, I had somebody in my family who was a Falangist. He fought in the Spanish Civil War. The memoirs of his. I try to figure out, you know, what was his, talk of this. You know, and I think I come to the conclusion that I think fascism is its own unique phenomenon that was only confined to a certain type of country with a certain circumstances in the 20th century.
But like, understand, like, my issue with fascism is that because it existed for such a short period of time, that I think it gets unnecessarily really romanticized on the far right. Like, like, don't be wrong. It's like, oh, it worked great for like 20 years. Like, that's fine. That worked for 20 years, but like, you can't just say like, oh, because the system worked for 20 years, it's going to work for 1,000 years, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we could argue the early days after the revolution, when we were freer than we've ever been today, right? Like, wow, isn't this all great? It was all working out, but like, the system naturally morphed and metastasized, right?
Well, I think that's sort of what fascism recognized. So, the fascist idea of the state is not like just a managerial or just like a system of governance. They see it as like an organic kind of it's like it mixes with nationalism. It says like we are one people, we are a strong national collective.
Isn't the like definitional difference between fascism and communism generally that communism is a global looking initiative and fascism is generally a inward looking initiative, focused on the nation, whereas communism is focused on
nationalist. It's nationalist versus internationalist.
Right. Exactly. That's generally my understanding. That basically it's using the government to seize, property, capital, production, for the nation, as opposed to seizing it for the oligarchs and expanding it to everywhere.
And fascism, as I've heard it otherwise, kind of accepts other races, whereas Nazism excludes certain races.
I don't know, man. Hitler was killing a lot of French people. He killed a lot of British people when he was bombing them, and granted, the Allies killed a lot in Dresden and various other attacks.
He did see Britain as an enemy, but he saw Russia as the more present danger.
Well, I mean, of course you do. They shared a land border with them, basically. Like, of course they did.
Yeah. Nazism and national, that's a different animal in my. I don't consider that fascism. I consider that a mixture. I think Stalin and Hitler were in a feedback loop in terms of who can do what faster. Like, Hitler gets the idea of the concentration camps from Stalin, and Stalin gets the idea of the mass mobilization of the army from Hitler. They're in a sort of a symbiotic feedback loop.
Yeah.
But so yeah, back to fascism. I think what sort of I think really the prime example of a true is Mussolini and the fascist government that he sets up. That's the base model I use. And I looked at other regimes that inspired them. You had the Falange in Spain, the Pax Nation in Portugal, the Iron Guard in Romania.
Can I just say, Iron Guard sounds really cool. It sounds like what do you call it? Sounds like a Dogs of War faction in Warhammer Fantasy.
I know. No, the degree to which of how much fascist the countries were varied. Like, I would say like Italy is the true fascist country. A lot of them, the other countries were just right wing authoritarian.
Yeah. So what you're saying? So what's the difference between right wing like when you say right wing, are you talking like economic or are you talking like cultural? Like those are two different spectrums.
Yeah. Well, right wing would be like rightism, as in not a revolutionary regime, a regime that's not like completely revolutionary, one that prefers order over chaos, or like one that prefers like a stability. It's more pronomial than antinomial. That's a big difference. Like, so like for example, Franco became sort of the head of Falange, but he purged a lot of the super fascist elements. Like, he played both sides he negotiated with both sides in World War II. He helped shelter, like, he did think about getting a little support from the Axis to rebuild his nation, but he never really committed any direct war aid. And he actually hid some of the targets of the Third Reich. He hid a lot of Jews in Spain and didn't give them over to Hitler. and he also helped negotiate with Britain to keep Gibraltar free and set up an international zone. Like, he was very pragmatic. You know, Antonio Salazar.
I'm trying to remember, when did the
Salazar,
British take control of Gibraltar? Like, I don't know
they still-
historically
they
when that
still have
happened,
it.
but I've always been curious about it.
I think. Yeah, let me look it up.
Because
real
like
quick.
it's like, to me it's always been fascinating. It's like, why does Britain have any say over this fucking like peninsula of Spain, right?
I
It was
guess-
captured in 1704.
Oh, so they've had it
and
for
in Spain. And Spain ceded it officially in 1713.
yeah. Wow, that's okay. So they've had it for 300 years now.
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating.
I guess it's more of like they were working in their own interests, and so you've got one that will work for their own interests but go about it in a different way than like working peacefully with others for their own interests when they can.
Yeah.
Lotus.
The
I
Strait
know,
of Gibraltar is it's a place where they, you know, I think and I think Lotus Machine, it's someone who, you know, it is a slur, like to call when someone calls you a fascist, they're vaguely referring to psychological tendencies.
Well, I'll bring him on so he can explain himself. Oh shit, he's not in the green room. Lotus, if you want to explain yourself, you can come in the green room if you'd like. I'll drag you on.
Well, that kind of goes into my point, like, because the definition of fascism is so warped, you have people, conservatives.
It means whatever
and,
you need it to,
liberals.
basically.
Yeah.
In the current
Yeah,
context, right? I think we can.
I think conservatives are even worse. Like, I had this really terrible book by Jonah Goldberg called Liberal Fascism, and it tries to put Hitler and the left
I
and all
mean,
the fascists. And I'm
I
like,
would argue that Hitler was a leftist, very much so, as far as his ruling structure. His kind of,
It
like
was-
divide
I
and
think,
conquer
yeah.
kind of tactics.
there is a point. Like, I think Nazism was extremely revolutionary in a way fascism is not. It doesn't, like, it's going way farther than any sort of fascist government would want to go. But I don't put it on the left because there are too many aspects of Nazism that do not fit a leftist norm. Like, the main thing is that it's radically anti-egalitarian.
Is that
And,
really what
you
the
know,
difference
could-
between left and right is? Is egalitarian, like universality?
Well, I think it's order versus chaos, hierarchy versus equality. You know, I think those are some differences you can pick out between. Like, Michael Malice points out another in Lev, like, he says, like, the rightist tends to favor the strength of the individual, the inner group, the in group, while a leftist venerates the outsider more.
But I'm just saying, like, I don't remember, like, Hitler praising the individual. He was praising the family, the collective, more than he was praising the individual,
Yeah, but
right?
it was sort of a kind of, the Nazis had like a very materialistic view of families. They didn't necessarily see it, like, as a spiritual bond.
Right. I
mean,
mean, it was a.
I think
yeah,
there's-
I'd agree with that. Very materialist.
It's hard to pin down all the trappings of Nazism because it's so eclectic. Like, there's aspects of the right in it, there's aspects of the left. You know, it's probably it's as tyrannical as it could have been. I think really the most totalitarian government of all time was Stalinist Russia. That is, I would say, is the most
Oh,
totalitarian.
I would agree with that.
It was also
Yeah.
It was also the most murderous too.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that.
I think most people pin fascism on Nazism because during the time period it was probably the more devastating, and it wasn't communism, because you could pin communism on something, whereas Nazism or fascism, you kind of had the coalition of some of the Axis otherwise. And I know we've got Mein Kampf that we can rely on for a reference.
But I mean, that's
But I'm
just
not
that's just
sure
a
if
personal.
Mussolini
That's just a
had
personal
anything
book.
that
That's
way.
not like it's
Yeah.
not a record of history, right? That's just a personal. That's like a autobiography by a leader, more or less.
Yeah, well, he also outlines how he formed some of his ideas in it.
Sure,
too.
but that's but
And he
what
outlines
matters
his
is like
own
how
ideas.
how
I
it's
think he-
done, not that it was done.
Yeah.
Or the
Yeah.
how, not why.
I think some people a lot of people on this try to frame fascism as a socialist ideology because many of the fascists.
Wait, did you say as a
philosophers and stuff
socialist? Because
were-
there's definitely a lot of socialism that went on there.
I would say
like wait,
the fascists were more
wait.
like a
Are you
mix.
telling me that just because Mercedes because they were technically still owned by individuals didn't mean that they didn't do exactly 100% what the government told them to do and build. Like, like, hey, you're gonna build tanks. I think it was like, no, they were 100% a socialist nation. Like, it's in the title. It's National Socialism. Like,
Well, let me follow. Like, I think it's like names and platitudes. Like, depending, like, if the classic definition of is the state ownership of all the production or the redistribution of wealth. I don't see that happening a lot in Italy or Nazi Germany. There was still private enterprise. and
was
stuff
it really
like
private though?
It was mixed.
Like, I mean, like,
there's
yes,
sort of like
you technically like owned it on paper, but is that really private enterprise?
I think fascists did not like seizing land. Like they didn't like destroying, like having.
I mean, but
complete
it's like,
state
okay,
ownership,
it's
but
like the
they
mobster
had,
comes
like,
to
a-
your store and is like, it would be a shame if your windows were to be broken. It would just be an absolute shame, but this better be made for me, right? This better fucking happen, right?
Well, there was this expectation you would use the service for the good of the nation, but like in general, the fascists knew they didn't want to disrupt too much of the life. Like they had to know when to intervene and know when to leave people alone in terms of economic production. Like I would say, like fascist Italy was like a mixed economy, not like
Well,
not
yes, not
socialist,
100%
not capitalist.
socialist.
A
Of
third
course.
way, it's like a corporatist model.
It wasn't really. I don't know how ownership worked in that system.
It's same private, like either the bank has a charter, the government charters, or the private ownership. It's like a mixed economy basically. It's like a milder form of like what FDR did.
Sorry. You've-
Yeah, of
You've-
course. I know you probably have a
you've
lot
made
of
me
unkind things
recoil
to say about.
already.
Every Hoi 4 game is like, oh, New Deal, blah, fascism, let's go.
Well, I think it's interesting. So, like the fascist conception of the state as, it feels like this. They see it as totalitarian in the sense of it's everybody is a part of it. We are all in a
You're saying
society.
it's a one big
It's
gay
not-
family. Is that what your argument is?
Not exactly, but it's sort of like it's a synthetic creation of people, of ideas and stuff. Like everyone's a part of this. Everyone is contributing to some fashion. Like, and the fascists also reject class conflict. They believe that we collaborate. Class cooperation is the correct way to form the society. We have a hierarchy, but everybody contributes to it. So it's like it's an attempt to respond to the Marxist idea of consistent, revolution and class conflict. But there was something they did borrow from them, is that they did use violence. Like they weren't afraid to stop or use, they see the violence of the socialists and the Marxists, and they say, all right, well, we'll do it to you as well. Give them a taste of your own medicine.
Well, they just use violence whenever they wanted to. I mean,
Oh, well, I think unfortunately it is the corollary with the neo-reaction idea. The first atom you'll hear is the idea of Cthulhu always swims left. When is the one time he doesn't do that? It's when the right shows overwhelming force. The black shirts, the March on Rome, the nationalists, they take power, they put down any sort of ratchet. That's when you can stop a drift in society, is you simply remove all the leftist elements, or you try to.
I suppose, but I don't think it's very effective in the long run. This is the problem.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like.
I think, there are some possible weaknesses of fascism.
Well,
like,
I mean,
it comes at from like a state of emergency, and
well, I mean, it
fascists don't really know
requires
when to end it.
to be made a state of emergency, whether or not there is or isn't one,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, and Paul Godfrey gets in, like, it really is.
Because doesn't
only
the system
confined
tend
to
towards
certain
inertia
countries.
without,
Yeah, it's sort of an inertia. Like, for example, Oswald Mosley tried to do it in Britain, and it just kind of feels out of
Who's
place.
Oswald Mosley?
Like, he was the leader of the British Union of Fascists.
I don't even know who that
He was
is.
It was a fascist group, and that tried to start, but like, Britain is not a place where fascism really thrives, regardless, because of the culture that existed. Like, it's a Protestant, it's an individual mandate kind of country. There's a history of a monarchy and stuff, and various places, like fascists were not like necessarily okay with monarchies and stuff. Like Olivio Salazar condemned like the fascists as like too paganistic. The Romania, same thing
Wait,
with
what's wrong
the
with
leader of
paganism?
Romania.
I
Well,
mean,
it just-
besides
they
it
felt
being
like it was-
gay.
Well,
That's what I'm
that's the
saying.
thing,
Like,
you know,
what?
a lot of
Like,
the Catholic
I don't
countries-
know. Like, I mean, it's another weird way
But
people try to interpret the,
fascists-
supernatural and the the unreal
But,
and the
you know,
insanity.
I think Mussolini, as a fact, like recognizes that society does need a religion that helps it function in productive ways, or some kind of common mythos or something that helps
Does it though?
This is why, like,
Like,
well,
I
think
mean,
you
like,
have to.
absolutely does it. Like, cause I don't know.
I would agree with it. You know, your society needs, because ultimately, like,
What is society?
either
Like, I know it sounds
Uh,
like a gay question, but like, really, like, is society whatever you want it to mean, or like, are you just talking about like the general culture, norms, and social mores? Like,
I think it's both. Like,
okay,
it
so
is
it's
like
whatever
a-
you need it to be, right? Okay, I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Well, I think the thing is that what you're getting is, like, you know, I think they recognize a lot of, you know, society needs a glue, a sort of social coordination mechanism that keeps it together. Because if you remove that, society becomes too disorganized. Or like you have airsats once pop up. This actually kind of goes back, like, you know, one of the biggest critiques of the Enlightenment, or like what is probably, I think, the worst idea that came out, is this idea of human ontological and moral innocence. You ever heard of that term?
Did you say ontological innocence?
Human ontological and moral innocence.
Okay, can you explain what that is?
The concept is that, you know, society, you know, a man doesn't need like a common function. They are naturally good. They are naturally nice. They don't need a religion, or they don't need a ideology.
I don't
that
feel
helps
like
steer
that
them and
makes.
guide
I don't
them
feel like
away.
that has anything to do whether or not man needs religion or anything. That's just. It seems like a naive way to look at man.
Yeah, that was, I think, the biggest problem, is
But
that
like, it's just like the
this is-
question itself
I think-
seems like just overall like a naive
Yeah.
approach to even take.
yeah. Well, I think the last century, as well as what has happened in the past years or so, is that this idea is basically false. I think humanity always comes up with some kind of ersatz religion, some sort of beliefs. And it might not seem obvious to some people, but it can manifest in various. I think Nick Land said, like it or not, human beings are designed to be governed by churches or temples or mosques,
I don't
or
really see
you know.
Well, and those values that they teach help to counteract that nature of like falling into selfishness. When you have those common values, it's much easier to know what system of governance to use and put in place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a yeah, I think he had this thing. Like, so the problem is currently the West is, you know, I hate to say it, I think Christianity has evaporated in much of Western Europe. Still has a residue in America, but it's declining. Like this.
Well, what has it
this,
gotten
you know,
us
even-
though?
Well, I think like
No, I'm serious.
eventually the problem.
What has it gotten us? What has its teachings on universality gotten us?
The Constitution.
It's gotten us, I think, good things, like a concept of a, you know, there might be some parts of it you might reject, some you approve of, but like it's the concept of it being a deity that is a reward for this, like a supernatural afterlife that keeps us in check. You know, yeah, you know, there is punishment for doing things in the afterlife that damn you eternally if you either fail to repent or you fail to do stuff good for it. Like that's
But is
what
that
I
working?
believe in. Yes, I think it can.
But I'm just saying, like,
but
look at
currently it's-
Protestantism in America. Look at Catholicism in the world. Like, that's why I ask yet again: is it working?
Well, I think what happened is that a predator religion, even
I mean, at a certain
progressivism-
point, like, you gotta blame yourself. You've got to actually take responsibility for what's happened. Like, you can't just keep blaming other people. Like, at some point, the
Well-
problem has to be you.
Well, yeah, eventually there are things that are your fault, and you have to
I know, but it
either
sounds like when
repent
people
for,
say,
make
"Oh, it's this
amends.
outside influence," it just seems to me like they're just foregoing responsibility and just. Well, see, it would have all
Well-
worked out if just A hadn't happened instead of like, well, what did you guys do about it?
Well, was a lot of like people not holding to their moral girding that they used to love. And so they let go of that or they drift away from that rather than consistently making sure that they're sticking with it. And so they drift away into the degeneracy away from everything.
Yeah, but at a certain point, you have to make that decision. You know, you have to make.
Well,
you
yeah,
have to
that's
like
the-
govern your own life. You have to make your own decisions.
Yeah.
know?
Well, that's the important thing is people are not taking that choice. They're
What do you mean they're
saying,
not
"Well, I
taking that
am the way
choice?
I
Everyone's
am, and I
making that
can't
choice by
change."
making their own decisions, right?
Well, no, what I mean is they're not making the decision to decide to change or stay on track. And so they just say that, like, I'm going to drift with the flow, and that's just the way I am, and I can't change that, rather than improving
Well,
themselves.
So what has happened, I'd argue, is that the current real religion in the West that's trying to take hold it's a heretical form of Christianity called progressivism.
Okay.
And what progressivism has done in both the left is that it has removed a lot of the limiters and a lot of the checks on sort of runaway purity
Social
spirals in
cohesion.
Christianity.
What are you talking about, fascies? The Christians can't even get along with each other. Like, are you telling me that they're making social cohesion? They all have all these different gay rules, and like that's social cohesion. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, I would say, like I said, religion offers social coordination as a coordination point for groups to have common values so basically what progressivism has done is, I think there were seeds planted in it like from other sects of Christianity, whether it was Calvinism. So you could find aspects in, Calvinism, Puritanism, Quakerism, and basically, I think the more utilitarian the religion gets, like the more easier it becomes progressivism. And
So you're saying that the
progressivism was
religion
so
has to seem
effective-
irrational for it to work?
No,
I
well,
mean,
not exactly.
Like if you say utilitarian, right? Doesn't that kind of just like the intent that like, oh, it seems like a logical way to approach it, rather than it just is.
Well, I would argue that the more lazy they get, the more progressive they get, because progressivism doesn't exactly ask you to change or do anything different, really. It just asks you to.
Well, no,
tells you you can
progressivism
do all
doesn't
this
Well,
ask you to do anything.
basically what-
Progressivism demands the
what-
world shape around what you want.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
well-
you don't have to change, but everyone else does.
Well, I think progress also, it takes a lot of normal things and makes a problem out of it and forces change that sort of creates the problem it started in the first place. Yeah, and I think it's the belief that human beings are completely rational and will always make the good choice.
I don't think
that's not
I
true.
don't think anyone thinks humans are completely rational creatures, like at all. Like no one, everyone.
Well,
I mean, no, I don't even think that like the staunchest optimist thinks. I think most people think that there is some degree of rationality in people, but like no, humans are nowhere near even like 50 to 60% rational. Most would agree, right?
hmm Well, they always have this one case when, a certain belief that, seems absurd to you, but it's logical.
Well, I mean,
to
they
them.
copied the Jews, and then the Muslims copied them and made their own version. Everyone just kind of synchronized it into their own little thing. They just keep stealing each other's ideas.
Yeah, and you could proclaim that you are incorrect or you're getting a bad interpretation, and that can
I mean,
always
you can say that.
that
but
happens
it
with
just
every
seems
sect.
like you guys keep copying each other and just, basically plagiarizing someone else's work and just saying, well, you see, they're close, but they didn't reach true enlightenment. They were this close. They almost got it, though. Right?
Yeah, that's the problem. Is like the idea to create the perfect man is just never it's never
I mean,
coalesced.
that idea has
you know,
never
the-
crossed into my mind.
Like the communists couldn't do it. I feel like even some libertarians' thoughts can't do it. It's like I feel like you will never have like a truly perfect man.
I mean, that's not something that can be done. Like,
Yeah.
we're we're human. I mean, we have emotion, we have
mistakes.
egos. Like we are clearly not 100% rational. We're not robots, you know. Like A plus B does not always equal C. You know, like we are judged. A lot of other things affect our thought processes and our thinking patterns. You know, that's effectively what it is.
I would say the thing is what I dislike about, and I think the thing is what progressivism did is that it also not only does it take over other religions, it also can take over society as the de facto religion because you know it's a religion of spreadsheets. It hides itself inside the laws. Like you know, the Civil Rights Act, I think, sort of starts to formalize the religious progressivism into our daily lives.
Well, it is very
for
much
example.
dogmatic.
Yeah. Well, and it
Yeah.
fights against those religions that don't accept it either, or incorporate it into their own bodies.
Well, wait, it cordyceps them basically. That's the thing is that you know because you know it hides in informal power structures. It doesn't have to formally say what it is and what the rules are and what the things, and so it can basically hollow
I
out
do
a
like
faith.
that term cordyceps.
or-
I just want to be very clear.
Yeah, cordyceps. Yeah, that's you know what a cordyceps is. Like
We've all
a
played the
type of
good
fungus.
Last of Us game.
Yeah, like it takes over. It uses the shell of an organism, and then when it's done, it just discards it.
Yeah.
You know, get killed. And the way the religion does it, you know, it infiltrates it, it kills it, it guts it, and then wears its skin as a mockery. And then when it's done, it just discards it.
Yeah. Well, I think those that are aware can basically hold off on it and prevent it from happening. It will
Yeah.
infiltrate the body shit of such religion membership or organization, what have you, in society. But if the leadership is aware of it, then they can prevent it from spreading or being a threat.
You have to guard. You have to guard against the entryism or
Yeah.
I think Vox Day had a process. He called it like the SJW conversion cycle, where you can see where an organization gets fully corrupted by progressivism.
Yeah. Well, and then those kind of people are going to yell and rant against the leadership for not changing either, or being too racist or what have you as
Or
well.
whatever
Well,
the
yeah,
pet
that's
term of the
some-
or pet
I
group
think-
is.
Yeah, like Red Bull basically. I think they tried to do that to Red Bull, and the guy just said, "Okay, you're fired." He fired all the execs trying to push that.
Based.
Or like even the Coinbase tried to say, let's not get too political, we're alienating. And even they're full they got accused of being white. You know, this is like you know, the power of the powerless. You ever read that essay by Anarjiri Hanbel?
I haven't.
No, I have not.
Well, there's a lot of parallels because he lived under a communist regime in Prague. You know, when when it was part of the Soviet Eastern Bloc.
Mhm.
And he talked about like why would a person on the grocery, like why would they have on their slogan "Workers of the world unite"? And it's like the Hanschel Gringovers, like they're trying to just they're trying to either avoid the suspicion of like the communist commissars who want to make sure you're swearing loyalty to the party or the state, and they're just doing it to get by. But you know, it also signals a humiliation, like a submission to make sure that you know you can never venture or speak out against a group, or if you do, they'll vandalize your store. You can see that in a lot of these businesses who own BLM or like these minority-owned businesses.
People like me see that and just laugh and go, "Hey man, you can
It's
put the
like,
sheep's blood
yeah,
on your
it won't
door,
work."
but it's not gonna. They're not gonna pass you over."
Yeah.
Yeah, I recommend reading The Power of the Powerless, like that section of the essay where he talked about, you know, it was referenced in a gentleman by the name of James Rutledge Roach. He lives here in Florida. He actually kind of read sort of a 3-part series
Is he a true
about
Florida
called The
man,
Red
Yellow
Mist.
Lantern?
Yes, he is. But yeah, he talked about, you know, what had happened over the summer to us, you know, the sort of American Kristallnacht. You know,
I
that-
mean, I would say it was bad, but that's a pretty inflammatory way to describe it. Is all I'll say. Like, there's a lot more baggage that comes with that word. You know.
or just it was a it was
No, I
a,
like I understand
was
where you're
a-
coming from, but I'm just saying like that's. Oh, that's a spicy way to put it. We'll say that, right?
yeah.
Yeah, no, it was you know what I think it was, Yellow Lantern? It was a summer of love.
No.
Oh
Sorry.
God.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a winter of love here soon.
No, we're gonna have a dark winter is what we're gonna have. We're gonna have a dark winter.
so-
I can smell it from here. Oh, hey Natty,
So
I
let
can
me-
smell you from here. Sorry, I can't help myself. He's just terrible. Do you have a podcast, Yellow Lantern?
I do not. I'm kind of aloof. I don't like to get too networked into
Okay, no,
stuff.
that's fine. That's fine. Do
I
not
think
do
it would
anything
be
you don't want to do.
nice.
Just someone in the audience was asking, or Nephi, you don't have a podcast either, right?
Well, I've got a Twitch channel, a YouTube channel, and the like. Like
excellent.
I said,
Why
I've
don't
got
you
tier 2
post that?
instance
I'm not
as well.
kicking you right now. Just someone asked if you had a podcast, so you can toss your link in the
Yeah.
chat. Absolutely.
I noticed that. I do have a D-Life channel.
Yeah.
as
If you
well.
guys want to hear more of Nephite, then you can definitely check him out at whatever links he's about to post. You know, I always like to promote lots of other creators because I mean, Ralph helped me a lot get to where
Yeah.
I am.
So yeah, I would recommend for the people in the audience. There's Hanbas Havel's essay, "The Power of the Powerless," kind of explains, why are there so many of these people who will mean well but should know better? They so submissively succumb to the agitprop, like the Antifa, the BLM stuff, and it kind of gives insight. It's like there is a sort of cultural pressure to force you to conform to this.
Yeah, I mean, if you
Yeah.
think about it, like the small R Republicans, the rhinos, right? Like they don't want to be kicked out of the cocktail circus. They don't want to be seen as uncouth. They don't want to be seen as, oh, they're one of those smelly populists, or they're one of those smelly people that wants to control immigration at all. Like they don't want that.
Well, and then you look at what happens every Pride Month with everyone's logos and everyone's pressure.
Yeah, but come on, Nephite. The
Well,
best part of Pride
think
Month is the day after it, when it all comes down. Because it's like
I don't know,
it is
some-
depressing, right? Lad, you're just like, yeah, they're all just completely assimilating to it.
Well, there's been some couple of videos on that concept of woke capitalism and all that, and I think there was Endeavor's video on this, and recently
For those
another
like me
by
who
the
don't
name-
know who Endeavor is, would you care to elaborate?
Oh, he's a Canadian
Ew,
YouTuber,
sorry.
a traditionalist, from my sphere, reactionary. He's done videos on like old literature. Like he did a video examining recently a video on the mobster film The Public Enemy as a recent.
Oh, is that the Johnny
did a-
Depp one? Where no.
Mm-mm. It was a 1931
Oh, an
mobster
old
movie.
mobster movie.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I think it was the movie
Didn't
that.
they remake it
at
though
time was-
recently?
Yeah, it was a movie that was considered so violent for its time. It really wasn't, that it started like the code, like it limited like what should be depicted on film for a while.
Fascinating.
But yeah, he did a video on woke, and I think there is, there's the Twitter account that does like at woke capital anonymous. He's pretty much a kind of a he's kind of a potty mouth. Like he'll always constantly
Oh, we
make fun
definitely
of, like, the
don't
corporations.
fucking love talking about these cunts that are potty mouths, right? Sorry, I didn't mean.
But like he'll call like the transgendered celebration the celebration of the
Well, the
meters.
celebration of mutilating children. Let's be honest. What it's
What,
become.
what gets me is how many days these people need. Like, you had a whole month for Pride and everything else, and then you've got Transgender Awareness Day, this, that, and the other. It's like, where's the
Well,
Mountain
it's
Meadows
a
Awareness
sect
Day?
of the
Come on.
progressivist religion. It's it's becoming like the calendar of Latter-day Saints. how many are you gonna anoint on the calendar of feast days?
Yeah. I mean, I like my Pioneer Day here in Utah, honestly.
That sounds fun.
Well, I had some personal holidays. They're not in one of the few areas where things like Robert E. Lee's birthday is celebrated, Confederate Memorial Day, and Jeff Davis's birthday.
Yeah.
And I think this year was the last time I might experience them for a while.
Yeah. Well, these things become worldwide is what sometimes gets me, and then people like do these special things for it, and it's like, well, what about all these other people? Do they not matter?
Yes.
They
Well,
don't
it's
matter.
just, you
Okay,
know.
based butter.
Well, yeah. Well, like I said, he calls them. The woke capital basically he pulls no punches. He will refer to the transgenders as MIGRs,
Mm.
which is an acronym for mentally ill, gay.
Yeah, we
Artards.
can fill in the last
Yeah.
words.
Yeah.
I think
I
you could
will
probably,
allow the
he
audience
just-
to imagine what that word is, but yes, I mean, unfortunately, it is abusing a vulnerable population. I think we can all agree on that, correct?
I think he just has the reactionary where he's like, "Oh yeah, I'll definitely punch down, or I'll punch you up." Like that sort of. I think people forget, like, when you're in a hierarchy system, you kind of have to know when to punch up and
So you
punch
say
down.
when you're in a
You gotta
hierarchy
say-
system, could you elaborate?
Basically, when you recognize that you're in a competition for position and status, you got to know when you, like, the guy above you is your enemy, but so can the guy below you as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Well,
you got
So you got to punch
you gotta know
down
when you're-
because otherwise you'll get put below.
yeah.
Okay. I just making sure we're understanding. Lobsters.
It's like you go down. You have to say to somebody, "Yeah, know your place. Don't," and you have to go up and say to the guy, "Don't tread on me." And no, you got to know when to. That's sort of
I
what it
agree.
is.
No
like,
steppy. There will be no stepping.
Kick
No
down,
step
keep
on
climbing.
snack.
Yep. Do not
Yeah,
tread
no
on
step-
memes, gentlemen. Sorry, that's just
that's his.
autism flashing through.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean that makes sense. Yeah, that's a fascinating way to look at things. I don't completely
mean,
disagree.
an
I also
example-
don't completely agree necessarily to say a lot of
And-
words with meaning nothing.
And he basically goes on a tangent. Like, he'll make fun of, like, recently he had the, did you see the woman they're tapping to replace to play as James
Ugh.
Bond?
Oh.
Yeah, that honestly, like I don't have a problem with like trying to make like a black James Bond, like because I think Idris Elba would be an interesting choice. Like on the whole, it's like, oh well, I mean James Bond as a character, can we make like a new spy movie about something, like?
Mhm.
But on the other hand, like Idris Elba's like British and would make a good frickin' like I think he'd make a decent James Bond because he's a good actor and he's relatively smooth. Like, he could fit the role to some extent. But, yeah, this woman they've chosen does not look the part at all and does not appear to be that way at all. But, go on.
Well, we already know why they picked her because she ticks all the boxes too. It's just
Well, so Lashana Lynch, it's funny is, Brandon, she's basically, she's signed for 3 more. We got to make fun of the, he's, oh god, like the names, it's gonna break tots if I say what.
we understand where you're going with this.
So
We're talking about
said-
she's part of a Lashana Lynch mob, I believe.
No, like the movies should be a part of. If she was in all the other, we'd have the Quadroon of Solace, the man with the golden grill,
wow, that's
License to Steal, The Welfare Is Not
oh,
Enough. Oh, Doctor Ho from Ghetto with Love, Gold Pinky Ring Finger.
oof.
Oh, these are just
Wow,
some,
that's
like,
I imagine that there's eventually an end's gonna pop up there. So
yeah.
Oh, those are some spicy titles. That's a spicy title. Oh man, yeah.
And people,
Wait,
yeah, so woke capital encouraging social progressivism for their own benefit, but this is not necessarily a new phenomenon, but the extremality of it ever since I think the late 2000s into the early 2010s. It really became like totalizing. That's what I'm kind of getting at.
I see.
And that's sort of the he's able to kind of bring out is like, I think what he talks about, like he did mention the Hansel Green Grovers, Grease Grocers, essay, but he also says like some of these people in charge of the companies, they're totally blue pilled. Like they are true believers in the progressive religion.
I don't.
They will.
You know,
they
like
might-
I don't mean to like cut you off, but like, I think some are 100% like blue pilled. You know, like maybe.
Yeah, they fully
They
ingest
do,
into
but there's others that I think are
cathedrals'
just
teachings.
tactically doing it. Like the ability to destroy like an employee's life and fire him without cause. You know, if there's like a troublemaker, instead of having him being like, because of the way labor laws are set up. You know, in most cases, if you just fire someone like you disagreed with, like they'd be able to like fucking take you for all your worth in court. But like to have this like sword of Damocles, you can just weaponize more or less. Like
Yeah, the HR departments are where a lot of the trouble comes from. I mean, you should be honest. It's like, Orwell and Good kind of said this is a way to.
yes, there are very many
is there any
practical
practical-
differences, Lotus.
Yeah, the true believer is like the person who will run the company to the ground. Even if it runs the company, they'll still feel like they saved themselves. They produced a holiness function for it. Whereas the tactically kind of is an opportunist because if a company has the pride flag but operates in a country where homosexuality is culturally and socially taboo, that could be something like a tacit. You could grill them for that, or you could, even like some of these people and it's sort of a thing like usually like how do I put this in a frame like. Generally speaking, men with a good sense of thriftiness are hard to pry money off of. So who do they go for? They go for the women. They try to promote them and their products, or they'll go for the gay men, or they'll keep going down the list because they're trying to court them because they have spending habits that increase their profits. And corporations can be ruthless profit seekers. They'll break rules, they'll stuff.
It would honestly be better
I know
if corporations were mostly, profit seekers.
They kind of blend in where they need to kind of get their agenda fulfilled. They're kind of like the gray man, but they're really like a really good gray man that makes it out well in the end.
Well, I think the forces of
The forceps?
the forces of
Forces, sorry, as-
the societal forces that force this is it does come from the religion. What puts the people in charge of these companies, they're getting trained in the universities where that's where the cathedral I think is the strongest because they're the ones putting the toxic memes into people's heads, all for the manner to exercise power and control in society.
Putting toxic memes in people's heads. Would you like to
Yeah.
explain?
Memes. Well, memes are not just.
I
the funny
know.
images
They're
you
not
see.
the funny images with pictures. But what do you mean by putting them in people's heads?
Well, they indoctrinate them. They tell them all the world. Because something I've realized is that left-wing, the mind viruses or meme plexes, they do not spread genetically. They spread more memetically.
Yeah.
You know what I mean by that?
Could you elaborate? They spread medically, as
Well-
in.
Like so that back to that distributors video, he had a graph like comparing. So let's imagine right-wing beliefs and left-wing beliefs are viruses, like who spread amongst ideas. The right-wing viruses tend to spread organically through families, through industries where there's hierarchies, like it spreads slowly but genetically. While the blue-wing, the left-wing mind viruses spread fast through centers of culture, memes, and stuff. You can see which one
I mean,
spreads
but
faster.
religion
in terms
is just an aspect of culture. That's another way that right-wing memes spread. Like, I
True,
would
but,
say that
you
they
know, the
also
left-
adopt the left-wing tactic.
Well, I think the left's religion relies on a lot of politics.
Right. Well, I
as
mean, they
well.
both have their own religion, right? The left have their secular faith in the state. The right generally have, you know, beliefs in, you know, ancient holy texts from the Middle East, you know, 1,000 years ago, 1,400 to 2,000 years ago.
And yes and no. I think, like, you know,
There's
a
also
religion that
people on the
believes
right
that you
that have like a rugged individualist kind of mythology that they preach as well. I mean, like, there's just different kinds of faiths that people have. I mean,
Yeah, well, like I said, I don't necessarily think the level of government is tied to right wing or left wing beliefs. I think the state could be a tool for them to use if they need it, and if it's against their wishes, they won't use it or reduce its size. It's kind of a pragmatism.
yeah, but that
I think,
kind of looks
like-
at the state in a vacuum. I understand the state is made up of people and individual actors and, you know, forces,
You
but
know.
like at the end of the day, like the state is its own entity pushing back and pulling against it, right?
Well, a state is basically a corporation that has sovereignty. That's what a sovereignty is, and it rules over it. It has unchallenged authority.
And they have a lot right now.
Well, yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, look at the thing. Like, oh, the press is the one who calls the elections. I'm like, I guess you're showing where sovereignty really lies then.
Well, I don't even know if that's the case right now. Like
Well,
they've
that's the
called the
concept.
election, but like even the left isn't like accepting it necessarily. like even
Well-
even like ABC and NBC aren't even like well they've called it, like there's like left wing news organizations. They're like, well, hold on, let's wait a second. Like
Well, the thing is, they've put themselves in a position to where they believe that they call it, and we've gotten used to that. Where in reality, there's a system in place that calls.
well, there's a
it-
formal
it's
system
not the
that
news
does,
feed.
but like they've
Yeah.
functioned as like the arbiter of that until now, right?
Yeah. They kind
Yeah,
of
that's-
act as the in between, and then like when it actually comes through, it kind of rolls out the way that they put it out because of the way we've.
Well, I
kind
mean,
of been
there was a
conditioned.
time when they were the only mechanism, right, for outputting,
Yeah.
right, between the newspapers and like eventually radio broadcasts, then eventually television broadcasts. But today, I mean, then like it's so decentralized, relatively. You know,
Well,
information
it's
is.
it's an oligarchy of many faces. It's not just one single person
Well,
pulling
what,
the
what I'm
strings.
saying
it's a
though,
collection.
Lantern, is that I'm saying that like their traditional role as, you know, gatekeeper and purveyor of information is slowly being eroded, right? They still have like the
Yeah.
institutional traditional power to an extent, but it's been eroded just by, you know, the kind of leviathan of different methods, and that's why they want to crack down on those, you know, by labeling anything
Well, and with-
disinformation.
Yeah, with the spawn
Yeah.
of YouTube and the like, they lost that grip.
Well,
And so they
YouTube
gained
YouTube
that
is actually a
grip back
very
again.
interesting case because YouTube like started by doing that, and YouTube is now
Yeah.
kind of like trying to capture those institutions and become the primary purveyor of them.
Well, yeah.
Well,
we
the
basically
dinosaur
evolved-
institutions took over too on YouTube. Like,
Well, no, like
The YouTube
YouTube
of
is like
10
I
years
think
ago.
YouTube is like, and they're working with them, right? They're trying to like regain their relevance for, you know, mass amounts of money, you know, mass sums of money. To like the news are like we have no way to how to get like our terrible uncompetitive content in front of people, so we're gonna pay YouTube to like recommend us to people's feeds and
Yeah.
not allow people to block and mute us in their feed. Like, you know, like they're paying good money for that, and YouTube is all too happy to do that.
There's also the fact that I think unfortunately, what kind of suck. The right has kind of forgotten when to use force. Like the left is doing something, it has the ruthlessness to do what the right is not doing it. The left can purge its enemies. It does that either it'll have no enemies to the left of it. It'll also have make sure the enemies to the right know its place. Like we see this with the list they're trying to make of AOC.
It's
they're
so
gonna purge you.
amazing. Like, I know it's all fucking terrible, but like the transparency, it's like I
You know.
appreciate the transparency. It's weird, right? Like, it's something that's fucking horrible and disgusting, but it's like, I mean, at least they're saying it.
They can be transparent with that, but not with the elections.
Well, yeah, exactly. They'll tell us they want to put us in gulags and camps, but like, well, hold on. We can't see what's going on in the election because we know we'd lose if we did that.
Yeah. The thing is, the role of these people is to signal the cathedral's ideas in 10 years' time and to provide a roadmap.
I mean, isn't that
The
more
role
the
of the center
role though
left
of
is-
like the ACLU? Aren't they the ones that primarily push things and then wait for other people to get in line?
Yeah, well, the thing is with the center left is they're supposed to put a veneer of respectability on it, where the role of the controlled right is to provide token opposition that will always be overcome. This is why people say like the left always wins, is because they control the institutions that run the country informally.
No, not I wouldn't even say informally, Yellow Lantern. Like if you look at who mans the FBI, the CIA, like the actual branch, like the Department of Justice, there's tons and tons of career politicians and leftists that have been just placed there and never removed. Like no, absolutely. They're
that's
formally
something
in
people don't
charge of these
realize.
institutions.
Like what?
These are these permanent bureaucracy.
Yeah, no,
like,
I mean that's what was
that's
put
the
in
thing.
place, 100%. I mean, it's just
you
you'd
know.
have to be delusional not to see that.
I think like that's the problem with how power is working. It's like
Well, I mean, this is
you
always how
can't-
power
in
works.
a democracy with so many elections, people lose power. There's an incentive to keep people don't want to let go of power when they're out. They'll try to keep it. So this is where you get these bureaucracies, these permanent shadow people whose rules and power is not formally disclosed.
Well, and then they get their special
Yeah,
interests. and
straight
everything
fellow
else.
Hawk. There was a time the right did have, but they ceded it to the left over the course of the 20th century.
And why would they do that?
Well, they got coaxed and duped by trying to triangulate, they thought trying to be tolerant towards a group is a good. No,
Well,
tolerance
wait,
is not a
Yellow
virtue.
Lantern. What taught them tolerance and universality? What taught them that was a virtue?
Well, it wasn't exactly Christianity.
What are you talking about? All are made in the image of God. Is that not the case? Is that not written there that
Yes.
like all you have to do is just take a natural extension of that and apply it to man, and there you go. You have universality and you preach tolerance. This is the problem. Like this is a major problem.
There is a limit to that. The thing is, there is sort of a limit to that.
Is there?
That yes.
What's the limit?
You can excommunicate. There's excommunication. There's procedurals that you can do to make sure that they don't do
the
this
underlying
again.
principle though of universality. Right? Like what is it? That's what I'm trying to understand.
There is a limiter to that. For
Well,
example,
what
you
is
could
it?
argue that there is.
You just say like you can excommunicate people for what?
Yeah, that's something fishy's. Christian. They weren't exactly so. They would be. Christians would back then would be condemned as racist and did not believe in equality and tolerance.
Okay, but my point is the framework they established made this inevitable.
Yes, there is a frame. You could argue in that, but my argument is that sometimes they don't. The way what works is that there was a point where there are some people that you cannot save, and you have to let them. You have
But
to.
no, but like that
pray
doesn't
for yourself.
change like the problems with universality, right? Right, as being like a founding principle of the religion. Like I
think-
understand like it wasn't universality, right? But that's inevitably what it gets pushed towards, right? When like these ideas change over time. That's the problem.
Yes. You could.
I mean,
that's the
Lotus
whole
brings up an
point.
excellent point. Like you think about, the conquistadors or, various people that went overseas and tried to spread Christianity. Because the problem is when you combine universality with a desire for total conquest of your religion, right? That you're not going to convince these native savages that like there's universality if you treat them like shit, right? If you're trying to teach them of your beliefs.
Well, it's kind of the concept of you can bring a horse to water, but you can't force them to drink.
Sure.
And I think sometimes when some people, when they try and spread their beliefs, they forget that you can't force them to accept that. you can try and ram it down their throats, but it doesn't mean they're going.
No,
to
but it's
accept
not
it.
even a matter. It doesn't matter if they accept it or not. Like, that's not the point. The point is that you can't preach it to someone if you don't yourself believe it. That's very hard to do for a long
Well,
period
yeah,
of
that's
time,
true.
and to be
Yeah.
effective as well. And I'm saying the desire for conquest of it, combined with universality, is what doomed it to its current state.
Okay.
That's what I'm arguing. I'm arguing that, like, this founding principle that's necessary to get, people that have no historical connection to it to buy into it. You have to convince them of universality and that they're deserving of universality. Otherwise, why the hell would they buy into your Sky Daddy that they have no concept of? That's just the way I see it, But I'm not a learned person on religion at all. I've never been formally trained in religion. I've never been to a church. I've never been to a religious ceremony at all. This is just like my outside observation looking at religion itself, and I see the tendency towards universality combined with this tendency towards domination, and like those two together, get us to our current state, I think. I mean, Islam wants to do it with conquest. There's a lot of stuff about Judaism I won't talk about because I enjoy being on this platform, but like this kind of an issue I see.
Yeah, where were we? We kind of got a little sidetracked.
Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, so the woke stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, you were talking about the cathedral and how it.
Yeah. So, yeah, the thing is they're basically these politicians. They're laying down what could happen in the next 10 years, and while the far left play this cultural role, they're not permitted to stray too far off the reservation on military matters, and thus the cathedral will destroy radicals who oppose the military-industrial complex too vehemently, whether they're from the right or the left.
Like that, you're probably correct about that, but like, isn't it good to have like some like toothless opposition and powerless opposition to give like the appearance that people contrary to it have like an avatar or something to like unite behind that can be destroyed?
Well, that's sort of the problem with
not the
GOP
useful idiots, but
it's like the
sorry.
It's a dynamic. It's like the outer party and the inner party from 1984. Right now, the left is the outer party. Is the inner party that sets the agenda of the cathedral, while the right is the outer party that provides minor opposition to it overall.
You're saying that the right is just boiling the pot slow enough? Is that kind of the argument you're making?
Well, yeah, or that's the saying. Progressivism. Conservatism is progressivism driving the speed limit.
Well, yeah, we've kind of boiled in the pot for a bit, and that's why we're at the point we're at right now, because we've allowed things to boil slowly.
Yeah,
heat
the
up
cathedral
slowly.
doesn't want to. If you go too fast, you boil. The frog notices it and it jumps out.
Yeah, well, and you can kind of see where they've tried to boil it a little bit quicker, and then they roll back and then go a bit slower and then come back again. Because they do it with guns all the time, too.
Yeah.
You can kind of see that.
It's incrementalism, basically.
Yeah.
Small nudges of things, and you eventually get what you want.
Yeah, you just kind of inch them to exactly what you want, basically.
Yeah.
No, I understand that. I mean, this is just a general problem with like statism and the state itself, right?
Well, yeah.
Maybe it's just a
centralizing
functionality of like the
tendencies
centralization of
government.
power, is it not?
Yeah, it kind of is like the conquest second law that applies. Like, if it's not explicitly right wing, eventually it becomes left wing over time, because you need to have properly defined right wing beliefs. They can't just be like the left wing beliefs from 20 years ago. That's the problem. Is that conservatism is not like they're always dragged along with the overturned window to the left, because that's where the direction of the country goes via its cathedral.
Yeah, more or less.
And yeah, that's Festus says, that's basically that's where the idiom Cthulhu may swim slowly, but he always swims left comes from.
We'll see, Lotus. You're probably right, but whatever. Not just gonna I'm not gonna just black pill. There'll be plenty of time in the next 4 years to black pill. You know, when we're sending Zoomers to Tehran, or, you know, trying to oust Bashar al-Assad from power so that we can keep America. I don't even know what the excuse is now.
They're gonna ignore China anyways.
Oh, just give me my Chinese war brides.
Great. Honestly, there's a problem is that, you know, that's the thing, you know, any president that has tried to just attack the cathedral has usually fallen in disgrace. Like, you know, Senator Joseph McCarthy wasn't necessarily attacking communism. He was attacking the cathedral directly.
Well,
he
he
got
was attacking
too-
communists specifically within it, but yes, it was also the system protecting itself. Right, it was the survival instincts of it. Like, well, if he can do this to these people over this, they'll do shit to me over X. You know, like, it's just the system recognizing
And,
a threat
you know,
and neutralizing.
The thing
it.
is, the big thing you have to do, the thing is, you know, not only do you have to discredit the institutions or delegitimize them, you have to also try to take away power from them. And that's hard to do. Like,
Right, but
you
the
know, what
problem
happened,
is, I
like-
always see people saying we need a strong man that will strongly command the institutions. When it's like, well, the way that you affect the current state of things is that you have to delegitimize and attack it first, right?
yeah, well, the thing is, and it's also, if you just, like, for example, let's say one president decided to defund a university, he just literally pulls all the money.
Stop it, Yellow Lantern. I
Forces
can
it
only
to,
get
like-
so erect. No, I'm sorry. Continue.
Yeah, drives tanks. We're gonna drive tanks on Harvard. That's what we're gonna do. Bulldoze everything, raise into. The problem is that, like, a lot of those, the university system has patronage networks with a lot of very wealthy and very powerful people.
Yep.
And what could happen is, you know, it's like if you take them down, you've made a lot of very powerful people very angry.
Yeah.
And what could happen is, you know, it's like kicking over a beehive. It's like a distributor said, but instead of angry bees, you got flying saber-toothed tigers with lasers mounted on their backs, ready to all attack you. That's how powerful
Well,
they are.
what's the old saying about a wounded animal, Yellow Lantern? It's most dangerous when it's threatened or dying. In this
Yeah,
case, it's being threatened.
Yeah.
And it's not used to
Yeah,
having
like-
a challenge of any kind. It's used to everyone just rolling over and begging for mercy.
Yeah, like things like Brexit and Trump were not supposed to happen.
Oh, yeah.
There were glitches in the system.
Yeah, it was just they
And so-
miscalculated how much fraud they needed for those. They drank their own Kool-Aid, and in this election they didn't take a chance. They didn't drink their own Kool-Aid, and we're gonna figure out the number. We don't care about the optics. We're just gonna go for it, right?
Well, and everyone
That's
that's
also.
been
Oh, go ahead.
everyone that's been drinking the Kool-Aid as it is, when they saw the upticks and all the other optics, they just took it hook, line, and sinker still.
Yep.
Hmm.
Well, Stringfellow Hawk says there was no street violence that led to the 1965 Immigration Act. That's a good point. I mean, I think that's just
Oh,
an
that's-
example of
I
like general
disagree.
ignorance. You know, just that people weren't really plugged in. You know, they're just like it just passed it, and they had their various Chamber of Commerce and various interest holders that paid the right money to the senators and the congressmen and got it passed, and they knew that the consequences of that wouldn't be felt for decades, so that they could all retire happily. And just let the fire happen, right?
Yeah, that's the high time preferences going in. Like, why put off tomorrow what you could do
Right,
today?
you could buy a whole bunch of influence in the here and now, and everyone else is going to suffer the consequences of this in 10 to 20 years, right? Like, everyone gets to high five
Yeah,
each other
yeah.
and just like, hey, we
And-
solved the problem, even though they're,
I think JFK kind of started that mythos of nation of a couple of those people on the, there's something, there's been a faction of the left that's not woke or anti-woke who doesn't
Oh,
like it. It's like,
one
well,
sec.
there is a-
Ada Wolf with the host with one viewer, and also Ada Wolf. If you are not too tired, you can come on the show. I'm just talking with Yellow Lantern, and I'm sorry, your name is Ninja Nephite. Thank you, Nephite. I'm sorry, it's an unusual name, but thank you so much for the host,
Yeah, I
Ada
know.
Wolf, and I'm sorry for interrupting you, Yellow Lantern. Please continue.
Well, the problem with the general mythos is that the 60s were when I think Spandrel had an essay where he talked about what caused the left to take power in the West. Using its Leninist model, it became like a distributed sort of model instead of a formalist. So it spread through cliques, it spread through institutions, and instead of material as differences between the classes, it became racial, which, as we know, classical Leninism in the East became biological Leninism in the West.
So, classical versus biological. Could you explain the distinction?
So the classical Leninism, like, it's both socialism applied in full, but the Leninist classical, like, it's formalized. It's got a central leader. It's got a vanguard. It's got Lenin leading the charge. It's not distributed. It's not decentralized. It's fully centralized into one person. Like, you have somebody who leads it. You have an effective party bureau apparatus. Like, it's all obvious who's in charge and whatnot.
Well, yeah, I mean, the oligarchs or the figurehead, as Stalin was.
The party members.
Yeah, the party, if you want to
you know.
use the moniker and distinction from 1984. It is the party.
Yeah.
I really do love that book. I think that's a fantastic book that I wish more people read.
Yeah,
I need to read it.
I think there's other.
No, there are
I think
other
you'd
fantastic dystopian.
You could also read James Burnham's the managerial state, the managerial revolution, or the Machiavellis.
The Prince.
Those are some good. Yeah.
Yeah. Edelwolf, sir, how are you doing? How are things going in your neck of the neighborhood? Great episode of Foilcast today. I had a pleasant call-in. How are you doing, sir?
Good. I'm still fired up. I think I was particularly angry in today's Foilcast. I don't think I've ever been that angry on a Foilcast.
I wouldn't call you angry.
Before.
I'd call you passionate.
Why did you get so angry?
I tell the story about like how I got red pilled way back in the day. Is I kind of grew up in a mostly like a Democrat run household, very left, very progressive, and I always heard that like Alex Jones and Glenn Beck were like crazy, like dangerous crazy with their ideas, and that they were nut jobs and XYZ, and I was like, they can't be that bad. Like they're on the radio, right? And like luckily like in where I was living at, like Alex Jones and Glenn Beck were on the radio, and so like when my morning commute I'd listen to Glenn Beck, and I started realizing like, oh, I kind of agree with that, or I don't agree with this, but at least I understand why he thinks that way. And then like more and more as time going on, I was like, this really isn't that crazy. Like this isn't that hard to like understand. And I think today, like before the election, like I had a lot of friends on the left and a lot of friends on the right, like just having like private meltdowns, like reaching out saying, oh man, like, I can't wait for this election to be over. My life's going to be so different. And I was telling people like, listen, like whether your guy wins, loses, like, let's be honest, the president, doesn't really affect the average day of, 99% of Americans. Like, like it's going to be okay. Like people survived Obama, people survived George W. Bush. Like we're going to make it
a lot of
through,
soldiers
like,
we sent
cool.
overseas didn't survive Bush, but that's a fair point.
Yeah,
I
you know what I
understand
mean? Like
the
I was trying
expression.
to
I
just
get
be
you.
like, yeah. I'm just like, but after this, boys, like, after this, like, no, not anymore. Not okay with it. I'm not okay, and I don't. You guys know, like, you've seen Foilcast. You've been around me at this point to know, like, it takes a lot for me to get angry or like fired up, like seriously fired up. I might bitch about United being shit, which they are, but like to get really upset about something that really matters is pretty rare for me. Like I'm kind of easygoing, easy come, easy go. But fucking Christ, man, like this is a joke. You're telling me that the man who got maybe 20 people to show up at a rally got more votes than any president in the history of the country? You're telling me this man got more of the black vote in Michigan and Detroit than Barack Obama?
He got 120% of the black vote.
Yeah, dude, like there's some states that are literally recording like 110, 115% voter turnout. Like the hot what?
But
Yeah.
it's
Like
totally
come on,
true.
man.
It's true. There's no such thing as flawed.
Listen, I voted for the, Donnie T, probably like most of the people in here, but
Yeah.
listen, if like there was a fair election that happened and Biden got elected, I'd be like, okay, well, time to regroup.
Yeah, no, like, I agree
think
with you. Like, I
about,
wouldn't like it,
the
but
next-
I'd be
the next
like,
step.
okay, it's like, fuck, let's go rebuild. Let's go try to build like a populist coalition. Let's try to get our ideas out there, right?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But then you see the blatant, like they're not even trying anymore. Like,
No.
I
Well,
don't
did
know
you
if you
see?
guys.
Yeah, that was on the kill stream. We found out that like he's not even there at his own speech.
Oh my gosh, that was
Yeah,
amazing.
just stuff like how do you pre-record a video and then not even edit it to make it look good? Like,
Adolwolf, that
you're not
was the
even
best
trying
take.
anymore.
That was literally the best take.
It's
I
like
know,
the
it's all
post-human.
they
Sad. That's sad, dude.
What is this?
Like,
What is this timeline like? Did we have post-humanness? Ghosts of dead politicians flickering on screen to a lonely audience of driverless cars in a deserted parking lot?
Yeah, no, Adolwolf,
Dude,
did you
yeah,
hear
it
how I
was
described that
weird.
speech?
yeah, dude. Yeah.
That speech is the North
like, okay.
Korean grocery store of speeches. Like, there's absolutely
it
no
absolutely
substance. It's
100%
all
is.
fake. Like, it's just like all there just to give the appearance that, look, I'm in control. I've won the election. Everything's fine. Nothing to see here. Move along. Like, that was the North Korean
I've-
grocery store fucking speeches.
I've seen more honest like sports manager press conferences. That's sad, dude. Like that's like okay. So I have a friend who lives with me, right? And she's from Canada, and she's over here on the Jay Treaty, which is one of the oldest treaties that the United States recognizes with Canada, and it basically states that like Native Americans, part of these, a list of recognized tribes, can travel across the border without impunity. They're allowed to have the rights of citizens on either side because their tribes used to migrate across the border, so it was like kind of a compromise, right? Like wherever you were born, you can go back and forth. So like she can't vote. Technically, I could probably fight for her to vote, but like she can't vote, so she's just kind of like this is her first time watching an American election go down, like being in America. And like she's asking me questions like, "Is this normal? Is it normally this fucked? Like, it's like how come this state doesn't even have their shit done when they're like one of the first states to close the polls? Like, how does Alaska still not have their like tallies done? Like, why how is this like they're not letting people look at the ballots? This is a Canadian, a country that voted in Justin Trudeau, a man who's done blackface uncountable. Like
A
he doesn't
man
know
who
how many times he's done it.
legitimately obstructed justice and
Yeah.
got away with it.
A man who literally got caught embezzling in oil companies, and they were like, "Nah, that's cool. Hey, Justin Trudeau, how many times have you done blackface? I don't know."
Well, two of them were
Hey,
brown
DB,
face. Okay, Lithin, two of them.
DB, ask me how many times I've done blackface.
Hey, Edelwolf, how many times have you done blackface?
Zero.
Wow.
Zero.
You know
That's
how many times I've done blackface? Zero. Wow.
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 I mean, here's the thing, some people, I get thrown around, some people will mistake my dark complexion and think I am from Central America, and I would say I'm flattered, but I am a Mediterranean through and through.
Ah, so you're a
There you go.
non-white as well. You're a med. What's up, man?
Yeah, non-white, as the tarot say. Oh, you are from the Mediterranean.
You're saying there are Bolivians and Colombians whiter than you?
Yeah, probably. Castillo futurism is looking pretty bright. What can I say?
I mean,
Oh,
I don't know.
dude, it's just
You're one of the
it's so-
smartest dudes
it's
I
so
know, even for a med,
ridiculous.
Yellow Lantern.
Yeah.
I have a friend who lives in England who's like been watching this because it's like over in England, like they're having a right laugh at us anyway.
Yeah.
like,
well,
they're watching this, and even my friend who's pretty, like he's pretty progressive, like he would probably be considered like a liberal if he was American, right? Even he's like in our like WhatsApp group was like, I mean, come on, guys, like this is pretty biased. Like I get hammered all the time because I'm like I brought up during the Flowcast, like quote unquote I'm the only conservative in our like little like football chat group. And I'm not even that conservative. I'm just more moderate that leans right, but according to everybody, I might as well just be
You're a
like,
filthy leftist,
super
Adolf.
alt-right.
You're a fence sitter.
Yeah, I'm not like a fence sitter though. Like I have an issues by issues, man.
That's
you know,
true.
like, but I'm considered radical in like my friends group, and they're like, geez, like, you guys should give Adolf some credit. Like, I mean, this is pretty fucked up. Like, even if my side was winning, like, I wouldn't want to win this way. Like, they were like, we had a manager, like the last manager before our current manager for United, and he played very defensive football. It was very boring to watch. But you know what we would do? We'd score a goal, and then we'd just stand there in front of our goal and not let anything else happen for like 70 minutes. And people were crying about it and be like, oh, we're winning games left and right, but this is so boring. This is not fun to watch. This is terrible. And I was like, and I brought that analogy. I was like, you guys complained when Jose was our manager because we were winning games, but they were ugly. They were ugly wins, and they weren't fun to watch, and it was boring, and you'd fall asleep watching games, but we were winning games. Like, what's the difference when your side is winning and it's so disgusting and blatantly obvious cheating? Like, you'd think they would complain, but no. No, it's the ends justify the means, you know?
Wait, did you say the ends justify the means or the ends?
Yeah, the ends.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
both of them. Yeah, you know.
No, not
That's the
November.
phrase
Those kind of
goes.
things. They definitely justify the means.
Yeah, but like I've literally had conversations with people who are like, well, as long as Donald Trump gets out, I mean, I don't care how it gets done. It's like, this is gonna happen to you one day, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is gonna swing around and kick you in the nuts.
But
Like,
Adolf,
this is-
think of how satisfying it will be to watch them get kicked in the nuts. I
No,
know,
but see,
I
that's
know,
the
I know,
problem,
I
though,
know.
Because then it just everybody ends up with fucking blue balls that way, right? Like it doesn't. It's not gonna work. And here's the other thing too. Like if you asked a lot of liberals, and I brought this up today on today's show. If you asked a lot of liberals, their number one issue, right? They would probably, most of them would say, or a large majority would say, climate control, right? Like climate change is a big issue. So whether you believe in it or not, right? Here's the thing. If you're allowing big tech companies and you're allowing politicians to basically like steal democracy from you, what's the point of living on this gay earth anyway? Like seriously, like what's the point? You're talking about something that may or may not happen 30, 50, 80 generations from now.
We're all long
This is something that's
dead.
happening right now in front of your face.
Yeah.
So what's the worry about something that may or may not happen, that the science on it changes all the time? But when you see an actual issue that's affecting everybody, winning or losing, that's right in front of you, no, it's okay because, it's my guy that's winning.
It's the Carl Schmidt kind of, the most basic distinction that motivates, the most basic motivator that motivates all political action is one that shows the distinction between friend and enemy.
What about frenemies?
Yeah.
Sorry. I'll be quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Stringfellow Hawk says, oh, didn't you hear that AOC were all going to die in about 5 years? from
They said that
climate
15
change? Yeah,
years
you guys
ago,
remember-
3 times.
Do you remember Al Gore's movie where he was like, we won't have snow by like 2012?
And people in Colorado are going, fuck yeah, it's going to warm up for once.
Yeah, dude, like everybody's gonna have to live on mountaintops because the ice caps are gonna melt, and like Florida's gonna go away, California's gonna go
That
away.
sounds
God.
wonderful.
Here, so-
No more
I mean,
California?
don't tempt me with a good time, but
I'm sorry, Yellow Lantern. If I have to
This-
sacrifice if I have to sacrifice Florida to get rid of California, it might be worth it.
Well, maybe Miami can sink. Actually, no, Miami's not that bad. Well, some of it isn't.
You know, depending on whose lore you ask, California basically breaks off and falls into the ocean anyway without needing to get rid of Florida.
Listen, let me
I
tell
mean,
you, as a
yeah.
Californian,
That was like
sir,
a lot of
that-
anti-Florida posts on election day.
Wait, can I-
Colbert's
can I
"I'm gonna
talk about
detonate you with a
California,
Death
Stan?"
Star."
Huh?
in California, like, people always hype up like earthquakes and shit, but like, it's nothing. It's just you get shook a little once in a while, but it's fucking nothing. Like, everyone's like, "Oh my god, these world-ending fucking earthquake!" No, we're just all here like, no, not really.
Oh, what was it? It was in March or April. Utah was hit with a quake, and everyone freaked out. Gun sales went even higher than they were already.
Oh, gun sales are like skyrocketing right now.
Oh, stop,
know.
Beta Wolf! I can only get so erect.
I know, right? Well, and like I guess my point is with the climate control and the whole point of it is like if you could fix a problem that's right in front of you now to focus on something later, like wouldn't you opt to do that? Like that's just logical to me. And like I felt bad like telling people before like, oh, this is not gonna be that big of a deal. Like no matter who wins, like it's just gonna be another cycle and change of hands, and it all comes around and yada yada. Like, but now I'm just like, it might never really come around. Like, the left already lost faith in the elections with their whole Russiagate theory, right?
Yeah.
And now you have the right that's literally watching an election being stolen from them with dead ballots, like dead people voting. Crates and crates of ballots being found in the middle of the night at 4
But
a.m.
Ado, we
being
just
brought into
found
buildings.
them. They were literally just hiding under in a truck,
Yeah.
and they all say Biden.
But now you have both sides that have no faith in the electoral process. So then where do we go from there, right? Like, how does any side trust any side? And like you brought up, DV, like from now on, like they're gonna have to keep the numbers
Yep.
quiet. Like we're not gonna be able to have a state by state watch. It's gonna all have to come out at once. It'll be like a deadline time that all the states have to report, and whatever they got at that time, they have to like.
It's the only
announce.
way.
Well, the thing is, and the process isn't transparent either. You, like poll watcher fiascos and everything else. How are you going to have
Yeah.
faith in those numbers if you don't know that those numbers are honest? And poll watchers weren't there from both sides or anything.
Yeah. Well, and you know what they do in even though like it hasn't gone to like deadline day in a long time, but in the English Premier League, every team on the final day of the English season plays and starts at the same time on that day. So like if there's a final game to decide it, you can't say, "Oh, well, if we just draw here, then these teams won't go down to League Two," or oh, we need to score like if we only score one goal, then this team will stay up. Like there's no way to like fix the
Right.
final.
Oh, one second. Well,
final
Flamenco
day
with
of the
33
season.
viewers and the host. Thank you so much, Flamenco. How are you doing? Fighting Spirit, good to see you, sir. Big Mech Git, good to see you as always. Everybody on the ground, Flams rating. Thank you so much, Flamenco. I hope you had a great week.
Yeah, well,
I've had better days.
Thanks a lot for the host.
Yeah, Flamenco with the big
Thank you for
host.
saying, Ada
I'm
Wolf. I think
sorry. I'm here with Yellow Lantern, Ada Wolf, and new friend Nephite, I believe. Nephite, new friend Nephite. We are talking, of course, about the never-ending election, the absolute steal the Democrats are doing, and we were talking about a lot of other ideas before this that are.
yeah, I was having some big brain.
Yellow
moments with
Lantern
our
was
guest
going
over
Giga
here.
Chad brain on us for a while with how well read and informed he is on these topics. Oh, you're too drunk to get on the ground, Fighting Spirit? Well, you'll just have to hang with us then.
Ada
Keep
Wolf,
drinking
you
the
bring
arms
up a
up on the
point
ground.
like, I think it really is. I think we're seeing possibly the end of the true republic. Like, regardless of the outcome, there's so many people on either side who will not accept the results, or who will
Yeah.
undermine. And if, like I said, if Trump does pull out, the left will go crazy. They'll probably burn it down all over again, and it might break down the way government works because there'll be so many of their allies in the deep state, in the cathedral, and they'll burn it, And if the other side just pulls it out, like, you've damaged the credibility of the democracy. They'll say, so the only way to ever get things done is with violence and fear. It's
Well,
like,
the civil rights
oh, I hope
movement
you-
taught us that, Yellow Lantern.
Well, and that's the thing too. Yellow Lantern is like, if you really think about it, no matter who wins, even if Trump like takes this to court and he wins, the other side's gonna reject it. And if Joe Biden keeps going the way that he's going, the right side's gonna reject it. So even if they're gonna be the president, they're gonna be the Lord of Nothing, like the Lord of Flies, right? Like, it's a big
King of
joke. Like you're the
Ashes.
king of. Yeah, you're the king of ashes. Congrats, you won the anthill. And nobody gives a fuck about it now. It's not worth it.
You have a good night,
No
Fighting
matter
Spirit.
who wins at this point.
Sorry.
The thing is, this doesn't happen just overnight. These kind of jumps that we saw in this election, this is just a sign of things that
Well, they've been
doing for a
telegraphing it
while.
forever. I mean, like, oh, well, what they say, it's going to be the red mirage. It's going to show that he's winning, and then all the mail-in ballots will slowly trickle in. And then...
Well, they've already primed us for this one, but like every previous election, how long have they really been doing
The answer is
this
yes.
in order to get their
The
seats?
answer is yes.
So really, the death of the Republic, how long ago was that?
The answer, once again, is yes.
There's,
Yeah. Well,
there could be
I
several
would say,
points.
I
Go
would
on.
say like the final nail had to have been. The final nail probably had to have been Obama in a way. Like I think there's no doubt that like Obama was extremely popular, and a lot of people voted for him. But I think the rhetoric that was used by Obama, the statements like I have a pen and I have a phone, I have a phone and a pen, and I'll make whatever I need to make happen. Just certain lines that were crossed, killing American citizens with drones without due
With no-
process. Just certain things that were done like that were.
I mean, you could argue
it-
about, like, Waco and Ruby Ridge and stuff like that as well.
Well,
But you could also say that that's rogue three-letter glow in the dark.
Right. I mean, like, the same degree to, like, how the, what's it called? The Bay of Pigs was, like, inflicted on JFK. It was this awful plan. They just said, hey, come in here, sign the papers, and do this. And, like, wait, what?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we all
Well-
kind of know that like the intelligence agencies, like you got to kind of play ball with them sometimes because look what's happened to Trump. Like,
But John
these
Brennan can still go on
three-letter-
national television and say, you're a seditious traitor over and over again, and just be proven time and time and time again to be a big fucking liar.
Well, a lot of people are like, how come like, the three-letter agencies and the glow-in-the-darks haven't stepped in this election? Well, it's because Trump's been sticking his finger in the intelligence agency's eye, and they've been
oh
threatening
yeah,
back
he's
and
been.
forth.
Yep.
He's been
Because he
demoralizing
won't
them.
bend over and spread his butt cheeks for him whenever they ask.
I
So
think.
Well, it's
yeah,
that he showed them
that's-
even the
that's-
most minor bit of resistance that they're just like, "What? Come on, man, give us what we want." Wait, what the fuck?
well, I mean, there's you go back to like, presidents forever ago that have basically been at the mercy of the CIA and the FBI. I mean, they've been expanding their power. I mean, when the Patriot Act came through, you've got Department of Homeland Security. You have all these counter-terrorist units that had to pop up. So I mean, the state.
Did you know that Trump let it die? He
The
didn't.
Patriot
release
Act. No, I
Patriot Act,
know,
he
and
just-
no one
Oh, yeah,
told you
exactly.
about it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Nancy
Yep.
Pelosi signed the thing too.
Oh, of course. Barack Obama renewed it.
Yep.
And they even expanded upon it and made it.
Yeah, that was the
worse.
Defense Reauthorization Act, right?
Well, not only that, but he was building. Was it in Utah or Nevada? Those giant
Yep.
data centers.
Yeah, and didn't
That-
you
that was
shut off?
magic.
There was the Utah legislature just chose like, hey, you know what? Let's do a bill. Let's shut off the water supply to these towers. We don't need to fund them. That was
Yep.
pretty funny.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know. It's just the cognitive dissonance, right? Like, it's okay if our side does it, and the right has to stop letting that happen to as well.
Well,
it's the
They have to
it's the
turn
time-
nasty. But the thing is, what has happened since 1945 is that the optics for the left have been in ascendant, while the optics for the right have been all terrible. Like, I mean, that's the revisionist sort of most extreme is that they basically said any right-wing political association is by defact a criminal one. Well, and if you don't agree, you're basically no different than the people on the Nuremberg trials. That's
Well, Did you hear the thing, the clip, the audio clip that Ralph played? I think it was yesterday, about the insider like phone call with Nancy Pelosi on there, and like some of the big left leaders, they were like, "Listen, we gotta stop talking about socialism. We gotta stop talking about defunding the police."
Ada Wolf, I don't
We
mean to
have to
interrupt.
change-
I'm going to interrupt, but I want address this after. I have to send you this chart. Sorry, please continue. I just can't. I can't fucking fathom this image.
but like the I'm gonna look at this. Hold on. Nice. I love it. I love Droopy Balls as Colorado.
I am a product
it.
of my Goth Hospital is my favorite one. Just like what the fuck.
I love it. Yeah, Goth Hospital.
Florida boats.
Boats. Yeah. Michigan race. But anyway,
Sorry.
so like, no, you're good. So like, they were talking about how they've basically become the party of like hipsters and socialites in the coastal cities, and they don't relate to like the hardworking like union working man in the Midwest anymore. And they're totally right. So when does this is my question, because the left became hip in the 60s and 70s with your hippie movements, and that's when you see like the counterculture of young people going left, and now those people have grown into like, you know, our parents' age that are now left, raising leftist kids. When does the right become counterculture and you start to see a growth in youth? Because I could argue you'd see that now with the youth that's growing up on the internet. They're a little just more naturally red-pilled.
Yeah.
Than even I was as a kid, or even like most people that I knew that were right growing up. So do you think that the right now becomes like the cool thing to be? Like it becomes the counterculture like the left was during the 60s and 70s?
I think you already see it right now on the internet widely, as you see the right being that counterculture while every established social media is basically advocating for the left.
Right. I mean, you can't be cool. Like, have you ever watched a show? Like, I had this experience with Game of Thrones, right? I used to watch Game of Thrones, and then one day I was at Thanksgiving with my parents, and I'm like, we've watched this really cool show. It's got like dragons and magic and sorcery in it. I think you'd like it. It's called Game of Thrones. And I'm like, dude, now that my parents are watching Game of Thrones and trying to talk to me about it, this show just got a whole hell of a lot less cool, right? Like, how can you think that you're like revolutionary or have new or fresh ideas on how to change the world when the ideas that you're advocating for are being propped up by every mainstream media outlet, every social media company, every big tech company, all the hip politicians, all the Twitch streamers, all the rappers, all the celebrities? Like, are you really like,
Yes, the
are you
the
coming out
BLM
with anything
connection.
new? Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, I think you're gonna start seeing over the next couple of years is the kids that have grown up where the internet's always been at their fingertips get to that voting age. They're a lot harder to fool. They're a lot harder to lie to, and they're a lot harder to convince.
Well,
of
this
things,
is
right?
why
see
they did
through-
this election the way they did, because it's like, well, we don't even have to win those voters. We'll just fucking steal it. You know, they're just of the mind of, we're not even gonna fucking play the game. We don't need to win over these kids coming more and more right wing. It doesn't matter. Their vote's not gonna count. We just invalidate it.
Yeah. Ballot printer go. Brrr.
Exactly.
If they steal
Exactly.
it now, they can put everything in place to where they don't have to worry about it later on down the road.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you there. I think if they get away with this one, it's a hard road back, right? Like it's gonna be really hard to get back to where we were before. I mean, even as like a kid, I knew people that were left, I knew people that were right. You know, my mom voted for Bill Clinton, my dad, voted for whatever else. Like, my dad voted for George Bush. You know, like
I know the
my
last
mom voted for
left-wing
whoever
president
else.
either of my parents voted for was my dad voting for Jimmy Carter once.
Yeah, see, and like but they like at the end of the day though, we're all like still a family, right? People like got over it the next day, they moved on, and then they're like, okay, well, just need to regroup and see how things go and pay attention, and in the next next election, I'm gonna hopefully the party that I like's paid attention and vote from there. But I've never seen this where people are literally killing each other in the street for wearing a candidate's hat or
Yeah.
smashing
Yeah,
people's
well-
cars because they have a candidate's bumper sticker.
Unfortunately, this is the total state where, this is, the history. This could be as bad as the Spanish Civil War, where this did happen.
Right.
Well, you
I
also
see
look
it.
at
I see it being more like the French Revolution, though, because we're looking at groups like Black Lives Matter and Antifa, and how they're consuming each other. Like an infinite black hole. They're just sucking like the butthole of teeth. They're just like eating themselves from the inside
Ugh.
out. And in a sense that like they will eventually turn on the people who think they are their masters, right? Like the left thinks that they can use these people as a political weapon. But what they're going to find out, though, is once they're in power, they're going to realize that they don't like them either. And they're going to just turn whoever's against in power. So it's going to be like the French Revolution, where you have the first wave of revolutionaries, and then the people that were loyal to the first wave, then they start killing those guys because things aren't changing fast enough or in the way that they want. And then they're just going to start killing those guys. You're just going to see the waves of revolutionaries, the new ones is killing the old ones.
yeah.
Yep.
Well,
That's how I see it going down.
you look at the way Obama left office, leaving it for Trump, and he's like, you remember that speech is equated to violence, and that kind of led to a whole thing like how many upticks of violence did we see in that first year of Trump, and then now more so. And yeah, you start to already see Antifa types starting to rebel against even Biden. It's like, we don't want Biden. We want to have recourse for all these things like police violence and this, that, and the other.
Well, there's
Yeah.
a great comment on the from Mutiny on the Ark. He says the last words of the left will be, "But we're on your side." But related. But you're right. And
Yeah.
remember in like 16.
That's what the Mensheviks said before the Bolsheviks executed them.
But remember in 16 and 17, right? All the like Islamic violence we had. If you remember, wasn't the Dallas shooter? What year was that? Was that 14, 15, or 16?
16.
Thank you.
You notice how quickly BLM eventually got turned on. They turned it off literally because it's really bad optics to support a group that just murdered 5 police officers.
That they had to
and
literally
shot
kill with a
12.
Call of Duty kill streak.
Yeah, I brought that up yesterday, didn't I, Ghost? I was like, they literally killed him with a remote control like
They killed him with a
disposal
kill
unit.
streak from Call of Duty. They don't want that.
It's the first time that police officers have ever used a robot in the United States to kill somebody.
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, you're like, man, it's a weird Rubicon to have crossed. The other hand, like, it's a fucking sniper just picking people off, you know?
Yeah, well, Fasties makes up this point in chat,
Yeah.
like, those videos of the Antifa where they're harassing white people, and the white people are like, but I support Biden, and they just keep going
The guy
at
who gets the
them.
brick through the window.
like-
We support you guys.
I'm on your side, bro. Yeah, that's my favorite.
They hate
video,
you. They want you
Yeah,
dead.
no, it's like
That's the
I see
problem.
my neighbor who's got like one of those retarded left signs that's like, we believe Black Lives Matter, we believe in science, all these like fucking platitudes. It's like, listen, when the unbridled rage of the left or whatever organisms it has like comes at you, they don't care. The only thing that they're going to care about is that NRA sticker you have in your house that means you might not be a sheep.
My favorite thing to counter people with when they're like, oh, we gotta believe in science. Science said that a fucking gorilla could do sign language for years. For years, people are just now coming out that worked on that. What was the Kiki, or what was the name of the gorilla?
God, Lulu?
it was something ridiculous. But the gorilla that could do sign language, and there's now people coming out and saying that was all bullshit, and that they were basically reliant on
Right,
the
they just
funding
wanted
for that
endless
for
funding,
the
so they
project.
just said, "Look, we've proven it can do this."
Yeah, and so they kept making
Science
quote
can
unquote
be-
breakthroughs so that they could
Oh, Coco.
Yeah, that's
keep
it's
getting funded.
Goddard's. It's something called Goddard's law. You ever heard of it's a process that helps you is no longer useful to you if you once you've optimized it completely.
Chad says the gorilla's name was Coco.
Yeah, I think they're right because you remember Coco was like friends with Robin Williams, Michael
Oh,
Jackson, like all these
yeah.
celebrities at the time.
You know why I thought it was
and dude,
Lulu
they
ate a
would-
wolf? There's like dachshunds on YouTube named Lulu and Coco, and I was making that connection.
Nice, so you confused the two together. Dude, I remember as a kid, as that being taught as like a real thing that happened. Like this gorilla speaking sign language. It's a magical science breakthrough, and like look at how close apes are to
And the
humans.
reality
and, like,
is, we have
this is
shared.
proof of
We probably have shared
evolution and, like,
ancestors, not that we evolved from apes, if anything.
well, yeah, right. But I'm just saying, like in the '90s, when I was a kid, that when this was like new things coming through, this was like this is evidence for whatever agenda. Dude, when I was a kid, it was global warming caused by my mom's 80 hairspray and really bad refrigerators. CFCs in the air, bro. Like that's what's causing it, and the planet's just gonna warm up because these gases amplify the rays of the sun and they don't allow the heat to escape the planet. And we're just gonna cook ourselves because your mom had to have crazy hair like Sigourney Weaver in the 80s, and they all blew hairspray up in the sky like nothing was going on. That's what it was when I was a kid. And then when my parents were kids, it was we're gonna run out of gas and we're gonna have burned up all the fuel into the atmosphere and we're gonna block out the sun and it's gonna be another ice age like when the asteroid hit the planet and killed all the dinosaurs. That shit was in Planet of the Apes,
Man,
bro.
this
Go
is-
watch
this is
Planet
a-
of the Apes in the 70s.
This is a
Yeah.
grift, basically, at this point.
Yeah, well, and here's the other thing too. If this was such a real threat, and we've known about it for so long, how come Joe Biden, who's been in politics for 47 years,
56.
didn't do anything about it until now?
56, actually, if you
Or
count
do it-
his vice presidency. Or 55.
Yeah, exactly. He's been in politics for over 50 years. And what did I just say? In the 90s, it was global warming. Before that, it was global cooling. Before that was we're gonna run out of gas by the 80s. Like, go watch old movies where they talked about these sci-fi issues.
No,
Like,
no,
it's-
but
it's-
they had to do guns because of Columbine, and they had to like smear Postal as a video game. Come on.
No, they had to do guns because of what's her name? The not Gabbard, but the whoever that woman was. The
Gabby
the
Giffens?
Giffords, thank you.
Giffens?
People are saying voice meters causing me to pop. Is it fucking for you guys?
Doesn't sound bad to
I
me.
do
You're
feel
not
a little bit.
You're not going through anyone's mic, as
But
far
I-
as I can see.
It's kind of more of a crackle than a pop.
Yeah, it's voice meter. I'll be right back. I just gotta reset everything.
Yeah, no, I mean it's always never let a crisis go to waste, as Rahm Emanuel would
Yeah.
say. Just. Well, I mean, I guess we're in crisis right now. I guess right or even center right Americans. We have a crisis, and oh man, I want it to be resolved properly. But
Well, it's not just a crisis for one side. It's a crisis on all sides because it's like someone's cheating and some people are siding with it and others
right,
aren't.
but I don't think I don't think there's the energy on the other side to override their desire to be back in power. And
But when you confuse the CNN anchors, you know something's up.
no,
Well, the right has to, I'm going to actually exit stage left here in a moment, but the takeaway is that, very soon, the cathedral is, I think it's going to probably overextend so far, it might expose where the sovereignty of really lies, where power is located. And, let's say they try to force Trump out even after it's ruled in his favor. Like, this is his chance to stand on the tank, pull Boris Yeltsin and expose the coup plotters,
yeah, no, it is.
This
a
could be the
chance that
case.
we may never get again in our lifetime.
Yeah. I mean, Who knows? I might be whistling Dixie, in the new really formed Confederate States of America after no nation.
Sorry.
Or will I be whistling this? The Second American Civil War commences, and the globalist troops are like, it's all fun and games until all the trees start whistling Dixie at you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know if separation is the way. I don't know.
Well,
people like Lincoln
first,
made it impossible the first time, and
the thing with is that currently the forces in charge of the they're all or nothing people. They will stop at nothing to see that you are gone. So even if you cede a territory for them, they'll still just try to. They'll act like locusts is. The eternal carpetbaggers.
is it locusts? Locust is, or is it locusts? I think it's locusts, like a swarm of locusts, but
yeah.
Okay.
Locusts, yeah, they'll always. So unless unless the forces of the evil destroying are defeated once and for all, secession is kind of off the table as truly viable to escape because, you're facing a side that wants either to have you as an eternal scapegoat, or to blame you, or just to see you as a potential enemy. Like, they're not gonna let you leave or opt out of this.
Yeah, that's fair. But is it possible the reason you're the eternal enemy is that you're dangerous to them? That individual-minded people are the danger to the system?
Generally.
Yeah,
I mean, like,
you must dare defend what is yours.
I'm not saying don't
like,
defend yourself. Not at all.
Like, if it, let's say, what do you think, guys? What's the probability that this actually doesn't go away and it's protracted crisis that threatens to crack up the United States? What are the chances?
I give it 3 to 6 months before there's like legitimate action of like civil war, where you have people doing terrorist like actions. There was one that happened tonight. Somebody attacked the White House tonight. There's like footage of it. Somebody was streaming the riots outside the White House, and I think somebody got in somewhere, and I don't know exactly what happened. I think they drove a car into the lawn or something.
Holy
So,
wait, what?
Yeah,
I
let
didn't
me
see
if I
this.
can-
What? Are you trying to say
Let me
that
see if I
they're
can
ginning
find-
up all this violence and hatred intentionally? Why would they do that, Adolwolf?
I mean, the party of love and tolerance. Yet they got to board up all the windows in their street, in their cities.
Yeah.
So nothing to see here, buddy.
Let me see.
I posted it.
Get your bug out bags ready. Run to the mountains.
I'm trying to see, where is this? I can't even find this on Breitbart.
I saw it on Parlor. Let's see here. A large emergency response is underway near the White House, reportedly due to a suspicious vehicle. There are multiple fire trucks, ambulances. Okay, so it was somebody outside the gates, though.
Okay.
Somebody had built. But still, source tells Gateway Pundit that a suspicious vehicle pulled up to the White House security checkpoint, and the driver got out and wouldn't get back in his car. The car was swept, and nothing "quote-unquote" dangerous was found.
Gosh.
A report that the Secret Service and DC Fire investigating a suspicious vehicle on the 15th Street near Pennsylvania Avenue. News crews saw at least one man in what appeared to be a Secret Service custody. Fire crews are examining the car now. Yeah, they're gonna say they found nothing, even if they did, because they don't want to encourage people to attempt anything.
We've only seen mass shooters have more copycats because of the news media.
Let's say, let's say somebody tries to, interfere. Well, a fight breaks out between two groups. That's really what started kicking off the. You had the militias on both sides taking pot shots at each other after one. Let's say the Republicans, they vandalized the church, they killed the priests. You'd have the Phalange and all the other fascists going around whacking Republican commanders and just undermining the security. And this was because the Republican governments turned a blind eye to the communist militias going around killing people, which prompted a response. Like I said earlier, what kicked off the span of what was the casus belli, which was the murder of a right-wing politician, and the Republican militias firing on the crowd trying to pay tribute, and the officer was like, "That's it. we're overthrowing this government.
Yeah, I think you know the I think the left is counting a lot on that if Donald Trump holds out and refuses to office, you know, leave the office, that then they're gonna, you know, have the military remove him, and that they'll, you know, if Trump supporters try to stop that from happening, they'll open fire on Trump supporters. I think they're gonna be really sorry when they realize the majority of the military is not gonna be down for like
Wholesale opening fire on
manhandling.
their neighbors.
Yeah, killing American citizens and also, you know, trying to force and manhandle a president in any manner.
That has, you know,
So-
70 million plus people that voted for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be.
What happened to that with the, oh, we're gonna count all the legal votes, we're gonna count all the votes? Well, how come nobody's waited and said, wait a minute, what about all the mail-in military ballots?
Yeah, and don't hear
Yeah.
him talking about that. You know, it's just, you know, let's get a big enough lead where we can't contest it. Let's just accept what the results.
The second the military opens fire on civilians, it's game over. It's you know, no country will regard the United States as legitimate. Like, you know, you'll vindicate all the adversaries who say the United States is a sham. Like, I don't know what would actually, like, would you see states seceding, officially just saying we are, you know, we're cutting down the American flag, we're raising up our own state flag as sovereign.
I see Midwestern states, militias, rising up and defending capitals. I see, especially states like Michigan, Indiana, Missouri, Pennsylvania, Kentucky, Tennessee. Those states, like those, like whether they fought on Confederate or for the Union at one point, when the militias were like actually in use, won't matter. It'll be about Americans first against any foreign or domestic invaders, and they would be considered.
Maybe
Anybody that would be willing to open fire on American citizens would be considered invaders in the eyes of the militias, and all the militias would tag up
You're
together.
traitors and part of
Oh,
the
and they
Rebel
would-
Alliance. Take them away.
Yeah.
Pretty
And that's the
much.
thing, is I think for the most part, the NGOs that would be used otherwise domestically would basically be forced to contain in like certain states or controlled areas where they could run free rampantly, because there will be areas where like police will leave and let the people take care of it without questions asked.
Yeah, like see, I like states like Indiana, like I said, Michigan, Kentucky, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Illinois. Like those states' militias would definitely rise up in the defense of the people. But there are states that are on the West Coast where you could see like people just going, "Oh, well, I'm just gonna stay inside, and whatever happens, happens." Like, you know, the East Coast, and the West Coast, like you're heavily, you know, typical, you know, Democratic places would just basically go, "Yes, sir, okay, you know, may I have another, you know, let me just go back in my basement and hide."
Well, and those that are smart will have bugged out before then and gone somewhere else.
Well, everybody says that, but I don't think, I think it's just gonna happen so quick. Like, look at what's already happened in a few days, right?
Yeah.
Like that's stuff that happens in normal countries that
yes.
degrade when their democracy falls apart. This stuff that happens over years. Like, I mean, like the Yellow Lantern asked that question. Like, how long do you think it's been going on? Was it you, Yellow Lantern? I think you asked that question. Like, how long has this been going on? How long do you think it's been happening?
Yeah, that was me.
Oh, that was you. Yeah, yeah. I mean,
I
that's
just-
stuff that you see people, you know, you read in history books. Like that took course over 20, 50, 100 years. What we're seeing happening now in the last few days is the end of democracies that span over years and decades.
Mhm.
Well,
Well, I
just
mean,
a few
I've
days.
seen people bug out with like all the COVID lockdowns and stuff too. So there have been people that have already bugged out to their cabins in the middle of the woods.
Yeah, but where it's like, what good is that gonna do you when there's nothing to eventually go back to, right? That's my argument with this whole. It doesn't matter who becomes president now at this point. You're the president of dog shit. There's nothing to claim anymore.
Yeah, the gutter. Yeah, it's like the Russian, like all the when the British monarch got forced, no, the French monarch got forced out again in the 1830s, and they crowned a new glorious one. Everyone's like, yeah, that's a guttural crown. Like we're not really gonna accept this as a legitimate monarch. And here's the problem. Like this is the thing. Also, like I was reading the memoirs of Peter Wrangel, like Always with Honor. Like he talks like societies can go to crap really fast, and nobody just they're caught off guard by it. It's like, you know, if that's sort of what happened with late imperial Russia. Like people just refuse to do their jobs. They refuse to deal with this communist element in society.
Yeah, I find this ironic too that you see progressives really pushing this like socialist and communist agenda, but their other main thing that they push is diversity, inclusion, and equality,
Equity?
right?
Oh
Well,
yeah, die.
and-
That's what it abbreviates for. Die.
Right, but so the thing is with that though, don't they realize in a communist socialist agenda that LGBTQ people don't provide children for the state and therefore have a lesser value? And so if they don't have a specialized skill, they would just execute them because they would become a ward of the state, and they would become a burden on the state. Like they do not realize that they would just look statistically at a system and say, well, men produce more physical labor, therefore men are of higher value in society, so men are going to have more rights. And there goes women's rights. Like, do they not realize that women that don't have multiple children for the state, the push state agenda, would be considered, like gays or homosexuals or trans, people that are not producing for the state in a manner that propagates the state, and therefore their rights would be either severely limited or they'd be eliminated from society. Do they not realize all the stuff that they're pushing for under a communist socialist agenda basically throws all their little fantasies of all these
Ado, I can only
extreme
get so
inclusion
erect. Come on.
theories? I'm just saying, like, do they not realize that the world that they're fighting for would kill them?
No.
No
ignorance
one.
is
No one.
drug.
Well, revolutions are just cycling of elites in society. Like, you don't really change the world, you just install a new regime.
Yeah.
Fair
And
enough.
here's the thing, like, I don't know what would happen if we do go full Spanish Civil War. This time it's way brutal. Like, the loser of this one is going to be eradicated for good. Like, this is what happens when, total defeat is...
Uh-oh. Yellow Lantern? The heck? Hello? Uh-oh.
They got him.
No!
It's the same
They
people.
found him!
The same people that tried to shut down Foilcast. They
They
fucking
got
him.
Yellow Lantern.
God damn it. God damn
Yeah,
it.
sorry, guys, what happened?
Oh, you just went out for a
Did
second.
you unplug your
Or-
mic by accident?
No, the thing fell, my computer fell asleep on
Oh!
me.
Ah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't know. If you don't touch anything for a while, it just auto shuts sleeps.
That's right.
Anyways, what I said was, yeah, like, we're at a situation where war is like, unlike the first Civil War, like, well, I think you could see this bleed into the heart, but like, nobody is off target. If the opposition suspects that you voted for the wrong candidate, they think you're evil. Like, they want you. And I don't think one side doesn't recognize this. The total dehumanization process to pure friend-enemy distinction is going to be a hard lesson to figure out. And
Well, and I think you see already people like AOC like making hit lists and asking people to make hit lists of people that voted or worked for Trump.
Truth and
and you bring up-
Reconciliation Councils, Nuremberg trials, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, I posted a tweet from that in response. Like, we've already been working on it. We need to reconcile. These people have to pay reparations to get back into society's good graces. They can be re-educated on what's right and wrong. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous, the statements that are coming out of these people. And like you said too, with the last Civil War, it was pretty easy, to say, okay, I live in the North. There's a clear line of people that live in the South that are succeeding from the Union. Vice versa, right? You're from the South. There's a clear line. We're succeeding from the Union. Like there was a clear line of enemies, and friendlies and foes, right? Like it was a clear distinction. But we're living in such a multicultural and diverse America at this point, a much larger America than at that time, where it's the defining lines aren't really that clear, right? Like
Yep.
you might have states like Indiana that are typically, very red states, allying with states like Texas that are very typically red states, right?
Yes.
So it's gonna be weird, man. If it happens, it's gonna be very, very weird.
Yeah, like, I mean, it can escalate. It starts with a skirmish. Start with a fight between two mobs. Then we have, Trump supporters getting gunned down. Rioters attacking, and then the people defending themselves are criminalized. Like, that's the thing. Like, they can't go after guns.
Things that are
anymore.
already happening.
Yeah, they can't
Yeah.
go after guns. Now they'll just criminalize your ability to defend yourself.
Yep. Or they'll do everything in their power to destroy their life. And that's why I think it's important for people to demonstrate for Kyle Rittenhouse,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, didn't you guys hear Rick Santorum is going to go to? I mean, Beto O'Rourke.
Beta!
Sorry, I get them
Sorry.
confused. They're basically
Beta.
the same. They're basically the same person. One's just Republican flavor. One's just Democrat flavor. Saying that they're going to round up everybody's guns and go like, dude, these people live in a fantasy world. I have people that guns should just be banned. Nobody should have guns but police. And now they're saying not even police should have
We
guns.
shouldn't even have
If
police,
the police
Adolf!
officers didn't have. Yeah, if the police didn't have guns, then the criminals wouldn't have guns. And I'm like, dude,
Adolf,
what kind of fantasy do you live
Adolf,
in?
what you don't understand is that I learned my entire political philosophy from watching Batman, and that obviously, as in Batman, all the criminals escalate because Batman has escalated, and if Batman just chilled out, like, everyone would be cool.
Actually, do you
These,
know where
these
they
are people
removed
that get
guns
their
from?
political philosophy from Beatles songs and John Lennon.
Yeah.
That's
And Mr. Ghost Pants, thank you for the follow.
Or they read Harry Potter, or they Handmaid's Tale, or just the event. You could just tell how artificial their worldview if it comes from pop culture.
Mm-hmm. Well, in London, they removed guns from the police. Now the police are pretty defenseless against guns.
Or machete wielding,
People of
yeah.
yeah.
Look at the Portland police now tweeting a few days after the election. Officers and demonstrators engaged in many conversations tonight. We prefer to listen and share perspectives. Thanks to those who spoke to us, did not harm our community with criminal acts. This is a positive step forward. All of a sudden, they want to talk now. All of a sudden, they don't, destroy and set things on fire.
Oh, they've been just doing that still. Like, I'm seeing photos of them smashing up stores, just literally going around, smashing up windows of random stores. I think the worst night was a couple weeks ago where they went around, they toppled the statues in the park, and then they opened fire on a guy who ran a business where he served firefighters and cops. I mean, this is political intimidation. This is terrorism. This is a form of intimidation.
One of my favorite lines from South Park is, "It's not like terrorism. It is terrorism."
Stone Toss on Twitter, guys, asking the real deep questions about life. Did RBG vote this election?
I was wondering, did George Floyd vote in this election? Did
He probably.
Well, no. They all voted twice.
Oh.
See?
yeah. They said,
his ghost
I
got
can't
back in
read.
line.
I can't read.
Listen, I got in touch with a medium, and I was explaining to him how all these zombies are voting, and I'm like, "Listen, man, you can't let this happen. It's not a good idea." But they just kept saying, "No, it's okay as long as he gets rid of Trump." Drumboy02, good morning, sir.
Oh,
Sorry.
man. Hey, here's an actual good take from Boogie. Wow. Look the fuck out. Mark it on your calendars. 11/7/2020. Day of our Lord, right? You know, star date, whatever. Let's play a game. He says. Stop and ask yourself if you'd feel the same about the selection if the roles were reversed. If Biden was ahead on election day, but mail-in ballots largely supported Trump, would still be the same thing you are saying now? If not, reflect on that. Wow, let's start the clock.
Broken clock,
this is
right?
speed
Twice a
12
day.
let's start the clock. This was tweeted 12 hours. How long do you think it'll take him to backpedal this? Backpedal this statement?
Give him about a couple hours.
I mean, it's already been 12, so let's.
Oh.
It's pretty impressive. It's been pretty impressive. This has got to be a record for him.
Oh.
How long until we get aliens visiting us at this rate?
Dude, once they saw us, they'd say, "Get me out of this like ridiculous planet." Like, no way.
Fuck this
Fuck outta
gay
here.
Earth, I believe is what they'd say.
Yeah, pretty much, dude.
Actually, no, it's probably more like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where they're like, we need to destroy this to make way for our superhighway.
Exactly. Yeah, I'd be okay.
I
with
always
that.
liked the South Park theory that like Earth is just a big game show for a bunch of weird aliens. I always thought that was fucking hilarious.
Man.
Reality TV.
God, the storylines you're getting out of my Adventures of Florida Man.
Ooh, Florida man. I know you got it. You're trying to get out of here, Yellow Lantern. But if you're not too tired, do you have perhaps a battle tune you could play us?
I guess I could sing a song.
That works too. We'd love to hear it.
You probably know
Oh,
the
you're
chorus
saying,
to this. No, just you'll know this. You'll know when to sing. You'll say hurrah for Southern rights. Hurrah!
I actually don't know this at
Hurrah for the
all.
bonny blue flag that bears the single star. You'll know when. We are a band of brothers and native to the soil, fighting for the liberty with treasure, blood, and toil. And when our rights were threatened, the cry rose near and far. Hurrah for the bonny blue flag that bears a single star. Hurrah, hurrah for Southern rights, hurrah. Hurrah for the bonny blue flag that bears a single star. As long as the Union was faithful to her trust, like friends and like brethren, cavalry and just. But when Northern treachery attempts our rights to mar, we hoist on high the bonny blue flag that bears a single star. Hurrah, hurrah for Southern rights, hurrah. Hurrah for the bonny blue flag that bears a single star. Dun, 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 dun. First gallant South Carolina nobly made her stand. Then came Alabama and took her by the hand. Next quickly Mississippi, Georgia, and Florida. Oh, raise on high the bonny blue flag that bears a single star. Hurrah, hurrah for Southern rights, hurrah. Hurrah for the bonny blue flag that bears a single star. Ye men of valor, gather round the banner of the right. Brave Texas and fair Louisiana, join us in the fight. With Davis, our beloved president, and Stephen statesmen are, all rally round the bonny blue flag that bears a single star. Hurrah, hurrah for Southern rights, hurrah. Hurrah for the bonny blue flag that bears a single star. And here's to brave Virginia, the old Dominion state. With the young Confederacy has joined and linked her fate. Impelled by her example, now other states prepare to hoist on high the bonny blue flag that bears a single star. Hurrah, hurrah for Southern rights, hurrah. Hurrah for the bonny blue flag that bears a single star. And here's to our Confederacy, strong we are and brave. Like patriots of old, we'll fight our heritage to save. And rather than submit to shame, to die we would prefer. So cheer for the bonny blue flag that bears a single star. Hurrah, hurrah for Southern rights, hurrah. Hurrah for the bonny blue flag that bears a single star. Now cheer, boys, cheer, raise a joyous shout, for Arkansas and North Carolina now have both gone out. And here's another rousing cheer for Tennessee be given. The single star of the bonny blue flag has grown to be 11.
That was beautiful, sir.
Ah.
Thank you.
Well, that's fucking awesome. That's a lot to remember. That's a lot.
You can
shit.
also sing
That's
in
a lot
key
to
as well,
remember.
which I cannot do. Well, choose not to do.
I could also do a what? I didn't catch that last part.
Oh, was there more?
No,
Oh,
what
no,
did
no.
you say?
He said you could sing in key, which none of us. Can
Oh
do.
yeah. Thank you, Yellow Lantern. That was great.
Thank you. Now I'm gonna probably go hit the
Well,
hay.
you have yourself a great night. If you want to post your Twitter in the the stream chat, please do. So if you want people to follow you, if you don't, you can just you can sunset yourself.
Yeah. I would I think I'm gonna do. I also I think I will reminisce. Like I don't know about y'all. I've told the iconoclasm in Florida has been pretty hit too. Prior to what happened in Charleston 5 years ago, we had about 78, 72 references to the Confederates in my state, and now it's down to about 55. And the recent riots over the summer accelerated that trend pretty heavily.
Yeah, it's
See, as somebody whose grandfather fought for the Union out of the Battle Creek militia in Michigan, I think that's fucked up. I think that's fucked up that people are labeling people that fought for what they thought was right, for freedom, for their own rights in America, to be treated like villains. I think that's really fucked up.
you did.
I wouldn't want them to do that to the militias and say, oh, all the militias are just racist hate groups
The Sons
now.
of Liberty.
I hate the fact that
they're
they
just a bunch of hate groups. You know, we have to stop thinking about them.
yeah. See, that makes me mad when people do that, because without them, like, we wouldn't have what we have now, and without the soldiers that fought for the South, we might not have some of the rights that we all enjoy now either. So like it's really disrespectful and very cognitive dissonance again to say, oh, just label a bunch of people you don't like racist so you can just erase the history from them.
Yeah.
And just
Sad.
remember, all those
I would
people
always
that are
say-
going down were Democrats.
Oh. If I have to hear that one more time. I mean, they're Americans.
Well,
They were people. They were fathers, brothers, sons.
well, at the same time, like was mentioned, we wouldn't have what we have now without them.
It was a valiant
Yep.
effort.
And even as a northerner, I can say that. So it's kind of fucked up that people forget
I mean,
that.
I'm descended
It's really
from a
sad.
Union soldier as well. I mean, but I wouldn't. I mean, like, what are we gonna tear down all the Sacagawea statues and the Native American statues? Because hey, we kicked their ass and they were fighting against us. Like, are we gonna do that?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, you should always respect where you come from, right? Like, even if you disagree with the people that were there, like, there's always good in humanity at the core of humanity. The core of humanity is good, and you should always respect the people that, like, raised you, whether you agree with them or not. The people where you come from should be valued and respected. Your history should always be looked at and respected. To just blanketly paint everybody with a broad brush and say that they were all bad is just a ridiculous statement, and it doesn't respect reality or the nuance of the human soul.
I think that's fair. Do you have any? You want to have a
Yeah.
last word on that, Yellow Lantern, before you take off?
Yes, and as much as I feel like I said, if nothing changes, it could probably be most Confederate symbols, any references that might be banished in the next 50 years for good, and it will never
Yep.
come. That could pause if nothing ever changes, unless unless it could be the sight of the Southern Cross at the end of the year that people will cheer on if things get really bad.
Yeah. I mean, not to be pedantic and extend this any longer than it needs to be, but I mean, ISIS tore down their history. You know, those the kind of, you know, destructive, nihilistic forces, you know, that are at play. They destroy the past so that they can define the future as whatever they want it to be. You know, and those Confederates, even though they were in opposition to my ancestors, they were just like my ancestors, a Union soldier. They fought for either what they believed in, what they thought was theirs, what they thought was their home. And, you know, really they were just killing other Americans that, you know, were being misgoverned and mistreated. And that's why it's fucked up.
Yeah,
They
so
came
that
up-
is.
Catchy tunes.
Well, my southern brother, you have a great night, sir, and you are always welcome on Coast to Go, sir.
Yes, but before, do you also, you know, I notice you stream a lot and have games. Do you have other people come on, or is it just yourself?
Oh, I
or-
do. I mean, I've had plenty of people that just ask to come on. I mean, this is specifically like my nightly talk show, Friday night talk show. But
Yeah, I just want to.
yeah, if you want to pop in, just
wanna
you know,
know.
stop by and chat. Say, hey, you know, I want to talk about something or something. You can pop on unless I'm like really focused.
You're always welcome. You're always welcome on my stuff too, Yellow Lantern. So don't be
I know.
afraid to call.
I'm
in.
also gonna message Ralph. We're gonna have a bonus episode. I can shoot. We're gonna aim for a time because I'm gonna go into depth with the southern monuments,
Ooh.
south, and all the.
I'd like to listen to that.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd
Two
be cool.
Southerners
That'd
talking
be-
Yeah.
about Southern monuments. That should be a very gentlemanly show.
Yeah. And you know, what were the purpose of them? Why they were erected? Why are they being torn down? What do they mean? You know, what's the story of not just the Confederacy, the South, but the memory? And just, you know, I think someone explained, you know, it is probably the strongest, you know, you know, I kind of have to accept I will basically be in the position of a people who are a remnant, or who will be one in the coming years. That's, I
Well,
think, the.
You know, knowing your oral history, right? Like that, like you said, like 50 years, you know, 20 years, 10 years from now, it might be harder to research. It might be harder to read a book. You won't be able to go visit a museum or see a statue in your park. So yeah, knowing it orally to pass it on to others and record it yourself in your own ways and your own manners is going to be very important. So don't forget that. Don't lose that stuff. That's how, you know, that's how history gets lost, right? So.
The only one that can save your heritage is you, your family, your friends, those around you, you know, and those who would work with you.
Yeah, I said, you know, I joke people, they're like, if the GOP doesn't back Trump, we'll form our own party or for stuff. I'm like, hey, I've got a party and a flag you might be interested in.
I don't think that's gonna work, Yellow Lantern. I mean, it'd be nice, but I don't know. I like Asian women too much. Sorry, man.
I know. I've always, you know. By the way, who drew the fan art who draws the art for your shows? By the way, do you have a person you know?
So if you've seen dlive.tv/Kuya, he's an artist on DLive. He also plays a couple video games, but I've commissioned quite a bit of pieces for, like, he's gonna do all my stickers whenever I get this damn check mark. But he does great work. He's pretty good. He's pretty decent commission rate, and he can turn something around right quick.
I see.
I'm a big fan of his work.
I might be a future. Maybe I could be featured, but I need to figure out what would I look like.
That's a good question, because, like, I mean, I'd have to find a place for you, and we could find a place for you there. Maybe we'll do a future post. I mean, you're definitely part of the Ghost Gang, sir. 100%. They'll.
Why don't
I
you just
know.
have like a yellow ghost avatar with, like, you know, like the Butters
Oh.
hairstyle on it?
or with like the like with your own Green Lantern ring, or Yellow Lantern ring.
Yeah,
I am.
yeah, you can have
Well,
like a yellow
I-
lantern ring like floating inside of your like buttery body. Be like a buttery
Maybe
ghost.
you are a piece of butter with a Yellow Lantern ring. I don't know.
I don't
That's a-
know.
Listen, if if you're a big fan of the ring, like Green Lantern and Yellow Lantern rings, it's all about your imagination, buddy. Whatever you want to be.
I know. So it had an idea. So like, you gotta have like a mix of you'll have the Yellow Lantern uniform, but it's like it's also a cross with a Southern Army. So you have like the Yellow Lantern symbols in the middle with a battle flag, and they're like,
Well, I would
you're
leave the
onto
design
something.
of the design of the commission to you. Because I don't
Yeah.
want to
Yeah, there you
I don't
go.
want to represent you how I see you, because I don't have an accurate representation. And having Confederate imagery front and center might not be the most optical thing necessarily, but with more coded, effective imagery, it'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Y- y-
All right, I'm rambling. I'm reaching the point where I just talk randomly because I'm too tired to form a coherent set.
that's the entire show, though, Yellow
Pretty much, yeah,
It
that's
is.
what we do here.
I had
Yeah.
no co-host for the
Alright.
first 15 minutes. I was just giving my battle speech for this election.
What happened to Fed? Where's he at?
I have no
Oh, he's
idea. He
able.
fell asleep.
All right, I'm probably gonna
Okay.
go.
Yellow
Good
Lantern,
times.
thank you so much.
Alright.
By the way, you can find him on Twitter. I don't remember his handle, but I follow him. And most importantly, you can catch him on the Kill Stream when he calls in, and he'll play a great tune, give great takes on things. Definitely check him out. You have a good night, sir.
You too.
Yep.
Take care.
All right. Yeah, no, it's funny. Adel, like, I'm like, it's like 8 o'clock, and I'm like, hey, Fed, Geeky, you guys gonna make it tonight? Because they're both offline. And Geeky gets back to me like
Oh,
at
man.
like 9 o'clock, and he's like, "Oh, I gotta do shit with my girlfriend." I'm like, "Okay, well, whatever." And Fed hasn't gotten back to me, and I'm just like, "Well, it's 9 o'clock. I've got a schedule." So I'm like, I go live. I go live, and I'm like, "Hey, everyone, it's just me."
Oh yeah. Oh,
And I just-
yeah.
I-
No, there's been times where I'm like, oh no, is Mountain Walk gonna make it? 'Cause, Mountain Walk, so it's like I don't know, I'm always rolling the dice. Like Mountain Walk, I always like message him like 30 minutes ahead. I get like paranoid because I don't hear anything from him. He's a quiet boy, and I'm like,
And then he
"Dude,
just
you gonna
shows
make it
up."
tonight?" He's like, yeah, I am. Like, what do you mean? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I just got on, and I was like, okay, well, there's an election, there's people blackpilling, there's people, stressing out. You know what? Fuck it. We're just gonna, you know what, guys? We're not giving up, okay? We're gonna keep fighting. All right, we're standing by. We're ready to go. Like, I don't know. I wanna cut out maybe that first 15 minutes, and just that's my fucking 2020 endless election battle speech, because it was just like talking, and then a couple people showed up, and it was like, okay, thank goodness I can bounce off people instead of just talking into the ether forever.
Nice.
Yes. I did catch some of your foilcast. I was able to call in, but like I had to get my car serviced. I had to.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
You
Fucking
know, you know what's what's fucking nice is like people laugh at me for having all these Apple products. What's really fucking cool, boys, is just like carrying around your AirPods on your keychain, so they're always with you. And whenever I want to sit down and listen to a fucking podcast, listen to something that's not optical to listen to in public, like the Kill Stream or whatever, I'll just fucking do it.
Well, no, I
Fucking do it. I don't
like I
give a
wasn't
fuck.
like sitting in a public place and couldn't hear. I just didn't want to burn all the internet, all my data, because DLive is
Oh,
really poorly
no.
optimized, unfortunately.
Yeah.
On unlimited data, Verizon will never get me off that plan.
Yeah,
It'll
I
never
wish
happen, boys. Did I tell you my Verizon story? Dude, I cucked Verizon so
That
hard.
is hot.
So back in the day, right when 4G phones were coming out.
Ooh, it's
right?
a 4G. Sorry.
So what I did is I got myself on one of the unlimited data plans, like talk text and data plans. Right before they were gonna stop offering unlimited data, like I knew it was coming down the line. So you could sign up for a 4G phone. Like basically their idea was these new limited plans were gonna come out with 4G.
Right.
But in the system, if you were able to get a 4G phone before they were supposed to come out, theoretically in the system you could get an unlimited data plan with a 4G phone.
Makes sense.
So what I did is I saw the shipment of 4G phones coming in the system. and I took the serial number off of it and gave myself a 4G unlimited data plan before the phones were even out. And then when the phone came in, I just took it out of the box and paid for it. But I basically gave myself the serial number of an incoming phone that wasn't even like in my hands yet, so that I would be forever stuck with a unlimited data, unlimited talk and text 4G plan for $80 a month. Boys.
Genius.
And I've been doing that for probably 11 years, and they always do that all the time. They're like, "Hey, we'll give you a new iPhone. We'll give you
Piss
this
off.
and that. We'll give you all this."
Nope.
I'm just like, nope. You're never getting me off this plan. You guys can suck the big one on this
Yeah.
one.
You'll never
It's
get
never
me out of
happening.
here. You're what's his name from The Shining. You're Jack. Like, I've always been here, you fuckers.
And
My
since
mom
it's
kept another-
technically an employee line, even if I'm late on my phone bill, they can never shut my phone off. So I just pay it whenever I pay it. I'm just
Can
like,
I just
"Alright,
say,
they can't give me
Adolf, that
late
you are
fees?"
the Chad consumer?
Yeah, pretty much. They can't charge me late fees, and they can't shut it off because technically it's still an employee line. Because legally they can't change my plan because I'm grandfathered in. So suck my dick, Verizon. I'll pay that shit when I get around to paying it.
Yeah. My mom had an unlimited plan for 3G for the longest time with AT&T, and they could never get her off of it. Then my dad accidentally changed it, and she was like, "Why?"
That's
We got
awful.
DirecTV, we got DirecTV, which offered unlimited with it. Got rid of the DirecTV because we hardly used it, and it used up all our internet at home because we were limited for a little bit. And
Right.
then, yeah, we just kept.
One
the
sec, guys. I'll be right
unlimited
back. Let
from
me get a
there.
drink.
Yeah. That fucking sucks. That
Yeah.
really fucking sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna have to change it with 5G, but what I do anyways, I always go through like Apple to just get my new stuff because
Mhm.
then they just charge me less than what Verizon would on a plan. For like they add like you get a new phone, you don't have to pay up front anymore. It's all about just nickel and diming you for 50 years
Yeah, I know.
until you pay it off. So yeah,
know,
it's
and then
cheaper
you
to go through the
upgrade.
Apple store and just have them charge my credit card every month for it
Yeah.
than it is to pay Verizon. So
Well, I like to buy an unlocked phone either way, so
right, yeah,
I've been looking at like alternate phones otherwise too. So I've kind
yeah.
of
If you
been
do that and you want to travel overseas, whatever you can do to get a GSM phone, that's what you need to do.
Yeah.
Although I guess now you can get like international editions of phones where you can have like 2 SIM cards at once.
Yeah.
So that's
Some of 'em
interesting
have-
that you bring up the like the unlocked phones, because like all of my last 3 smartphones have all been unlocked, and like you don't
Yeah.
get like the super discount or whatever when you like set it up with a plan, but like whenever I travel like to Japan and overseas, like I've lived in Japan without data. Okay, it's a fucking nightmare trying to get like there's like
Yeah.
little things where it's just like fuck, it'd be so easy if I had data. And people are like, there's Wi-Fi everywhere. No, you don't. No, there's not free Wi-Fi everywhere. Okay, like it's
See,
not.
that's
You
a
have to sign up for
misconception.
shit or pay for like you like it's not. It's not. It's like it's Wi-Fi everywhere. There is Wi-Fi everywhere. It's just you have no access to it.
Yeah. Well,
And so last time
That's the
I got like an unlimited data card. It was just fucking awesome. It's like, oh shit, when's the train leaving? I don't have to fucking like run back to the station. Shit.
Yeah, I guess nowadays, like the newer iPhones and stuff, I guess you can have 2 SIM cards with like the 5G stuff now. So I guess that's not gonna be like really a problem in the future because you'll be able to buy like an international SIM and then just switch.
Oh, it's so
Over.
fucking nice. Just to be able to switch it out, because like they still can't get the international plans things right because like they don't own the fucking satellites and like renting the bed. It's all they need to figure their shit.
So when I sold cell phones, boys, I'm gonna tell you an old school Edelwolf story. When I used to sell cell phones, I used to sell cell phones in truck stops as a Verizon authorized dealer. 2 truckers in Michigan. So here's my strategy, all right? Listen. In Canada, because we just started having drivers come down from Canada and the United States and then back up to Canada, to have like a plan in Canada that lets you call the Canada inside the United States and then have data with these smartphones and stuff. we're talking like 160, 180 bucks a month,
Mhm.
right? So Verizon used to have a $65 unlimited data in Canada and United States,
Whoa.
and I would just be like, I'd just be like, hey, I'd just talk to people and I'd hear a Canadian accent and I'd be like, how would you like me to save you 60 to 70, maybe even $80 a month? And they'd be like, what? And they're like, yeah, come over here. And I would just sell phones all the time to Canadians. So here's the funny part. They never get denied because they don't have social security numbers. So there's no way for them to do background checks on them. So what you would do is you would just put all nines or all zeros in their fucking like information, like signing them up. So when it would do a background check, it would flag it and it'd be like, that's not a real social security number. So then you just call the Verizon line and you say, hey, this guy is a Canadian, but he has a U.S. address. And then I would just make up a U.S. address somewhere. And I'd be like, this is their U.S. address. And they're like, oh, okay. Well, we can't do a background check, so we'll just approve them. I'm like, okay, thanks.
Got him.
And then got him, dude, all the time. All the time. Be like, whatever you do, you're going to have to pay your first phone bill online because you're not going to get a paper one sent. But after that, you can change your address to a Canadian address and they'll send you a bill there. And they're like, no way. Dude, I would sell phones like crazy. Crazy. We're talking about every time I'd sell a phone, I would make probably like $200 in commission. That was plus like an hourly of like $15 an hour. And
Oh,
some
damn.
days I would be there for 10 hours a day, boys.
Nice.
I made so much money, it was ridiculous. But the worst part was that I was literally there all the time. So it was like, when do you ever get a chance to spend it? It was awful. The hours were brutal. Like, I'd be there like 11 at night till like 7 in the morning.
Oh my
And,
god.
you know, just weird fucking hours to catch truckers, dude. You have to, right? So,
Well, I mean, Pensive Cowboy is a trucker, and he's one of my bigger supporters, so I love truckers. They're great.
I love truckers too because they're the cool thing about selling stuff to truckers is you can just be casual with truckers. You don't have to like talk to you don't have to butter them up. You just have to be like a bro. You just got to be like a real guy, you know? Like they don't respect like bullshitters. They don't respect con artists. They don't respect like guys trying to like, you know, kiss their ass. Like if I see somebody with like a belt buckle, I'd be like, that's a fucking sweet belt buckle, bro. Like at work, you know?
Yeah.
Like, and they would be like, hell yeah, brother. And they'd come over and tell me about their belt buckle. I'm like, what fucking state did you get that in, bro? Like, I want one. And like, you know, like they'd come and tell you, like you'd see a guy wearing a baseball cap. I'd chat about baseball. You know, and see a guy with like an NRA patch on his shirt to talk about fucking guns. That's where I got my like ability to like really like stretch my like nerdom. Like I could talk about almost anything, all right? Like politics, sports, comic books.
Where you became a
Whatever,
well-rounded
music.
individual.
Yeah, dude, hanging out with truckers, man, you'll gain some worldly knowledge, man. I was a young man, you know, working all the time, but I loved it, dude. It was
But
fun. It was
Edelwolf,
fun.
all
Yep.
of media tells me that they're just a bunch of closeted homosexuals.
Dude, some of the like, dude, you got to think. What do truckers do 90% of the time? They're sitting down and they're driving, right? What else is there to do while you're driving but listen to the radio and listen to podcasts?
They're
And, like,
our
most
ideal
of these
audience.
guys listen to... Well, yeah, but like not only that, but like how many times can you listen to the same radio station, you know, play the same 5 pop songs in an endless looping cycle of hell, right? So like these guys don't listen to like music very often. They listen to like talk radio. They listen to people talk. They listen to like people that usually know what they're talking about talk, you know, back in the day when like talk radio was actually a thing.
Yeah.
And so like they would gain knowledge by listening to people speak and have conversations.
And
And then
even
when
now,
podcast Yeah, go ahead.
and even now, not everywhere has internet access or radios, so having an offline podcast makes it easier.
Well, that was like right around the time, like I said, like smartphones were coming out, you know, and so like, you know, showing these guys like podcasts and stuff, you know, like that was like a big thing to these guys, because like you said, like they might go through, you know, several states, in a day, and it's like, well, you know, without satellite radio, you're kind of fucked, right? Like you have no idea what the radio station is going to be in the next town, or I mean, yeah, Stringfellow, there is talk radio, but like it's on at weird times and it's not on every station. Like go look up like iHeartRadio, go look up like Glenn Beck and see where Alex Jones is playing, and then if you
Or you
go
might get like
backdate
some
the
weird
website-
local station rather than like your national guy that you really like.
Yeah, but it's like morning zoo stuff, right? Like there's not like talk radio. Like when I was a kid, we would get talk radio out of Chicago and Indianapolis and Detroit and like Lansing and stuff, right? Like we would get actual political talk radio, and it was like syndicated national talk radio, like Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah.
There's a couple guys out of Chicago that used to do big stuff. Like we would get that stuff, and like I would listen to it in the car with my dad because my dad would drive all the time for work and stuff. So he again, how many times can you listen to the same fucking loop of songs before you're
And
just
then there's
bored
like
out of your fucking
Coast to
skull?
Coast at night.
Yeah, and that's how I got started listening to Coast to Coast because I grew up listening to talk radio. And then late at night, I was like, oh, this is cool. I like this stuff. And so I'd stay up super late in the summertime or like on the weekends and stuff and listen to reruns or new episodes of Coast to Coast with Art Bell all the time. So yeah, it's just, like these guys, they listen to like experts talk about situations and different people with different opinions. And they're almost like modern day scholars in a certain way. Like a lot of people like to talk down and say they're a bunch of dumb idiots or hicks, but no, man, you go talk to some like level-headed dudes that are out there and have been doing it for years.
Go
Like,
meet people,
they,
really.
they s-
Yeah.
yeah, and the not only thing is, but like that's another thing too. Like they meet everybody. They get to see more of America than the average American. They can tell you what people are like in California. They can tell you what people are like in New York. They can tell you that they got friends in this state and friends in that state, or they know other drivers that are from different areas and go to this and that state all the time. Like they see what's really going on. They don't just hear about it, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So like, as a young guy, I thought that was kind of like a very impressionable thing in my my early 20s, is being able to like meet these worldly traveling men. That used to be a thing that people would aspire to, right? Like to be a well-traveled individual, and to like these people in small inns and these tiny little villages in Europe, they would pride themselves on like meeting well-traveled people and listen to their tales and like what's going on in this town over the mountains, and like oh, you've seen these people, and like, oh, have you ever seen these people before, and like tell you stories of faraway lands. That used to be a valued thing in society, and that used to be part of like being educated about the world around you, and now it seems to be looked down upon. It's kind of
Yeah.
sad.
And even in door-to-door sales, when you approach it right, you kind of get that same deal going, as you get to learn about people and talk to people that way, the same way.
Yeah, I agree. I used to live out west, and I got Mormons knocking on my door one time, and they were like younger kids, and they were riding their bicycles. These like teenagers, that probably just like 17, 18,
Yeah.
riding their bicycles around, like proselytizing
I know, I
their
did that.
religion. And like most people were probably mean to them. Like I was thinking, like these kids probably get shit on, right? Like these guys probably like get told to fuck off, and they're just young kids, like they don't deserve that. I'm like, tell me about what you think, and like I just want to hear what you think, and then
Also,
and just listen to them, be
what do you
polite.
think? If I get interject, Nordic Frost, thank you for the host with 27 viewers. Thank you so much. I'm here with Neffit and Edelwolf, or Nephite JNF. Thank you. We're talking about listening to the radio. We're talking about truckers. We're talking about salt of the earth Americans. Go ahead, Adel. Sorry.
But yeah, but like I was always just kind of like nice to them whenever I'd see them,
Yeah.
out and about in public, because they get shit on all the
Yeah.
time. So
People
like,
talk a lot of shit and generally don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was a missionary in LA, so I mean, when you talk about the bikes and like that kind of stuff, I know some of that, and I remember seeing one kid in this one black neighborhood in LA, and he just like passes us. He's like racist. It's like, you just see us in white shirts and ties, and you're like, racist? Really? You haven't even talked to us.
Yeah, that's ridiculous, right? Like, you know, I don't know.
What
They
was your
get
position
in the
on being a
Midwest.
missionary?
What
Yeah, I want to hear your
I
stories of being a
enjoyed the
missionary.
experience actually. So I was Spanish speaking, so I got to talk to the Latinos and all. I did have opportunity to interact with Tongans
Donde
as well.
está la biblioteca? Mi llamo es Tibon Pero Mancheca. Ticote Ticante. I don't know. I don't actually speak any Spanish. I just know that from a TV show.
Yeah.
It's literally all
Well, and
I know it from.
it's really fascinating too because you get to see the difference between the illegals and the people that come over legally too. And you can see the people that really appreciate it here. And they have stories from back home, but they really love it here because of the experience that they get to have. And they take their experiences from home and they're able to share those and make a better life here, relying on some of those experiences. And it was kind of fun hearing some of those stories because you get to hear about all the cultures, like the natives there. What was it? We had one couple we would eat dinner with on Sundays all the time, and they were actually.
I
one
hate
of
to
the
interrupt your
Mexican-
story, but Noztec, thank you for the ice cream, and Nordic Frost, thank you for the diamond, saying, have a great stream, friends. Thank you so much, Nordic Frost. All right, sorry.
Yeah, they were actually from one of the native, native cultures there, the Zapotecos, and they could speak the language along with Spanish as well. So there were all kinds of cool things to run into.
Are you saying that they were actually making an effort to integrate?
Yeah, they were somewhat.
Because yeah, everybody, I live in Southern California, so like while I do see some examples of people trying to integrate, I also see a lot of the examples of like enclaves of people that just don't even put in the minimum level of effort.
Well, I ran
Well,
into that
something
too.
something you just brought up there. I just wanted to point it out real quick. A lot of people don't know that that there is a significant portion of Mexico that doesn't speak or read Spanish. They speak a like native language.
Isn't it like fuck? What's it called? Oh, I wish I could remember what it's called, but
There are a number of them out in Mexico.
Yeah, there's several of them. It's, you know, because there was different tribes of different natives at the time. But
Yeah.
what's interesting about that is though is that the Mexican system itself is very very strong about you have to speak Spanish. Like you can't get a job, you really can't go to school and get an education. There's a lot of missionaries out there, especially the Catholic missionaries, that have a single purpose in teaching these people Spanish.
Yeah.
So that they can get jobs and interact with the rest of the society, because otherwise they'd just be destitute and forgotten.
Yeah.
Because they can't speak the native language. They can't speak the language of the world around them. So it's pretty wild.
Yeah, I know as missionaries stateside, one of the methods we would use for finding people was actually offering English lessons as well for here. I'm not sure what they do over in Mexico, but yeah. You
Kind of
also
the same
hear
thing. Like they offer Spanish lessons, and then they give them like an education in like Catholic schools and stuff where they teach them Spanish.
Well, I mean, as a Latter-day Saint missionary, I don't know what they
Oh,
would do
okay.
there. So,
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
yeah. Because I know there are also pockets of people that speak German as well in Mexico as well. So you
Well,
got,
there's a flavor of German that's like specifically for like Texans, right? Like it's like the rarest version of German. And there's only like less than 100 people that still speak it, but it's a dialect of German that's really only spoken among Texans
yeah.
that have German ancestry.
Yeah, what I thought was funny is a lot of people thought I was actually from Europe because of my appearance and actually my accent when I spoke Spanish. Because I took German all through high school, and then
Oh,
when I spoke
nice.
Spanish, I had like a Germanic accent when I did.
That's funny you say that. So like the lady that I learned a little bit of Spanish from, when I used to be able to speak some Spanish, because I haven't used it in years. When I took it in high school, she learned it from a French person that grew up speaking French as their first language and Spanish as their second. So when she would travel to like Mexico or Spain, And the nice thing about learning it from a European is that they'll teach you like both dialects, right? They'll teach you the Spanish and they'll teach you Mexican Spanish, which is different. And so like, but she would go to Mexico, and people thought that she might have been like French. She had a French Spanish accent.
Yeah.
So I always thought that was really funny.
Yeah, well, what's really funny is depending on the Latin American country you're in, one word can mean a completely different thing. And
Yeah.
Mexicans, whether or they're a member or not of the church, they will tell you all the bad words and everything. So you're going to learn like the whole slew of like slang and everything from them.
That's always
Yeah,
a fun
I
part.
learned
of
enough of
learning
it,
language is learning all the slang terms and.
Yeah.
You know, I learned enough Mexican slang terms to get into a fight at, you know, in a bar.
Chinga madre
hanging out-
cholo.
hanging out with Mexican national team supporters, being a soccer fan enough. So did I ever tell you that story, DB, when I went to Mexico versus Bolivia in Denver? I think I was I felt like the singlest white person on the
The
planet.
singlest white
Like when I
person.
went. No, because when I got to the stadium, right? Like I go to the stadium all the time to see the Rapids play. And I went to the stadium thinking, oh, this is just kind of going to be like one of those experiences, right?
Sure.
I get there, there's sombreros, there's mariachi bands, all the signs outside, inside had been changed to Spanish. There's people
Ah,
just
so like
popping
California.
up grills,
Yeah.
like selling tacos like off of grills, like people selling tamales, people with flags and scarf
I
salesmen.
feel like Han Solo in
and
The
I was
Force
like the-
Awakens. Adol, we're home.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just like, I was just walking around, and I didn't see another single white person, and I was like kind of nervous. I was like, am I gonna get beat up here? And I'm like wearing my Manchester United shirt with Chicharito on the back of it because we had a Mexican player that played for us for a while. I love Chicharito, so I was like, I wanted to see Chicharito play, right? Because I don't get to see my players play because they all play in England every weekend. So I was like, this will be cool to see Chicharito play, and so I'm thinking I'm gonna get my ass kicked, right? Like I'm just like, because where I'm from, I grew up with a lot of like minorities in the area, but it was like, you don't go to that part of town or walk on that street after dark by yourself if you're white. Like it's not racist, it's just being
I mean,
smart.
it'd be like hanging
you're
out in
gonna
Skid
get
Row.
jumped.
I mean, like you just don't do it.
Yeah, you're just like looking for trouble at that point if you're dumb enough to do it, right?
Yeah.
So like I was like, I'm gonna get my ass kicked, but they were like, no, they were like Chicharito, and they're like, get over here, like talking to me in Spanish and like feeding me hot dogs and corn on the cob. And I got a Mexican scarf, and they were like giving me beers and shit, and I was doing shots of tequila, and like I was like, holy I was like, by the time I got into the stadium to see the game, I was probably like 4 shots in and probably like 3 or 4 tecates. I'd eaten like 12 tamales. I was like fucking like ready to throw up, but I was having the greatest time of my life, dude.
Yeah, they're pretty laid back, although their support for Mexico makes me wonder how smart they are, because it's like Mexico's the best, but we can't stand seeing them lose.
Yeah. Well, the funny part is there was like a red card at the very end of the game between like Mexico and Bolivia, and there was like almost a fight that broke out in the corner of the stadium from the traveling
Between the
Bolivia
Mexicans and the
fans.
Bolivians.
I was like, dude, what side of the race war am I gonna be on this one, boys? What's gonna happen?
What's,
This kicks
Adol,
off, like,
what side do you try to chameleon to?
I know. I'm like, I don't know. These Mexican guys are pretty fucking cool. Like, oh shit. Like,
It's like, well,
I am wearing a Chicharito shirt. Like, I guess I'm on this side when it breaks out.
Chicharito nationalism now.
Yeah, dude. Like, I thought about that in my head. I was like, oh shit, dude. If like this like kicks off in the
You
stadium,
had
like,
what is
side
it?
am I gonna be on?
This is literally the prisoner's dilemma.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, right, dude.
Literally the prisoner's dilemma. I mean, if you're in a
Dude,
prison, it makes more
oh.
sense. But like,
Oh, dude, that reminds me of, like, my friend. I think I've told this story to you before, DB. Like, he's like speaks German. He went over to Germany and he went to see Hertha Berlin play against Frankfurt. And like Frankfurt's like known for
They're
like,
hot dogs, right?
Hertha Berlin. Well, no, Frankfurt and Hertha Berlin are like super big rivals in like German football. And like Hertha Berlin is like typically like they get their ass kicked by Frankfurt, and when he went to go see them, like that was like the first time that like Hertha Berlin beat them by like such a huge margin. It was like the biggest difference in scoreline in their like rivalry history. And so he's like, I'm super excited. He's got his Hertha Berlin shirt on and his Hertha Berlin scarf. And he gets on the train and he thinks he's heading back towards like town, the direction to like go back to the hotel. And he got on the wrong train.
Oh,
and got on, and like here comes all these dudes with like no shirt, suspenders, like neo-Nazi tattoos, fucking meth mouth tees, skinheads, dude. Like, because Frankfurt's known to have some like pretty fucking rowdy 1488ers on their side. And he's like, I'm gonna fucking die. They're gonna see me with all this shit on, and I'm gonna die. And of course, they like see him, and they're like, he's like, oh shit, here they come. And he's like, I'm American. He's like yelling in German. He's like, I'm American. And they're like, oh, what's parts of America are you from? And he's like, I'm from Colorado. And they're like, oh, he's a real life cowboy. He's a John Wayne, a 6-shooter, bang bang. Oh, fucking hey, hey. And they're like, you come party with us, cowboy. And they're like, he's like, I didn't want to say no because I didn't want to die. And he's like, and they're like, you got to take this shit off. And they like gave him a shirt. And he stuffed his scarf and his shirt in his backpack. And he went to this boathouse party with them. Dude,
This is the weirdest
said he did so
cultural
much
exchange
blow.
I've ever heard.
Yeah, dude, he said he did so much blow and drank so much beer. He was like, it's ridiculous. He's like, dude, he's like, imagine if I had told him I was Jewish. Oh my God. I was like, holy shit, dude. Yeah, I'm glad you did. We wouldn't be having this conversation. Holy shit. Oh my God, dude. Yeah. He was like, oh, the strangers you meet become the friends
You never
leave
knew.
eventually, right? Yeah, exactly. Oh my God, dude. So funny. Like, did they just assume like all Americans from like Colorado and Texas are like from the South are just cowboys? They fucking love cowboys over there, dude.
I mean, it is a
Like
fascinating
spaghetti
mythology.
westerns are super popular in Germany. They still make them in Germany.
Not just distribute,
So
they make like
ridiculous.
actual cowboy films.
Yeah, they make German spaghetti westerns. Go look them up. It's
I
pretty
wonder how
funny.
good they are.
I have no idea. I've never watched one. We should maybe do that for B movie weekend.
I'm down. I'm down to
sometime.
watch a German spaghetti western.
Oh,
Ah,
dude,
das
doesn't that sound
Cowboy.
based as fuck? Dude, doesn't that sound based as fuck though?
It kind of does. I'm super down. Das
Oh,
Lied,
man.
isn't it? Das you yellow?
Oh, dude. What does chat think about these stories? These ridiculous anecdotes, man.
There's nothing ridiculous about them. They're awesome.
I feel like an old. People ask me though.
You seem like an old soul.
I
I'm
have
sure
all
you've
these
been told
stories.
this before.
Yeah, dude, I've been around, man. I've been around. I got some crazy shit, dude. I've seen some weird shit. Seen some weird shit.
Weird shit.
Well, I also used to be like a roadie for like metal bands. So I've seen some weird shit there too.
Really?
Uh-oh. Yeah, I mean, I've seen, people hit each other in the face with guitars and cut somebody's eyebrow off, and then somebody else would super glue it on. And
What?
they're on the road, so they wouldn't go to the hospital, and now it's like permanently crooked. Looks funny.
What the fuck?
I've seen people. There was a band, Dillinger Escape Plan, that I once helped set up audio equipment for, and they were famous. So the lead singer would swallow swords and do blow fire and stuff like that, breathe fire and shit. And he said like breathing fire was like the equivalent of like smoking 20 packs of cigarettes at one time, and I believe him. And he also used to, like I said, swallow swords. And I watched that man swallow a sword, and when he pulled it out, it was on fire.
Fuck.
And And I'm just like, holy fuck, dude, that cannot be good for you.
No, no, it
That
cannot.
The end of every show, they would beat the shit out of each other with like their guitars and shit, and then just smash them up. I mean, I'm talking like full on beat the shit out of each other. Like, I don't know how those guys like lived through one show.
We
let
want to know
alone,
how they
like,
lived, Adel?
do this for years.
Very well.
Lots of drugs, probably. Lots of
Also
drugs.
true.
It's tough.
Oh, that's Mochi! Thank you for the lemon! I know, no check mark yet. We're waiting on it. But thank you, Mochi. Yeah, no, you know, it's funny. I breathed fire once. And it was...
Did you really?
Yeah, so it was
Damn,
at
man.
my grandfather's memorial. My grandfather on my mother's side, he passed, and my grandfather was kind of like, he was a super Chad, okay? He was a Giga Chad. He stole my grandmother away from some dude she was promised to marry. He used to do hang glide. He flew
beast.
single prop planes. He did hang gliding. He owned his own business in California, and for years he bought multiple houses. He lived the last 20, 30 years of his life on like a ranch in California. Like so we were there. Yeah, definitely go. So that's motor. But we're there. We're on my grandfather. It's kind of a ranch, you know. Like it's more of an orchard actually. It's got like a bunch of trees and shit. And me and my cousins were like, you
Right.
know, we shot some squirrels with some old like 22s my grandpa had, and we cooked them up and ate them.
Fuck yeah.
But at the end of the evening,
That's what I used to do too.
one of the things my grandpa used to do is he used to, you know, like spit fire. And so what we did was we'd coat our throat with water, right? We'd put a bunch of water in our mouth. Then we'd take some oil, and we would just, you know, have like an open flame and.
Oh shit, dude.
You know, I mean, my uncle's like
Damn.
crazy. He goes to Burning Man every year. My cousin's an Eagle Scout. So it's like, okay, I think this works, right? Oh, let me try. It worked out.
Fuck, dude, that's
Some people
beast
use
of shit.
fire or flour for that though too.
Flour. We didn't use flour.
Yeah.
It was water and oil. We did water first, then oil, and then spit fire. And make sure you don't swallow it either.
Yeah, I think the guys that I knew that did it used Bacardi 151
Jeez.
or just Everclear because
Well, I'll tell you this: there was a lot of alcohol that was involved in these instances. Usually,
That reminds me of like my grandpa, dude. He used to have this theory, right, that it was just the red squirrels that were gonna get into the attic and like eat the insulation or chew up the electrical wiring coming into the house. I don't know why it was just the red squirrels, because like in Michigan we have black squirrels as well. So like,
why does it matter that they're red, Adel?
fascination-
And also, Mochi, thank you for the lemon.
Yeah. Yeah, like, you know, you see regular like brown squirrels, but like a red squirrel like looks like a red fox. It's almost orange. And he had this weird theory, man, that it was just the red squirrels that would do that. No other squirrel. And he would get really, really drunk with like a 30 block of like natty ice, and he'd sit out there with his Daisy Red Ryder pellet gun, and he would try to take shots at these red squirrels. Dude, fucking hilarious, man. I'd come out there and you'd just be like, goddamn bastards. And he'd just be sitting there in his fucking lazy boy on his deck, just taking shots at fucking red squirrels, man. Hilarious shit. Hilarious
Why
shit.
are all of our grandfathers Chads?
My great uncle, so get this, my great uncle said fuck society in like the 60s or 70s.
Nice.
Bought a plot of land up in the mountains of Washington, and lived up there with his wife for like 30 years without electricity. He made his own candles. He had goats. He farmed. He hunted on his land. He built his own like log cabin home. Built his own furniture. The only time he would see other people is he would walk down. It would take him like a day to like walk down and walk back, and he'd fill up a little gas can because he had a little power generator for like electric tools, and that's the only thing he would use that was like electric.
Wow.
And he lived like that for like years. And then one day, when I was in high school, I think like junior year in high school, this long bearded like gray like mountain man wearing buckskins with a hatchet, on his hip and a black powder rifle over his back and like
No
a rucksack,
way.
standing on my front porch, saying, "I'm your great uncle. You know, like, I'm your grandma's brother. I don't know if you've ever heard of me before." And I was like, "I have no idea who you are." I was
What
like, "Man,
episode
there's
of
this
Rick and
weird
Morty
man
was
out in the
this? I
porch."
feel like your uncle's like actually
Yeah.
Rick. Like, listen, Adolf, I got something to tell you. I'm here to take you to the forest to keep the frogs from turning you gay. Okay, that's what we're doing.
Yeah, pretty much,
That's
dude.
what it feels like. This sounds
Pretty
awesome.
much, man. Dude, so like he had never seen like cell phones before.
Oh my gosh.
He'd never seen a computer that could fit like people's like had home computers now. Like what the fuck is this, dude? Like TVs, like multiple TVs in a home. He'd never seen a TV so big. We had a huge TV in the living room.
Also, Hollow
Um,
Apple, thank you for the follow, and Tony Galati, I see you, sir.
Nice, Tony. Good to see Tony. But yeah, like I had to take him to Walmart, right? Take him to Walmart to buy clothes because he didn't have like really any clothes, and he had like a mental breakdown because I took him to a super Walmart and there was just too many people. He'd never seen that. He hadn't seen that many people in like 30, 40 years. He had a fucking breakdown, dude. Couldn't handle it.
That's
He
amazing.
was getting like fucking Vietnam flashbacks and shit. Had to take him home.
That's amazing.
Dude, he was a wild dude. He was a wild dude.
Listen,
Oh my God.
Ado, I need some gas for the generator. Let's go. Grab, great
Exactly.
uncle, what? Come on,
Pretty
man. You
much.
gotta get out of the fort. No. Listen, Ado.
Dude, yeah. I remember he's like, "You want to go camping sometime?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm down for some camping." I'm thinking, I'm gonna bring I'm gonna bring my rifle, my fishing pole, and like all my shit. I show up. He's like, "You're not bringing that shit." I was like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "You can have this. That's about it." Fucking handed me a fucking buck knife and a black powder rifle. And he's like, I got a shirt you can wear, and he had like a buckskin shirt that he gave me. He's like, you can't take anything with fucking zippers on it. So I had a pair
Man,
of jeans.
you've
that
just
had
described
buttons in the front.
what's the Kingdom Heart artist's name? It's not, you just described Tetsuya Nomura's Nightmare. No zippers.
Yeah, dude, no zippers, and like here's a giant piece of canvas. I'm gonna teach you how to make a tent out of it. And dude, we went out in the woods for like a few days, and if you didn't catch anything or find anything, you didn't eat. Like that was it. Like it was hardcore, bro. I was like,
You kill what you eat, and you
ridiculous. But
catch what
he
you
knew
kill.
he knew every plant you could eat. He knew every fucking like how to catch fish with your bare hands kind of shit. Like, dude, hardcore, man. I miss those days sometimes.
It's awesome. I mean, have you seen Society?
Well, dude, nowadays I'm like, man, that doesn't sound too bad, right? Like, if you think about it, like, I kind of get, like, as a kid, I was like, well, who would want to give up video games and computers and cell phones and, like, satellite television and anime and comic books? Like, that's fucking weird, And, like, nowadays, I'm like, dude, that sounds fucking sweet. That sounds fucking sweet.
It's really peaceful away from it all too.
Yeah.
A little bit at times. It
Yeah.
depends on what you're looking for.
No notifications, no interruptions.
Sounds nice sometimes, but other times it's like I like some of the trappings of modern life.
Yeah.
Just not.
Dude, yeah, but you know what, though? Like, would you know what you were missing if you didn't know you were missing and you were just kind of content?
Sure, that is an element potentially of it, but not necessarily.
I mean, if you didn't know about big anime milkers, would you have yellow fever? I mean,
Yeah.
let's be
Oh yeah.
honest,
I mean, it's
like,
just once you see it, it's just like, yep.
Oh, DB. I don't think you would. I think you would settle down with a nice California blonde girl. No.
Oh wait, you're serious? Let me laugh. Even harder. Oh, Ada Wolf. I have plenty of family that are California blondes, okay? Have you met them?
just saying. I think you'd be, you'd be taking up tennis as a no racquetball.
No,
as a
it's
hobby.
badminton. That's the one you take up.
Yeah, yeah.
Badminton,
taking
you
up,
find all the nice
badminton.
ladies.
Actually, you know what? I enjoy badminton. I kind of offended by that. I
Oh,
actually
I mean,
liked
I
badminton when
specifically
was a
take up
kid.
badminton because it's like, oh, hello. Why, hello there. Just the normal
Yeah,
clientele.
badminton. You can get a little bit aggressive.
Oh, it's so much
I'm
fun to
thinking
get
of, like,
aggressive in badminton.
I'm thinking of like a sweater wearing like a squash ball player. That's what I see. Driving your convertible around.
Yeah.
Living that 80s California life. You could be doing that, DB.
80s. What about the 80s?
I don't know. California in the 80s doesn't sound too bad.
A lot was given away in the 80s.
I mean, apparently, right?
mean-
I mean,
A lot.
why don't you leave California, DB? Have you ever lived outside of
I've
California?
only ever lived in Japan outside of California.
Dude, you need to like. You know what? Like 2013, man. I threw everything I owned in the back of a truck, and I just drove west.
It's not a bad direction to drive in.
Yeah, I was
I
just
don't
like,
know,
oh, I got
man.
some friends
I live in
Denver.
California. I don't know about going west.
Well, yeah, you don't want to go too, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like, have you thought about, like, you don't drink, like, go visit, like, Salt Lake City,
Oh,
like,
yeah,
check
no,
out
like,
Utah.
I would love to
It's pretty trad and based over
I would
there,
love to
you
go
know?
out, like, and travel and hike. I mean,
Actually, if you go north of Salt Lake City, it'll be better country than Salt Lake City itself.
Well, yeah, you go to Salt Lake City for the fun, but, like, the outside areas is where it's, like,
Yeah.
peaceful,
tranquil.
Yeah, like, check out Wyoming, like,
Idaho.
I don't know. Dude, yeah, I could see you like enjoying like the rural quiet life. Like 30 minutes outside of it, like where I'm at, like I'm outside of like a city and like in like suburby areas. But like in between that and the city is like country, but it takes me like 15-20 minutes to like get to the city. So I'm like kind of in the perfect spot, right? Like I got like a little like if I want to drive to like McDonald's, I can. If I want to drive out and see nothing and just go check out the stars somewhere, I can. And if I want to go to the city, like it doesn't take me too long to get there, right? Like I get a little bit of everything.
Sounds pretty wonderful.
Like
Get away
Yeah, I
from
can see-
everything, just decompress when like things just get too much.
yeah, well, a string fellow Honk says, but how do you make a wage there? That's true. You're not going to make a California wage, but then you also have to consider everything else around you is
But Adel,
cheaper.
if I can take my California wage and segue this working from home thing, like
Yeah, see?
This is-
see? That's
that's
what I'm
the
trying
ultimate
to do, DB. I'm
plan,
trying to-
Adel Wolf, is to take your California wage and move somewhere low cost.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. When I was living in Michigan, I rented a 2-story house with a master bedroom with a jacuzzi tub and 2 living rooms, a full-size kitchen with a washer and dryer. Get this, all utilities included, including my internet. $500 a month.
Would you please die? Like seriously, like what? God, you couldn't even get like a room in a studio apartment for that much.
Nope, it's at least.
I had a full yard and 2 porches. I had a back porch and a front porch. And I got high-speed internet, but I was far enough like out and away from things. Like you had to drive like through this like driveway, this dirt driveway through the woods to get to my place. I could literally like go out and drink coffee and read the morning paper in the buff on my front porch if I wanted to. Dude, I fired guns. I'd get drunk and fire guns into the woods all the time. There's nobody nearby for like miles. So there's nothing to get hit. No, I had like a wood pile in the back that I like purposely had like targets and shit set up there. And like me and my friends would just buy a bunch of fucking like cheap alcohol, cheap cans of beer, and we'd just keep drinking. And then we had a little game where we'd drink and we'd throw it into the yard and we'd try to shoot the cans. until we just couldn't shoot him anymore. We ran out of ammo, and that would be like a Saturday afternoon.
Damn. Wholesome. Absolutely
Yeah.
wholesome.
Yeah, see, you know, I'm just, I'm giving you some ideas, DB. You gotta,
No, I'm not against
you're
that
a young
idea.
man. Young man, try something fucking different. You know, I don't know.
Fair enough.
Probably live like somewhere like see you live in like Peoria, Illinois. Like you're far enough away from Chicago where you don't have to deal with Chicago people, but you could still go to Chicago if you wanted to. You know?
Yeah, no, I get you.
Michigan City, Indiana, you can jump a train for like $7 and be in Chicago in like 20 minutes. Yeah, and you didn't have to deal with that, and then you have a really super cheap rent because it's Indiana. Damn, just some ideas,
I mean, it's
bro.
an
I don't
idea.
know.
I
You
mean,
get you got the coast still. You can go to the beach in the summertime. You
I
get
don't
winters.
even
Have
go
you
to
ever
the-
like
I don't
experienced?
even go to the beach here.
That's kind of true, straight fellow. But everything outside of Chicago is cheap, though.
I mean, isn't the
Like,
entire
everything there is,
state's
like, super
pension
cheap.
system fundamentally bankrupt?
Oh
You know,
yeah,
that,
I mean
like,
the
they
state
keep
itself.
raising-
The state itself is like poverty, but if you had Chicago wages, you'd live like a king. So, like I had friends that were like in the army that had like passports and knew like how to travel internationally, like savvy as fuck. Dude, they used to go to like Morocco and like places in Africa on vacation, and they take like $200 and like ones with them, and they'd live like fucking kings for like a week and a half and come back.
He is the king.
Like, yeah, you gotta think big, baby. You gotta think big, you know?
King of Africa.
Dude, bigger king of Africa than Joe Biden. That's how good you could live with like a decent
I
American
love that
wage if
Family
you
Guy
went to
thing where
Africa.
it's just like, I am king of the black people.
Yeah, exactly, king of the black people.
So
Yeah, because I mean, like living in Japan like sounds fun, but it's like impossibly expensive,
Nope,
isn't it? Like
not at-
Tokyo,
not at
like, one of the
all.
most expensive
you can
cities?
find like small houses and like decent like apartments that you can buy for like 30 grand, 40 grand if you want to live in a small town.
That's not too bad.
You know, you can find like nice houses in good parts of town for like $200 or $300, $200 or $300,000. Like no, it's like
don't know.
so. You have to understand that like there's like a lot of like dead Japanese real estate as well, just because you know they're in an economic decline for decades. Like there
People
are
are
good
dying.
deals you can get out there as well.
Yeah, fair enough. Then you got to deal with the Japs. I don't know if that's a trade-off that I want to have. You know.
I don't know. Didn't you hear about that study that said they were descended from Europeans?
Oh god.
I'm gonna press X to
Just
doubt
like-
on that one.
Just like how all the kings of England were black back in the day, they just
Oh,
changed
yeah.
The
history, you
Moors!
know?
It's the Moors!
So ridiculous. So ridiculous. I don't know, DB. I think that, like, as a young man, you can do whatever you want. A lot of people, this is a depressing fact. A lot of people kind of stay in the area they were born and they live in that area all their life and then they die in that area. And, like, how depressing is that? Like, the majority of my family's either lived in one of two states and, like, all the same towns. Like, the
Mhm.
same 5 towns, you know? It's just depressing. Couldn't do it.
Yeah, I mean it can kind of be a trap. Like it absolutely can.
Yeah, just to experience it once and say fuck it, you know, like I don't know.
I get you. How much to live in a part of Japan where schoolgirls? Well, sir, that's more up to you. You have to. You're gonna have to work on
Listen,
it.
straight fellow hawk, it depends on the child.
Oh no! Now
Actually,
wait
I
a
hear in
minute.
Japan 13 is legal.
I'm sorry.
I hear in Japan 13 is legal.
That's not. No, not for adults.
Hey, who cares if 13's legal when they all look like children? Am I right, boys? Bada
Hey,
bing,
Wolf, your
bada
connection's
boom.
breaking up.
Oh no, not the connection.
Oh no, they know too much.
Oh no.
Shut it down.
Shut it down.
Shut it down.
It's a joke, Stringfellow Hawk. I did not condone. Yeah, exactly. You didn't hear nothing.
Dummy!
You didn't oh my god.
God damn it, Adolf.
It was at that moment Adolf had realized he had fucked up.
Listen, I needed a dark joke after all these fucking black pills I've been dropping like fucking bird feed all over the place. Listen. It's the only way we're gonna get through this, boys. It's the only
There are
way.
many
The dark
there are many
humor.
paths through this, Adol.
Oh, dude.
None of them easy.
Yeah.
What's the plan this weekend? That's a good question. I haven't really decided what to do this Saturday.
DB, are you gonna go to a rally?
Will I go to a rally? That's a good question. I haven't planned anything. Maybe.
I'm kind of tempted. I think there's gonna be one in my city. I might actually go this week.
Interesting.
I might IRL stream it with $5 TTS as well.
Go on. I'm listening. I'm listening.
No, I think that's I think that's a really bad idea.
Go on. You don't say, Adolf. A bad idea. What do you mean that's a bad idea?
I don't know. I have this giant Bluetooth speaker that I got for free when I worked at Radio Shack.
In the words
we can
of
make
my
it happen.
ancestors, oh nar. Oh nar, 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 nar. We all know how this story ends. It doesn't end well. Your Honor, what started the fire in this city? Well, have you heard of Super Chat? It's a long story. Why don't you have a seat?
Dude, I wouldn't be surprised if Nick Fuentes isn't going to be one string fella hawk. I would not be surprised at all. I think he should. I think the guys at InfoWars have been pushing that narrative too, that he should be having rallies and all.
Oh
these,
yeah, I mean he's
all these states.
He's a bright kid, you know. He's got to get out there and flex.
No, Donald Trump should be doing them. Donald Trump should be having these rallies and going places, dude.
Just barnstorm the nation.
Why the hell not?
Yeah,
President
I
of the United
mean-
States, you might as well fucking live it up. Live the vida loca, right?
Yeah, go for it, man. Like, if they're gonna try and get rid of you, you know what? Fuck it. I have the mandate. I have the will of the people. Let's fucking go!
Yeah,
I mean,
dude.
it's like
Why not?
it'd be revolutionary, really. To an extent, right? Just like, you know what? We'll make our
Yeah.
own fucking revolution with blackjack and hookers. You know what? Forget the fucking revolution.
Dude, I mean, honestly, if you were to create, like, can you imagine? He's just like, I'm gonna have these big fucking arena rallies, like, be so impossible to ignore. Like, the media couldn't lie about the amount of people showing up. Just like, holy shit! Like, look at the support for these motherfuckers.
Make
like,
them
look at this.
acknowledge you.
Yeah. Like I was talking about earlier, with like the big tech companies, like if all of us, you know, all of your, like all the people that follow your channel were to all go make like a Parlor account and then interact and then get their friends to make a Parlor account. I'm just using Parlor as an example, but like if Parlor became, you know, is it easier to shut down a website with 100,000 users, or is it easier to shut down a website with 1 million users,
Right.
right? Like, that it's the same thing, like visibility. Like, we can't be so underhanded. It's really hard for us to like pull shady maneuvers and non-hetero ops when there's so many people watching, right? Like, sunlight's the best disinfectant strategy. That's
The
what I would
old
go with.
Milo
Just be
Yiannopoulos,
so
yes.
Yeah, just be so visible that it'd be impossible to ignore the amount of people that are supporting me. And make every normie and everybody outside the United States go, what is going on? How is this guy losing? He's like selling out fucking Madison Square Garden. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, who's the fucking, you know, monster that he must be facing? Because if he's got this many people, that guy must have, like, be filling stadiums. Like, he must be just masses of people demanding to see his opponent, right?
Yeah. Like, can you imagine go to Atlanta? Like, I would go to all the cities that are like absolutely bullshit and just block them out. Like, maggot the fuck out of them. I'd go to like the Mercedes-Benz Arena in Atlanta, where they like the new one they built for their Atlanta United. It's got like, I think it's like a seating capacity of like 100,000 people, 90,000 people, something crazy like that. Fucking stack that out. I'd go to Michigan, go to Ann Arbor, fill out the fucking big house. That's got 100,000 people in there.
Yep.
You know, like, just absolutely fucking go ballistic these like final days, and just let your lawyers handle all the shit. It's not like he's gonna be showing up to the court anyway.
Yeah, just be like, hey,
Just absolutely
you've made your
campaign
play at
mode.
this. Now here's mine. Literally,
Yeah.
just put your dick on the table and be like, well, go ahead, make my fucking day.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm fucking down for that. Every time
That'd be
Donald
fucking
Trump
dope,
has come to
dude.
my backyard, it's always been I've never been able to get into one of his rallies. It's always been too crowded. I've always gone. I've always, like, you know, gotten in line, waited, and just never been able to get in. It's always such an impossible show to get into.
Yeah, man. Fill out those stadiums, bro.
Yeah, I think
It's absolutely dump truck them.
yeah, just be like, okay, well, you've made your play. Well, here's mine. I think that's what he has to do. I think that he doesn't have a choice, you know. 'Cause these people want to put him in jail for not literally doing nothing wrong. You know, he's like an he's like the actual, like, he's what the left imagines George Floyd to be. You know, just like, he was innocent. The system just fucked him. It's like, well, he was innocent. The system really tried to fuck him. And may yet succeed. But it is not this day. At least I hope it's not this day, but we'll fucking see.
My friend showed me a picture of like one of the Biden rallies, and like while he was like giving his speech, so you know it's not like a pre or after photo once like everybody's got like hasn't got there or is left already. And he's like, I've seen more people at a furry convention. That's fucking sad, dude. That's true and fucking sad, bro. That's just that. Wow.
Well, there's probably just as much sniffing that goes on. Maybe a little less at the furry convention.
Definitely a lot of something.
Oh, no. Hunter, no.
Listen.
Stop it, Hunter. That's your niece. No.
Listen.
Your
any
father taught you better
convention
than this, Hunter.
Any convention that runs out of AIDS tests is not a convention I want to participate in. Let me just say that.
Ah. Is that true? What the fuck?
Oh yeah.
How
Oh, yeah,
fast
it's
do they even
happened
turn
plenty of
those
times.
around?
There's a lot of questions to ask of that. That's one of them.
Like, what the fuck? Now, wait a minute. Adel, no!
Dude. Yeah, think about that. Wrap your head around that for a second. I've literally seen tweets that are like, thanks for everybody who showed up at our sex educational tent. Sorry if we weren't able to give you an AIDS test, but we ran out early. Like, literally within hours. like,
Well, you
ran
know,
out
the
of
good
AIDS
thing,
tests.
Adel, is they don't actually need to give the AIDS test, but just by being there, they've already proven that they have it.
Yeah, it's just a safe assumption at this point, right?
Yeah. Oh, no. No!
Yeah, man, go look up some of these documentaries about these furry conventions.
I don't want your future, Ada Wolf.
Listen, sometimes I just want to watch a dumpster fire burn. Like this is like pre IBS years. This is pre like internet right, you know? Like all we had were shit show documentaries that people made on YouTube.
By the gods, Edelwolf. What fresh hell is this?
Oh, dude, it's bad.
Man, that's
Not only you know, there've been more people at furry conventions. There's been more people at brony conventions than fucking Biden, rallies. Like Jesus Christ.
no. Damn it, Adel. Not like this.
Just think about that, man. Yeah, Tony Galati, hands up. Fuck it. That's what I have to say. Table flip.
Tony Galati.
Table flip, hands up.
Tony Galati approaching the scene. God damn it.
Hands up, don't shoot. That's what I gotta say. Hands up, don't shoot.
On a less gay note, have you been watching The Mandalorian, Edelwolf?
I refuse.
What?
I got really bored probably like the first or second episode in. Listen, I'm not buying this Chinese Chi-Com Disney Plus bullshit. As John Boyega once said, "You ain't Disney Plus in me, dog. You ain't Disney Plus in me."
Oh, come on, Edelwolf. It's good, and you know you can find it through less reputable means.
I mean, I could sail the high seas for it. I get you. Like, I'm with you there. But here's the problem with that, right? Here's the problem with that theory. That would require me to also watch a show that, once again, that like my sister's watching and enjoying. My parents would watch and enjoy.
But Edelwolf, if you let everyone
when you're-
else decide what you do and don't enjoy,
I don't know, man. I just have a weird. I call it immature. Like call it like wanna be edgy. Like I don't know, but like when your parents are posting memes, like when your parents are posting Baby Yoda memes, doesn't that just make you like cringe? Like secondhand. The secondhand cringe is worse than like firsthand smoke, right? Like
I
goddamn.
don't let other people dictate that to me.
Fair play, DB. That is very true about you. I will say that. I don't know, man.
I do not prostrate myself for the opinions of others necessarily.
Is it really that good? Because I do have Disney Plus on. I do have access to it. And I know it's in 4K HDR, so that's kind of appealing.
So the first season, there are some poor episodes, but I think overall, like, it is absolutely really fun and entertaining, and what it does best, I think, is just kind of capture the essence of Star Wars that I feel has been lost in the recent series. Like, I think the way to describe it, the way to describe the show is that it's almost like watching someone play a video game set in the Star Wars universe, where the universe is respected again, you know, where it's like it's like they'll go to like a planet and it's like there's interesting shit going on. You know, there's some episodes that are weird. There's like an episode with Bill Burr and a Prison Break that's kind of just it's okay. There's another episode where they fend off an attack from pirates, but like then there's like some really good like multi-episode story arcs that really play through well. The character is kind of he's interesting. He's the mysterious kind. It's really a space western. Like that's what it is. You know, he's like a lone gunslinger that goes around catching bounties and travels to exotic locales. You know, fights like monsters and like establish all that. Like I'm a big Star Wars fan, so like I'm just happy to see the universe used in a cool way.
Better way. Yeah, better way. How about this, DB? I got a challenge for you. You down for a challenge, DB?
It depends. I might have a bunch more time coming up, so yeah, what's up?
I say if I'm willing to watch the first season of Mandalorian, then you have to watch the first season of a show I recommend to you, and then we come
Can we
back.
choose
and
ones of
talk
similar
about it.
length? Because the seasons of The Mandalorian are only like 8 episodes.
Yeah, let me double check because I don't want to give you like something that has like 50 episodes in the
Unless
first
it's Legend
season.
of the Galactic Heroes, in which case I'm watching that anyway. Actually, I'll probably watch that starting Monday.
I can do that too. That's a little silly. Uh, yeah, the first season has 10 episodes. That's pretty relatively like the same.
Of what?
Have you watched Mr. Robot?
I have not.
It's literally my favorite TV show of all time. Like that's not an anime.
Okay, I'll check it out.
It's do you have like well you can sail the high seas, but it's also on like Amazon and
Definitely
Netflix.
not going over to a certain private tracker that I may or may not use.
Oh yeah, nice.
Definitely not. No, that would be uncouth and would be stealing from these creators that have long left the monetization process. Okay.
No, I'm down for that. You know, like whatever you got to do, man. Like, you know, back in the day when I wanted to watch anime, it was either sail the high seas or go to Suncoast and spend $120 on a VHS box set.
Back
so
in the day,
I'm with
Adolwolf,
ya.
when I wanted to watch anime is coming out, there was no non-pirate option. You know, it's like it hasn't aired like at all.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah. You want to do that? I'll watch the first season, and then next Friday we'll come together and we'll be like, what did you think? And discuss. What do you think you could do that, DB? Like, you don't have to watch the whole entire first season, I guess. If you don't
How
know,
about
but, like,
this? We'll both by Wednesday. We'll both have watched the pilot.
Okay. That's fair enough. I can do that. I can do that.
Yeah.
That'll work.
There we go.
Yeah. That'll see. This is this could be a good challenge.
Oh, and Tony-
because I definitely need to watch more anime. So I'll need anime recommendations in the future anyway.
Tony
so.
Galati has asked me a question. Does it have Looney Tunes stuff unpaused? It has a torrent from 7.4 years ago for Looney Tunes. But this is from 4Kids. That can't be good. Oh, wait, maybe that's the name of the provider? It includes over 170 of the best Looney Tunes episodes, split into 15 discs. Jeez.
Dude, I got a bunch of VHS tapes of like Looney Tunes way back in days, so they're definitely unpaused for sure.
This is 7.5 years ago,
Definitely.
so probably good. Let's see. Let me.
Somewhere, somehow, I have a HD VHS player DVD combo. It upscales VHS to or maybe 480p. Think so.
Really?
This isn't terrible. Yeah.
I'm actually.
Think it uses HDMI as well. I could be wrong. I'll have
Oh,
to double
Adel,
check.
do you need a tracker or do you have your own tracker?
I need a tracker. I used to have
DM
one,
me
but
a DM me a email to send it to because I have 5 invites that I can send out, and I know you'll seed properly and follow the rules, so it won't
yeah.
fuck me over.
Like,
Because I have a pretty good tracker, all things considered. I've never gotten pinged on it, and my ratio's almost 4.5 to 1, so I'm solid.
I have a laser disc. I have a laser disc Stringfellow. I actually have Star Wars: A New Hope on Laserdisc and Indiana Jones on Laserdisc.
Ooh, exciting.
Dude, Laserdiscs were cool, man, because like if you bought like a really high-end movie, like they came in like it felt like you were buying like a vinyl album. Like they had really cool box art on them. They had like really cool art on the inside. Like I have a friend that's like into collecting like Disney stuff, and he used to buy Disney Laserdiscs all the time. And they had really cool art on the inside, and they had like special features and stuff, and art books and stuff that used to come with them with concept art in it. That's just cool.
It is very
Shit's
cool.
cool, I think. Did you see they're gonna re-release the very first Fire Emblem on the Switch?
Oh, I've
and it's
seen
gonna come
that.
in, like, a
So that's
collector's
the first
box?
one.
Yeah, it's the very first one. So they remade the first one on the DS, Shadow Dragon. I kind of wish that that was part of it. Like, if you want to play the original NES version, you could, but also if you wanted to play the DS more modern version of it, you could as well. I think that's kind of a missed opportunity, but
I kind of wish
the hell do I
they
know?
would like take like 3 houses and like build off all the modern innovations they've made to it.
yeah. I mean, it's kind of cool because it's gonna have like basically like save state features and stuff like that that you would if you played a ROM version of it.
That's kind of
So
nice.
that's kind of neat. And it looks like it comes in like an old school NES box.
Oh,
and,
yeah, I've
like,
seen it. It looks okay. But like the
you know that the problem with that though is every time Nintendo does this, the fucking like the scalpers, dude, they just buy up all of them, and it's like impossible to get a physical copy. Like it's impossible to get a physical copy of 3D like Mario, collection or whatever.
oh yeah, no, I like I was buying my dad like it as like a birthday gift, and I could not get a fucking physical copy, and I was just like, what is going on? Like it.
Yeah. I mean, the digital copy of that game's gonna be way cheaper because it's just an NES ROM that's translated, so that'll be nice. But yeah, I don't know. Fucking hell.
Yeah,
Right?
fucking hell, that's right.
I'm gonna jump out now. Thanks for having
Oh
me.
yeah,
on.
Nephite.
Yeah.
You post your links again if you'd like people to find you.
Okay. I
And
will.
thanks for coming on, man. This was a lot of fun. I had a
Yeah.
good chat with you, man. I'd like to
Yeah,
hear more
it
about
was
your
fun.
missionary work, honestly, because that's always interesting. And I think like I don't like. Yeah, I'm not a religious person. Like, so Mormonism to me as an outsider looks kind of weird, but like I think the
Yeah.
whole missionary thing is great for everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
definitely.
definitely different. You get exposed to a lot of things too. So
Yeah, and I think like that, like taking like a gap year before you go to college and just like living in a different culture. Like I've only lived in a different culture for 3 months, but it fucking changed my entire perspective on the world and on life. So like
yeah.
I think everyone should have that experience if they can afford to, because it's super
Yeah.
valuable.
Yeah. Definitely. Okay. I'll catch you
You
later.
have a great night, sir.
Take care, buddy. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, yeah. Speaking of that again, like, I think it'd be interesting, like, living life for you in like a red state, because like I've grown up in red states and lived in red states most of my life. Like, I think that would be an interesting experience. for you.
Doing like
You wouldn't
missionary
feel like
work
a-
in like blue states.
Yeah, I mean that's basically what your life's been, right? Like you've been living in a blue state as a red man, like like
Yeah. You have
I
to
don't know.
sometimes you have to
I don't know.
pretend be something you're not, not you have to kind of like couch all your beliefs, and like it's all about expanding liberty and all, and, like, but like, at the end of the day, like you can have tons of opportunities taken away just from being yourself. It's fucking
Yeah, that's true.
whack, one might say.
Like I grew up in a state where the castle law was extended to your motor vehicle, where you can go buy a handgun and leave the same day, where you can do a private sale, like gun sale between 2 parties without the government involved, with no registration required. Like I've lived freedom, baby. Like so when I go places or when I see other people that are like fighting against that, I'm like, why? It's not so bad. Like like poverty sucks, sure. Like job opportunities, sure. Yeah, I feel you there. But like freedom wise though, it's like, why would you stick your nose up at that? Like I never understood that.
Freedom, man.
People in Texas have too much freedom. Like how can you have too much freedom?
There's literally no such thing.
Yeah, it's just stupid.
You have too much freedom. Sir, I need to hit you for just how dumb that statement was.
Is Michigan a pretty blue state? Yes, but here's the thing though. That's really just Detroit. A, B. When the unions started fucking the people over and jobs started leaving, people started to fucking wake up, and the only reason they voted blue is because the unions told them to. And when they passed right to work, where you're not required to like join a union to work somewhere, like they can't make you join a union, to let you work there. Like it used to be like if you wanted to go work at a grocery store and there was a union there, you had to join the union or you couldn't get hired. And now like they changed that before I left. So yeah, Michigan turned red because of that alone. Like the unions literally bankrupted Detroit by forcing a changing car economy and a car market into overpaying the staff. And I mean there were people that had specialized jobs where like their only job was to like put in the little like ceiling light that's like in like your roof of your car. Like that was their job, to just put in the light bulb in that. That was their specialized. Like does the union really have to like create such a division of work that you have to hire an extra guy and pay him like a specialty rate for like plugging in an LED light bulb, like into the dome roof, like into the dome light, like in a car? Like that's fucking stupid. Like it's little shit like that that bankrupted Detroit, and it bankrupted the car the car markets and the car companies to the point where they had to leave the United States.
Yeah, no, I mean that's
So.
absolutely the case, that the unions did just like, yes, there were outside forces, of like changing trade agreements and other things that did impact it, but at the end of the day, all the union members got to learn the hard lesson of what the real minimum wage is, right, Adolwolf?
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I feel bad for the workers because it's really not like some blame obviously lies on the workers that let the unions get that powerful, but at the same time, before there was right to work, what were you going to do? If you wanted to get a good paying job, you had to join the union and do what the union told you to. So like basically the unions became the new work bosses. The idea that unions came up was because Henry Ford would send goons to go beat your ass if you didn't work extra hours with no pay, or they'd show up at your house and fuck up your fence and tell you were showing up on a Saturday to work if you didn't show up. So like that's why unions came about, because of the fucking bullying and shit like that. But did they really, like, we have labor laws now, right? Like what other purpose are they serving other than to be like a last line of defense for workers against a company that might take advantage of them? I mean, even then, there's litigation, there's lawyers, there's laws.
There's a whole
for that.
network
they're kind of an obsolete
laws
function.
and legal protections out there.
Yeah, and the other thing that Michigan got rid of before I left was affirmative action, because they actually realized it was hurting minorities. So what companies were doing is they would hire all the skilled people, and then they would leave the low-paying, like unqualified jobs, and just hire a token minority.
Yep.
And so basically the minorities weren't getting the jobs they thought they were getting. They were getting the janitorial jobs. So they were getting like, the grass cutting jobs and stuff like that. And so, if they didn't have higher education, they weren't going to get the job because they don't want to overfill their minority quota, and then fuck themselves in the future. So like, even if you were like a well-educated, person that's considered a minority, you had a harder time getting a job because they'd only want to hire the
Speaking
the
of
janitors and
minorities,
the...
Nyla Moon, how you doing this evening? I'm sorry, Nyla.
Oh no.
We love Nyla Moon, and we love that she's safe. Nyla Moon is great. Sorry.
yeah, we love Nyla Moon. But yeah, so like it ended up actually hurting the people that it was designed to like help. Who would have figured?
Wait, a government
but,
policy that hurts the people. This has never happened before, Adel. This is a completely new instance that I've never heard of before. When has this ever happened? Sorry, I'm still scratching my beard. Huh.
Oh no, Nyla's sad. Don't be
Nyla,
sad.
don't be sad.
Don't.
Don't be sad that it's over. Be happy that I'm just kidding. No. Don't be sad, Nyla.
Listen, I love Wendy's. A spicy chicken go wrap is always a good thing.
Oh,
So.
that sounds nice right now.
Oh no, Nyla, no.
Monogamy? No!
Oh.
Oh, Nyla. No. What happened? Don't tell me. Don't tell me your crush asked for an open relationship. Please don't.
You know what? If that's the case, good for you that you said no. Having respect for yourself is always should be
You
valued.
go, girl.
If you don't respect yourself, they're not going to respect you.
Yeah.
That's for damn sure. See, you know what? That's bullshit too. That's bullshit too, Nyla.
Don't. I hate to tell you this, Nyla,
Yeah,
but it's.
see, you're better off. You're better off. You could have gotten a relationship, and they wouldn't have been ready for it, and then your hopes would have got up. It's better. It's better to have it this way. It sucks
It's
now.
gonna hurt
but
like
you're
hell
better
for
off.
a little, but you'll get through this.
Listen here. Dark Butter's a single. He'll love you.
I mean, as a friend, absolutely.
He respects all women. For one, that's a starter.
You
He also makes good money. He's stable. He's
No.
always on the internet, so he's never gonna like run around and do anything.
Never
behind your
gonna run
back. He's
around.
literally
Never
always
gonna
here.
deserve.
Never gonna hurt you. Yeah, exactly. See?
Stable money. Yes, definitely stable money.
No, it's okay, Nyla. I was blackpilling the chat all day. I've been dropping blackpill like propaganda from helicopters.
Black pill deployment.
Yeah, exactly. I've been
Make
dropping
the
black
pain
pills
stop.
from orbit all day.
How are you supposed to get Mediterranean tacos now? There are no
Dude,
Mediterranean.
there's actually a really good place, a really good gyro place in town that
Isn't
I
it
found. I'm gonna
Gyro?
go back there today. It depends. It depends on who you ask. Depends on who you ask. Euro. I call them Euros. That's
You know what,
I was
Adel?
told,
I think
but,
you're just gyrocentric.
Yeah, it's possible.
Got him.
I mean, I was told that by somebody from.
Oh, wait a minute, hold on.
Bahrain,
Someone's asking
so-
which ship he should get in. And the answer is probably neither till the game's out. But
What
I
ship
said
is-
about Star Citizen.
Oh, that game's never coming out.
Well, I mean, what are you trying to do?
See, yeah, I always say Euro as well. See, I always say Euro as well. So yeah, that's what I say. But if I say that, then people, so like it's like Adidas and Adidas, right? Like if I say Adidas to Americans, they're gonna be like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Did you just say Adidas?" And I'm like, "Yeah, because it's
Feliz
Adidas. but it's
Adidas.
Adidas here."
Feliz
'cause it's German.
Adidas. Da, 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 Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you. That's what you're talking.
Well,
As for the ship you should get, Duff Guy, it depends on your play style that you're looking to do, really. If you want to be like shipping, you have to have a ship that at least has cargo. Personally, I like ships that have multiple like slots for crew. Just because I'd like to like go with like buddies and be like, let's go to this platform and do some shit, yeah. But
DB, can I give you a song request you can play in the background? And,
do you have an in-jet, son?
I got a lighter here. No, I don't.
No,
have
I
an
know,
in-jet,
I
but
know.
it's for
You've given
Nyla, so-
what's the song request?
All right, here I'll send it the YouTube link right now, and you can just play this in the back, and we'll all bust out our lighters for Nyla's soul.
Okay, all right. Well, this is a not so special occasion. But all right. You are a good friend of mine, Adel, so I will break my rules for you.
Yeah, there you go. See, listen, I played this earlier with the sad Trump, picture.
Let's see. But Adel, he's not done yet. It's just dire.
Well, neither is Rambo's journey. But
dream of a wholesome relationship with a Chad that will treat her right.
Right. This is the 2020 theme. This is it.
Plenty of incel fish in the sea, Nyla. Handsome Japanese 7A. Honestly, kind of uplifting.
The song's priceless.
Fascinating.
Have you ever seen the original Rambo
Never.
First Blood? Oh, it's fucking. It still holds up to this day.
I know I always have to say that, and it's like, I know he'll be disappointed in me, but I have to be honest.
Oh, dude, there's a great monologue at the end. I don't want to ruin it. It's so good. It rivals the Captain America.
No, you move instead. Really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's up there.
I'm saying that one's legendary. So.
That's
Oh, I love that sticker. One of my favorite images is the Pepe Dover, the guy who went up and jumped the pumpkin.
yeah.
That's a real human being. Yes, queen. It's a long road, Nyla, but you'll find your man. You'll find your Chad. He'll come for you. He'll sweep you off your feet. He'll give you babies, and he'll put you in the kitchen where you can find true happiness, Nyla. Yes. That is the case. It's not November. We're all suffering. I may have already lost. I'm gonna be honest, but
Listen, I never started to begin with. You can't lose if you don't play the game,
the
baby.
game.
That's all I'm
Listen,
saying.
Ada Wolf, the game was rigged from the start. The nut was
right.
rigged from the start.
Listen, nobody gets to tell me when I can and can't nut. That's what I gotta fucking say about it.
It's not my fault that very attractive women still have sexy pictures of themselves on the internet, even though it's November. Ada Wolf, this isn't the future I chose. But it's it's non-stop nut November, see? He gets it.
That's where the song "I Think I'm Turning Japanese" comes from. You know, it's about masturbation, right?
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Wait, that's not Devo, is it?
You're gonna ask me these questions at 5:46 in the morning.
Yes, this is the only time to ask these questions, Adel. It is the most important time. If you want to listen to November, just go on to Horny Police's Twitter. Uh-oh.
It looks like Nyla's already lost as well.
Oh, no.
She's outed herself.
Alright, let's... Against all better judgment. Let's go find horny police. Is it the horny police department? Let's see. The horny police. Oh no. That's not it. Wait a minute. You lied to me now. Is it the horny police? No. You guys have to be more specific. And there's an
Scotland becomes the first part of the UK to ban spanking for children.
What the fuck? What? I mean, I agree.
I just saw it on BBC.
Like, I agree
just
with
saw
not
it on
spanking
BBC.
your kids. It's just, it's
Nyla's like, oh no, I lost. Oh no. Oh no, stop. Don't. It's like Willy Wonka. Oh, stop. No, please.
the nut has been achieved. That's
I'm stressed out about today's game. I'm not having
who's
a good time,
who's
boys. We play Everton. I think they're like second in the table right now. They have a really great coach, Carlo Ancelotti.
Is his name Carlo Enchilada?
Carlo Ancelotti. You know what? You want to know a little fun fact about Carlo Ancelotti? His wife is Canadian, and when he got fired from Bayern Munich, the big German team, a lot of time in Canada, and he's a big Star Trek fan, and so he just wandered on the set for I think the second of the reboot movie series, and they're like, hey, you want to be a doctor in the background? And he's like actually a background doctor in one of the scenes. So
I mean, like, it'd be like if I was like on the back in like the background of a set on like a good Star Wars film. It'd be like, hey, you want to just like wear like an alien costume or be in like a stormtrooper outfit? It'd be like, is the sky blue? Is the space pope reptilian?
yeah. So, but yeah, he's got Everton way overperforming, and basically, I have a feeling that if we lose, because there's another international break coming up, we'll probably fire our manager, and if that happens, a little bit of magic inside of me will die, never be recovered again.
What's a
I mean, the guy's a legend. He's a legendary player for the team, and to be the manager, it's like his dream job. And like the players are just letting him down. I think that like it'd be kind of sad, right, to like fire a team legend, you know?
It is always sad when people have to do that.
I don't know if I could just stomach that. And it's really the owners that don't put money into the club or don't let the club spend its own money. And again, the same people that own United are the same people that own the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You can tell they don't give a fuck. It's just rotten from the top
Well, I mean, they're
down. So
just
it's
a
like,
money.
is another manager really gonna fix the problem, right? You know.
I mean, this is just a money laundering operation for some rich prince, probably.
Well, here's how it works. We fire a manager, we get a new manager in, they give him money the first season. They get in the top 4, we get European Champions League, and then they don't put any more money in the team. And then they drop out, they fire the manager, and just repeat the cycle over and over again. It's just bullshit.
Yeah.
Like you got to invest to stay on top. You can't. Every year you don't invest is when the other better teams around you invest, and they're just getting stronger, and you're just staying put. You expect to compete every year,
Right.
They don't give a fuck about winning a title. They just want to get the extra bump from the sponsorships for being in the Champions League, get that extra TV money, and that's good enough for them. They don't care if they win anything. So they just put just enough money in to keep them in the Champions League, and if you don't do that, you get fired. It's fucking sad.
I mean, like, if you know, like, the Miami Marlins, like, their history?
A little
So-
bit. A little bit.
Well, they were the Florida Marlins. They won 2 World Series, right? 97 and 2003. you want to know a fun fact about them?
So,
They had never lost a playoff series until this year.
wow.
So they had only also been in the playoffs twice. Because every
Well,
time they won,
go.
they basically went out, paid a whole bunch of money to all these different players, and then they'd win the title, and then they would sell them all. Then the very next year.
Yeah, dude, isn't that kind of shitty? Like, I don't know, man. There's some teams that they can get away with that. Like,
But Adel, here's the
like,
thing:
I-
like that did not like transmit into like long-term success. Like they got their 2 championships, but they still can't sell out. You know, like a stadium. You know, they still haven't like established
Right.
themselves. The Rays are probably get more draw. Like yeah, they won, but what did they win? You know.
that's when you need like a director of sport that has like the bigger picture than like the manager. It can say, oh, we can afford to like sell these guys because we got these guys coming through, you know, in the feeder club and their feeder team or whatever, and then they just, you know, they're like shark teeth, right? Like they bust a tooth or they lose a tooth, and another one just kind of folds up in place.
No, I get you, but they tried that too, Adel, and they had Derek Jeter as like their principal owner. And that team was still terrible for many years, and like there are people like in Florida calling for like we need Derek Jeter to sell the team. Like fucking Derek Jeter, okay, like Mr. Yankee for like 20 years.
Yeah, I was gonna say, biracial angel.
Hey man, he gave ScarJo herpes. He was Agent Zero for a lot of Hollywood starlets. But you know, he was quite a talent. But like, he goes in there and like that was what they did. They listened to you, Ada. Like, we need someone who can see the big picture, and it did not translate to success.
Oh, jeez. Well, you know, there's some teams that do that. Like, a great example of that is Ajax in the Netherlands, one of the big Dutch teams. They have like probably one of the best youth academies in the world. They're probably the only youth academy that can like, you know, really say is maybe even better than United's. You know, just turning out world superstars. And they seem to sell like, I mean, they'll have like a one really good season where they just have an amazing run in the Champions League. They'll sell like 5 players out of the starting 11, but they never seem to like miss a beat. You know, like they're like, okay, that's all right. We got some other kids coming through. It's just like, how do you keep doing this? Like it's freaking crazy, dude. Like their directors and their CEOs just have such an eye on the ball of like, we can afford to get rid of this guy, you know, we'll hold on to this guy one more year and then we'll sell him next year, and they've got this guy coming through, and they never miss a fucking beat, man.
Well, I mean, like if you think about like in baseball history, right? That was like Branch frickin' Rickey, man. He's the guy that like recruited Duke Snyder, Jackie Robinson, Pee Wee Reese. Like, just so many fucking, like, generational talents. And, like, he found all of them. And, like, he wasn't, like, a math genius or a whiz. Like, he just had, like, the magic touch. He just knew, like, this kid's gonna make it. Like, he could just see it.
No. That's how like Matt Busby was for United in like the 50s. Like him and Jimmy Murphy, man. They used to just find local kids. Go find local kids. We'll bring them up to the youth academy. And I mean, most footballers in that time made like, you know, $20 a week. I mean, they made less money than a dock worker. There used to be a pay cap on players when it was barely a livable wage. Most people didn't make a living doing it, and so they would like, you know, they're like, we got to get young guys in, because, you know, obviously younger guys are more youthful, more energetic. You can teach them better from the ground up. But it was the leagues were filled with older guys that were, you know, later 20s or 30s or whatever, because they had established jobs. You know, they could afford to have a hobby as a professional sport, quote unquote, as a hobby, right?
Yeah.
But you know, Matt Busby was like, no, we're gonna get young guys, and we're gonna bring them through, and we're gonna make this like their whole life, and like we need to find guys that are willing to live that rough life, and So I mean, he was winning. He was winning English championships with like 16, 17-year-old kids playing against 30-year-olds and like late 20s. You know, and the people were like, "Holy shit, he's literally winning the league, sweeping up year after year with like teenagers. Nobody had ever done that before. They're all local boys, or they would scout them from local counties or whatever. But yeah, that's how they fucking used to do it. I think up until like the 70s or 80s, you couldn't even play in the English league unless you were like British born. You had to be Scottish or Irish or English or Welsh to even play in the English Premier League. No foreigners allowed.
That's fascinating. Hello?
Yeah. DB, I would not recommend checking your general chat right now. It's not a good
Oh
idea.
no! What have you done? What did you do, Adel?
I didn't do anything.
no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, all right. Oh, I see. Yellow fever woke up. That's all. The fuck? Oh. How come I never... Oh no, he heard me say missionary work. Well, that set him off. All right. But Adel, you saw the image I sent you earlier, right?
Take a look. The search terms by state.
Yeah, let me get that up on screen so we can address this.
Yeah, this needs to be talked about. I got a couple of
I have
questions,
more than a couple of questions. The first, of course, is what is Goth Hospital and how can I find one?
Yeah. This can't be real. This has to be a joke.
This has to be a forgery.
can't be.
Okay. Here we have the and by the way, if you're under the age of 18 or 21 in some locales, you do not type for this site, Pornhub. But I did check the Horny Popo link. So here we allegedly have the most common search terms by state from the pornography website Pornhub. As you can see, the correct answer is in the Southwest, California, and I believe that's Montana? Or no, that's North Dakota. North Dakota is correct with Asian. You know, the Rust Belt seems to be heavy MILF country, according to this. Lot of oil drillers down in Georgia, South Carolina, and there. New York and Minnesota. Sometimes it takes two other ladies to tango. Texas and Alaska, big wholesome lesbian country, along with Oregon and Idaho.
Dude, what's this one that says skin? Like, what? Like, let me get a girl with that skin. You know what I'm saying? Like a really rare. Like, can I?
I want a girl
really
with a
weird-
rare skin condition. Okay, that's
No, I just want a girl with skin. Like what? Like who's
what
like,
alien
who's
type
searching?
Yeah, no. And of course, Johnny Medieval immediately goes to the obvious question. What is Goth Hospital? Right,
This can't be
Adel?
real. Dude, how about Michigan? They're like, listen, let me get some of that racist. porn."
Yeah.
Like, how does
Oh
that even,
yeah.
How does that even
Call her
work?
names. Yeah.
Dude,
Ah.
Kevin James. Let me get some of that
Ah.
Kevin James.
Well, then North Carolina. That's the one place the propaganda's working. What's the other one? It's just below Massachusetts. It's not New Jersey.
Connecticut? No, I don't know. Fuck them. They're all fucking fake and not real states on the East
Yeah.
Coast. Let's be honest.
Droopy balls, though. Yes, droopy balls. That is a question.
Colorado with its droopy balls. Yeah.
I may have to do some personal research on Goth Hospital, but I'm not doing personal research on droopy balls. That's for sure.
Yeah.
My favorite though on this list still has to be Florida boats.
Yeah.
It's like,
You get some of
yeah.
that boat on boat.
I just
action.
imagine there's all these like retired coomers that are like, yeah, I want her on my boat. I want to tell her all about my boat.
So, so we brought this up at the beginning where we both think this is probably.
Oh
bullshit,
yeah.
But
Well, I feel like there's some truth mixed in with the bullshit.
well, here's the thing though. If this meme becomes meme magic and gets spread around, you know there's motherfuckers there that are like, LOL, I live in that state. Let me go search Droopy Balls. You know, like, LOL, let me go search Kevin James. And then it becomes
Are you
reality.
saying they're memeing it into reality, Ada Wolf? Mine.
That's what I'm saying. That this meme got around enough.
Are you saying
The
that there's a
inevitability is
quantum
that-
search mechanics that's going on? That the very act of observing it will make it impossible to measure it? As it will constantly change?
Yes, because we wouldn't be able to observe it, so therefore it's unquantifiable. On top of that, B, this seems like something an AI would like do, right? Like this, like you ever seen those AI made memes? You know, like
I see.
I feel like this is like an AI, like it was an AI was like, this is what these people will like based on like metadata, you know?
Organic. There
No.
is much to teach you about droopy balls.
Oh, dude. Carbon-based life forms must like droopy balls. Like, what the fuck is this?
It's so funny. Alright, I
Jesus
agree with you. I
Christ.
don't think this is legitimate. I just wanted to bring that up because I saw it on Twitter.
No, but by spreading it though, you're making it more real. So you're turning your lie into a truth, and therefore, I applaud you, sir.
I'm just saying, dude.
Interesting.
Maybe I had a part in that California result, but I can neither confirm nor deny any evidence.
Well, you know, librarian.
Yeah,
choice as
wait, let me
well.
get this back up on screen. Librarian. What? Montana's just like, oh yeah, I wanted to wear glasses and be carrying books. Oh yeah. And Maine is just all the kinky shit, man. Maine's like, yeah, BDSM. Oh, I want her tied up and.
Is it sad that my European geography is better than my U.S. state geography? I'm not gonna lie. Like I've had to double check and make sure. Like, is that state? Okay, yeah, that's that state.
Yeah, Montana has a great fetish. Honestly, I may have to research the librarian fetish as well. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm trying to look up to see what. Is that Delaware? That's skin. Is that what that is?
I think it's Delaware. I think you're right.
That's fucking weird, bro.
Oh yeah, I want to see skin.
Show me that skin, girl. Let me see.
Wait,
that
Maryland and
skin.
New Hampshire are the only ones that have teen as their choices? Show it.
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. Bassie's like, what, like, who's like desperate enough to like, you know what, some real kinky shit, bro? You want that like that underground porn?
Oh,
Let me get some of
Nyla,
that
I have
stuff where the girls got skins.
Nyla, I have terrible news for you.
Listen, I'm gonna share a secret with you, Nyla. This is a man secret that's not supposed to leave like mandom.
Oh no,
you know?
no, Adol, you can't
Not
reveal the
supposed to
secret.
I'm gonna reveal the secret.
No!
Men really don't care what the theme of the porn is as long as the chick is hot. Nobody cares. Nobody cares if it's stepsister. Nobody cares if it's, you know, it's fucking the stepmom. Nobody cares about that shit.
You,
So a
you know
lot of
what?
this trend
Actually,
shit
Ada
doesn't
Wolf,
matter.
I think I can answer the step question. I think I can.
I mean, that's what I always assume. Like nobody.
No, but
nobody
like,
cares. Nobody's watching porn for the plot. You
but
know what I mean?
Adol, like, understand, like, I think I figured it out. what it is.
Yeah.
All right, and I think that all that like the step fetish is that guys want an excuse to not look at like total babes. You know? Like they want an excuse to like just see like an attractive woman, but like not like a 10 out of 10, you know, or like a 9 out of 9. It's just like I just kind of want like a girl that seems feasible, you know. Did you understand that, Adel?
Yeah, I get what you're
Like, it's-
saying there. Like,
And like it's
like you can't, like, you don't know. Like, we all know that they're really not related. in
right,
real
right. We
life,
know
but
that
it's
there's
like a
this weird
taboo, and, like,
game that they're
it's like,
putting.
it's forbidden. Yeah, and like we would never do that, obviously, because we're not degenerate. But it is kind of like, oh wow, they're doing something they're not supposed to be doing. Like again, at a certain point, like when we talked about the Hunter Biden situation,
Oh,
like when you're to the point where you're like smoking like meth out of a pipe and you're like fucking on some woman's buttered up feet and shit.
oh no.
While you're wearing a leisure suit and like sunglasses inside, like you've basically become such an addict that like regular sex or even like, you know, maybe something, you know, interesting but not too crazy is so boring to you now that you gotta like do this weird upside down like handstand like butt fucking to like even get off anymore because you're that desensitized to like life and normality. Like you've blown it. You blew it. You blew it. Like it's over for you. Like you've ruined life. You know. It reminds me of the Futurama episode where Bender becomes a human and he's like, I can eat and shit at the same time. They're like,
Bender,
no!
no!
And he's like, why not? They're like, Bender, no! And they're like, why not? It's like it's too much like human pleasure activities at one time isn't good for you. And he's like, whatever, I'll do what I want. And he's like smoking.
Yep, smoking,
and, like, eating a
drinking, eating
sandwich on the toilet.
nachos, and he ends up like the fattest dude in the
Yeah.
world.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a
Yeah.
classic. That was the What If machine.
Yeah. See, like when you've like exhausted everything to the point where like nothing sounds fun anymore, to the point where you're like, you know what? The only way I can get off is by like doing a handstand.
They've got to be throwing up in
and,
each
like,
other's mouths. They've got.
Yeah, and you're like rubbing fucking margarine on her feet,
Ah.
and you're like fucking the gap between her feet and doing a
Not the
handstand
feet
and
gap,
taking a
Adel.
shit, and smoking a corncob pipe at the same time while she's yelling in really bad Swedish. Like you've just lost it. You've lost the plot. It's time to return to Monkey, return to Christ, maybe even. You need to find yourself.
I
a
don't know.
priest
You
and
keep that up, you might
counselor.
have to return to Christchurch.
Oh, no.
Remember, subscribe to
no.
Adelwolf.
For all these ridiculously like secretly mundane hot takes.
Oh no. No.
Oh yeah.
Oh nar, lottie.
It's not good. It's not good. Not good.
It is not good.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. Like that's why all these like millionaires and billionaires and like again we talked about it today where it's not really about race, it's about class systems. This political class that's been created of like people that are either rich enough to buy people in politics or buy their way into politics. Like the reason that these motherfuckers like all end up being pedophiles and doing like soul cooking and like all this weird dark arts bullshit is because they've exhausted the normality of life. They've exhausted the little things of life. Like the things that you and I enjoy, like getting up, having a coffee, you know, having a good breakfast. I don't know, like, you know, taking 5 minutes to watch the sun go down. Like all that shit is like so overdone to the extreme for these people that like they've got to do weird shit. You know, they got to do these dark rituals and You know, they could fuck any supermodel on the planet, and so like, I guess at a certain point they're like, well, let me try some kids on Epstein's plane.
No. But you're
Bill Clinton, like, like nothing gets me off anymore. Might as well put on this weird dress. You know what I'm saying? Like these sycophants, like things that normal people would be like, that's awesome. Like, like, oh, I can remember all the times I've flown on a plane, right? Like these people like own their own plane. Like they'll fly to fucking Italy just to get a pizza. They don't fucking care. They're part of like an elite class of fuck you. They don't give a shit. So,
I think you're correct, son.
just nothing left to do but just do what it, take life to the fucking limits and the extremes and do all
And
this dark art shit.
Adelmandius did despair, as there were no more hoes to slay.
Exactly.
Your Hipster friend, thank you for the follow. If nothing excites you anymore, what's the point of living? Living it, Nyla.
Well, that's why these guys do drugs and satanic worship and, snort, foreskins off each other's ass cracks at hooker parties and shit. Because, like, they have to dial things up to fucking 20 to even feel something anymore. Because they've just overloaded their brain with whatever the fuck they want all the time.
Are you trying to
That,
say,
like,
Adelwolf, that they need more dopamine?
Yeah, they've exhausted all the natural dopamine in their body by just living life to the extreme. So now they have to do, like, that's why you see these motherfuckers, like, cliff diving and shit like that. Because it's like, well, if they're not gonna almost die, what's the point in doing anything?
Doing things?
Not even, like, what's the point?
Why not?
I don't know. You're ever a kid and like you didn't have anything to do during a summer vacation, so you just fucking stayed inside and played video games and just slept and ate fucking pizza pockets
Every
and then
summer.
like go to sleep and wake up and do it all over again. Like at what point does like Monday become Tuesday or Monday become like like what difference does it make what day of the week it is anymore? Like you just become like time seems irrelevant because there's nothing there that you have to do at a certain time or a certain date. So just eventually all your days just bleed together. Doesn't matter if the sun's up or the sun's down. And it's a weird state of like you're existing but you're not really living, right?
Fair. But I live for that.
That's what these fuckers do. That's what these fuckers
I
do.
should
That's
become a
that's their
counselor?
whole
I think you're
lives.
talking to Adel. Adel should be a counselor. If anything.
I mean, maybe one day.
Adel gives good counsel.
Yeah, it's watch the movie Four Rooms. The end final room is a classic example. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, dude, like exactly. Like this lockdown's a perfect example. Like, at what point does like, well, it's summertime, but I can't go outside and do anything. And like, all the music festivals shut down, all the races shut down, all the sporting events shut down, all the concerts shut down. Can't go to the movie theater, that's shut down. Can't walk in the park because people will scream at you if you even like lift your mask up for 2 seconds, so that's not even fun. So you might as well just stay inside. So what difference does it make if it's spring? What difference does it make if it's winter or fall or summer? Because your life doesn't change. The only thing that changes is the sun comes up and it comes down, but you're too busy doing nothing to notice. That's what these people live, dude. That's why they gotta do all this crazy shit all the fucking time.
That is true, sir. Okay, nice.
Can you imagine nobody ever telling you no in your life?
Oh my gosh.
Can't do that. Dude, how entitled would you be? Oh my god.
I'd be
It'd be awful.
I'd be unfucking
It'd be
bearable.
awful. It's like when people think like, oh man, I wish I could live forever. No, you don't. Like, you want to watch everybody you've ever met in your entire life die, and like
Kind of.
you forget their names because like eventually you've lived for so long, you've met so many people that it doesn't matter anymore because they all die in the blink of an eye, and like time becomes like irrelative to you because like you've lived for so long that like 100 years seems like a week gone by, and eventually you just like your mind couldn't even take it. You'd just get insane because you'd have no concept of time. That's fucking crazy, dude.
I think that like
Think
there's
about
maybe
that.
you could run out of storage or something.
Well, yeah, I mean, what is the brain like? It does have limited capacity, but that's why you have your short-term memory and you have long-term memory, right? So like, eventually you'll forget things, but like the idea of just like living forever just seems like a fucking nightmare. Yeah, the only reason to live forever is if your friends and family can live. Yeah, exactly. If you lived on and like had to watch everybody you ever met die, and like I said, after a while, like the human lifespan would become like a blink of an eye for you because your just concept of time would become fucked. Yeah,
Hmm.
dude. Yeah, you would have to break it up by like traveling or learning something. You'd have to make like individual moments in your day to just slow time down. Otherwise, it would become all irrelative.
I mean, I
I've put a lot of thought into this, DB. Put a lot.
I
of
think
thought into
your
this.
perspective would change.
Oh yeah, immediately. Yeah. Well, not immediately, but like over
Right,
time.
right. I mean, like, while you're still more connected to your mortal self.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Stringfellow Hawk. Yeah, thanks. Thanks. You should follow my channel where I do random conversations like this and play games and do podcasts and stuff.
Highly recommended.
Yeah. So DB, I've been playing this Terminator game, Terminator Resistance.
Oh.
It's kind of like Fallout meets Terminator.
Really?
Yeah, it has like an RPG.
Sorry.
It's definitely better than like the movies that they've made recently.
My God, the bar has never been higher.
Tango Whiskey says he's very disappointed in his boat search. Well,
I mean, I was hoping there'd be a state that was trains, but
where does Mountain Walk live again? Let me
don't believe he shares that
poor
information.
Mountain. Fucking poor Mountain Walk. I tease Mountain Walk sometimes. I feel bad. I'm like, am I picking on Mountain Walk a little too hard?
No
But then he's
bully.
like, yeah, we love Mountain Walk. We don't want to bully.
Droopy balls, yep. And what is your fetish, Monsieur Edelov? Droopy balls.
Well, it's like some AI fetish, bro. Like again, yeah, droopy balls. Like some AI was like, oh yeah, people make jokes about that in that state, and then suddenly that becomes like a fetish because it's like in some metadata.
I mean, technically.
I don't know.
It depends, I suppose. I don't like using that word depends, but sometimes it makes sense.
Well, the president of the United States is about to wear 'em, so
It's okay, Adel. He's gonna win. We elected a fighter, and he will fight. He will go on to the end, Adel. We will defend our erection.
Do you think he actually has a chance? Or do you think it's futile?
I think he
Futile on
actually
the
has a
courts.
chance. And it's a fight worth having.
What? I mean, it was brought up on Ralph's show, and I brought it up earlier. Like, I don't think it matters at this point. Like, the trust in the system's so broken.
Yeah.
That doesn't really like people are gonna be pissed off anyway. So yeah, Montana's very wholesome.
Pissed off and mad as hell.
Yeah, nobody's gonna be happy with the results, so you might as well do whatever you got to do to win. I
Yeah,
guess.
exactly. I just want to know what boat is. What is
Our
boat?
God need more dopamine.
Hmm?
Johnny Medieval said, "No, Maine is a nice place. Leave them alone."
That's the main problem.
Rules and honors are for chumps. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Like, I don't know. You know, there's a saying in football. You know, form is temporary, class is permanent, right? You know.
Really?
Sometimes you gotta, you know,
Roll them and
be
fold them.
classy. No.
Yeah, that's fair. I hear you, Adel. Man, I don't know. Fed just totally bailed on me today with absolutely no warning.
Dude, yeah, he didn't even call in to.
I mean, he was listening too, right? Like he gave diamonds.
Yeah.
That's why I was just so
I
confused.
don't know. Maybe he's you know, he's in a bunker somewhere. He's getting ready for you know, the apocalypse.
I just want to see like a bunch of like Trump memes where it's like, I have survived the attempt on my presidency. I return to you. Do the whole Palpatine, you know?
Right? Yeah. Dude, Skynet doesn't. Speaking of, you know, Terminator, Skynet doesn't sound so bad now. You know, I think we kind of deserve it at this point, right?
I mean, you know, like cyber feudalism now, bro.
Tango, I mean, I get it. I don't know. I don't know what the answers are anymore. Fuck it. It's 6:30 a.m. When is this game?
The answers are yes. Always fight to win. Never surrender. Go on till the end. We will defend our Adelwolf.
Sounds like the Pet Cemetery guy. So it was all bad up there on that mountain there.
Isn't that Winston Churchill that was the Pet Cemetery guy?
Maybe. I don't. Yeah, maybe.
Because Stephen King wrote it, right?
I think so. Don't banner anything out there that you don't want coming back. It's gonna come back all wrong now.
Oh no. Nar.
Something wrong with that soil. Even the natives wouldn't bury their dead up there. I think that's like part of the original plot. Like he's like, yeah, the natives like would.
Right, no, it was like an old abandoned Indian burial ground, right?
Something I don't remember. It was like sacred land that they wouldn't bury their dead in or something. I don't know. 'Cause everything that came back would come back wrong. No soul.
I've never seen Pet Cemetery. I haven't actually read or
No.
seen.
The original one's not that bad, but you know what the problem with it is though? Is it takes for fucking ever to get going. Like, I'll just tell you the plot of it, because who fucking cares? Like, you know, but like, the plot is like this young family with the son and their cat, and like the first thing he buries up there is like the cat. The cat gets hit by a car or something. I don't remember. But like he buries the cat, and then the cat comes back.
No more, no more,
And,
no
like,
more. Sorry.
And it's like evil as fuck, or whatever. And he's just like, oh, something's wrong with the cat, like whatever. And so like it takes like an hour to get into, but then like the little boy like chases a balloon into the street and gets hit by a semi truck, and so he like buries the boy up there, and in a desperate attempt because the cat came back, and like the son comes back and he's like possessed by like a demon or something. Tries to kill the family. I just remember there's a scene where like the kid like crawls under the bed with like a pair of scissors and like cuts somebody's Achilles tendon. That was pretty.
I mean, I've
brutal.
seen the resolution of the multi-bee scene.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Why is it ridiculous?
I don't know. The whole concept is ridiculous, right? Like burying something in a certain amount of like in certain soil or whatever, and like I don't know. Stephen King's a weird dude. Did somebody post I'm on a boat? Fuck yeah, see, there you go. Johnny Medieval. Song that people in Florida listen to. Alright, chat. What's going on with chat? What is chat thinking?
I don't know what chat's thinking. What is it? What's the pulse?
Yeah, what's the pulse, guys? What's going on? What's on the chat's mind? What does chat want us to talk about? I've been talking for probably 8 hours today. Eventually, I'm just gonna be spinning my wheels. Start making up words like Joe Biden, you know?
But I hear Corn Pop was a bad dude.
Oh, wow. Rest in peace. And BDSM isn't sexy because I start thinking about how you need to build a cross and get all the leather and shit. It's a lot of work. Yeah, it's a lot of. I mean, anybody that's ever had to put a kid in a snowsuit knows that like trying to get inside like fucking like tight like leather outfit or like spandex or latex thing and like have it zipped up and like you know. Then you got to make sure you went to the bathroom first because you're gonna be in that thing for a while. Your skin can't breathe in those outfits, so that's gonna be a fucking sweaty ass nightmare. How do you wash that stuff? You can't just like, you know what I mean? So this sounds terrible. Yeah, it's just that doesn't sound like a good idea. And then you got all this weird shit in your house. How do you explain that? Family comes over for Thanksgiving, like, oh, don't worry about this fucking rack that I built in the middle of the living room that, like, rises up and down on a fucking, like, you know, out of this, that drops out of the ceiling with a disco ball and all kinds of, like, weird lights and shit. Like, don't worry about that. That's nothing. Don't think about it. Am I gonna get put on a list? I'm gonna get put on a list because you sent me this. Now wait a minute, Nyla. No. Yeah, but how do you hide some of that shit? Like, you got a giant sex swing in your fucking bedroom with a giant rack on there and like an Iron Maiden in the corner. Like, who's gonna be able to hide that shit? Yeah, you gotta explain it to your contractor. That's right. Dude, there's no way. There's no way. And then you wonder why people never come to your house. Like, people start to be like, hey, how come we never go to Joe's house to watch the game? You know? It's because he's got all this fucking weird sex shit all over his fucking house. Be like Always Sunny, like, why is there a dildo that shoots out of the seat of your fucking stationary bike, you know? That's fucking hard to explain to people. Yeah, it's too nuts. Too nuts. I don't know, did we lose DB? Still here? I'm lighting up. I guess I'm on the show now. It's my show. It's my show.
If anyone's gonna crash this show, it'll be me, damn it! Isn't that how you feel, Adel?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm tired. I'll be right back. I gotta get a burrito. I'm gonna get some coffee. I'll be right back.
God, that
DB.
sounds nice.
I'll be right back.
What? Wait. Wait, what? I'm confused. Can you explain, Adel? Adel? Am I all alone here?
I'll be right back. Hold on. I'll be right back. I'm making a burrito. I'm making
Oh,
some
that's right. You're
coffee.
getting a
What's going
burrito.
on? Yeah, that's right. I'll be right back.
I was lost, and now I've found. Oh. Oh. What's up, Facts and Logic? How are you doing this evening, sir? Also, your Herstay friends had Halloween supplies. Strangely enough. Tony Galati talks about facts, best known as my good friend, Facts and Logic. Your Jack in the Box got burned down, Tony? That is sad. Rip Wendy's, yes indeed. Also, Facts, can you berate Fed Zeppelin for me? He did not give me prior notification, and he did not show up, so I've been running a flying it by the seat of my pants kind of show, more or less. Mr. Huntington, good to see you there. There wasn't a Jack in the Box to begin with. Oh no, Nyla! The Jack in the Box was rigged from the start! That's what it is. The Jack was rigged from the start. I think that were the case. Wendy's makes very good fast food there. I like it. Jack in the Box you don't have in New York? Really? Interesting. Nice Sussex, Berkshire. You have to go down to Texas and you don't see it in Minneapolis? Oh, that's lame, Nyla. And your Lone Star beer? Texas is fine in my book. Lone Star beer, you say? What exactly is Lone Star beer? Texas is amazing. I like Texas. You don't have In-N-Out Burger near either? In-N-Out Burger's overrated.
Lies.
Overrated and terrible. Facts and Logic.
Lies.
You are live on Coast to Ghost.
Apparently the only one. Fed.
Yep.
Who's asleep.
Yeah, no. Geeky at least gave me notice. He was busy with the lady. I'm like, alright. I promised him mercy.
We must think of a suitable punishment for Fed when he gets back.
Well, we'll take his van away.
He will have to play Barbarossa.
Yes. I think it's not Tannhauser, right? It's Barbarossa. So, Fax, tell me, what are you up to, sir?
Just got back home. It's my weekend, and I'm awake as fuck.
You know, I heard a joke, Facts and Logic. You want to hear it? Your silence is your consent. But the joke goes, normally, facts and logic, when you have an erection that lasts this long, you ask a doctor. Sorry, election.
It has been more than 4 hours.
It has. Yeah, this is just utterly absurd. Are you excited for like the future of ballot counting that's going to be like a game of chicken?
Yeah. They're really honoring that tradition of the election that we had.
Which erection?
It was nice when we had an election night,
Yeah, I remember that. I remember.
not an election season.
Wait, you don't know what Hollow Apple? You don't know what a game of chicken is? It's like, how do I even describe it? It's like when you just like challenge someone and you're like, you know, like it's like whoever gives up first or whoever like chickens out first. You know, it'd be like you'd be like both driving towards a cliff. Like a game of chicken would be like whichever person breaks later would win. You know, because it's like, oh, what are you, chicken? You don't want to do this suicidal stunt?
What are you, bitch?
Exactly. What are you, Yella?
What did you call me?
You heard me, son. You know exactly what I meant you for.
I'm not Yella. You're Yella.
It turned out I was wrong. He were Yella.
The election was rigged from the start.
Pretty much. Utterly ridiculous, isn't it?
People are fucking mad.
And we should be mad as hell.
But the funny part is there's no like screaming to the heavens. No.
Right, like we're kind of just here like...
Like
eh.
on our side.
Most of us are just...
All the,
Most of
Sorry?
us are just kind of being like adults about this. And we're...
but they're projecting so hard that that they're like, no, you're the ones hysterical and crying.
No, we're kind of just like, you guys cheated and we're just clear-headed about this.
Yep.
Listen, son. If there were ever a time, it were now.
I am seeing an increase in anger though, which is really refreshing.
Facts.
People
I've seen
sorry?
things you can't imagine. I've seen 140,000 ballots show up at 4 a.m. in the morning with absolutely no notification, all swinging to exactly the same candidate, all at the exact same hour. I don't know how to describe it for you.
Have you seen the videos where they're just filling them out as
Yep.
they count?
In the words of PJW, imagine my shock.
I saw a video of a guy at the dump, working at the dump, and he picks up a ballot and he opens it. And it's from
Of
Trump.
course. I mean, like, duh.
Mhm. Yeah.
It's just absurd.
I hope they fucking. I don't know why I should have hope for this, but I wish it happens. But I hope they just sue him, catch him.
I want this to be ugly. I want this ended in the courthouse.
I want people in prison for this.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Leftists never go to prison though for very long.
They really don't. They're part of the... They're part of the problem, generally.
You remember Leland E.,
Leland Yee.
California senator, a massively anti-gun one?
I don't fully recall this.
He got caught a few years ago running guns for the triads.
Oh, shit!
Remember that guy?
Yes! What the...
He got out of jail recently. He's fine.
Of course. What did you do? I ran guns for the triad. Like,
Just selling machine guns and rocket launchers to the triads.
what? Can someone please
While being anti-gun.
All these fucking Democrats. Every time it's like, I'm anti-gun. I'm anti-gun. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Okay, what?
Just because they want to make us defenseless against their
Their
true
tyranny.
compatriots. Yeah.
You know, just like, wait a minute.
criminals.
You've sold guns to people, bad fucking... Like, I think we can all agree, bad hombres. And, like, you're saying that we have to be disarmed because you armed these psychopaths. Okay, I'm just making sure we're all on the same page, right? You fucking monsters.
They'll break in and kill your dog on the off chance you might have a wrong piece of equipment.
Yep.
But this guy can get caught by the feds selling guns and rocket launchers and explosives.
Well, I mean,
So,
what was
5
it?
years
Diane
in jail.
Feinstein apparently had a Chinese spy on staff for how long?
It's not a spy if you know about it, but you.
Well, that's fair. Sorry, handler. And not your normal sexy Monster Hunter handler.
That handler is 3D PD and not allowed.
Harambe. Absolutely Harambe.
Twitter is of course running massive interference for all this shit.
Well, imagine my shock at all this. Hello there, Edelwolf. I'm talking right now with my good friend, Facts and Logic. How are you doing? How is your burrito, sir? What flavor burrito is it?
I don't know. I ate it too quick to care.
That's not exciting.
Bean and cheese.
Somebody does.
Meat and cheese. Yes.
Why are you guys so tired? Were you been streaming this long?
It's only been 6 hours.
Well,
I mean, Adel joined later, but you should probably re-listen to the first 15 minutes of this stream where I made my passionate plea for America, Facts and Logic.
Oh yeah.
It was my my uplifting fight speech. You know, we will fight them in the courtrooms. We will fight them in the ballot harvesting places. We will fight them in the polling places. We will not go quietly into that good night, Facts and Logic. We will defend our meme island. So, yes. But yeah, I'm ready for this fight, Facts and Logic. Are you?
I've been ready.
I was born ready. Molded by it. To answer your question, me and the Ark, this is both. He is both facts and Facts and Logic. All at once.
Shit.
What's up, sir?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I've said fucking enough.
Go on.
Life in general, right?
Where the fuck is Mountain Walk? 404. Where are these people?
Yeah, where are they?
It's a good question. 404 like woke up at a weird time. Like he woke up in the middle of like Foilcast.
That is true. I remember hearing him on Foilcast.
Well, he wakes up whenever Rand goes to sleep. So.
No. No.
One personality checks out, one kicks in.
Ah.
Oh no.
Plastic Jones, thank you for the
Oh,
follow.
was that-
Oh no, guys, it's Doctor
Was I not supposed to
Doctor
say that?
404, Mr. Rand. Oi!
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. 404.
I will defend.
Rand is the doctor.
Listen, all I can say is I've never seen 404 and Rand in the same room at the same time.
Yeah.
Holy
Isn't
gods.
that weird?
This conspiracy goes all the way to the top of Anglos. Does it not?
It's
It
gotta be some Australian wallaby bullshit.
It's the wallaby.
This image you got on screen is so inaccurate.
My favorite part is
So I
boats.
don't know. Goth Hospital seems pretty legit.
I do want to know about Goth Hospital, right?
Yeah, that one I'm most curious about.
Hentai should be somewhere on this list.
I'm just like, tell me more.
Goth hospital. Sexy
Yeah.
sexy goth nurses.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the fact that anime didn't make the list is pretty astounding.
Yeah, no,
Well,
that's.
didn't they like ban anime off of Pornhub or some shit?
I
No?
don't believe so.
I thought someone was telling me that where they're like shadow banning like hentai on there because they think it's like the thing everyone's scared about right now.
Well, Australia is like, no, we're worried about fictional characters. Fuck them.
Fool.
Why is a man truly free if he cannot observe his anime titty? I do not know. But what I do know.
Surprised that Washington and Oregon aren't just like gay
Oh, even
or,
if
like,
that's true.
transsexual. Yeah. I think these statistics from Pornhub and shit are just cooked up,
Probably.
honestly.
Did you see the
look,
did
guys?
Did you see the trend where a bunch of beta fish, were playing through Pokemon Ruby?
Excuse me? Explain yourself.
Yeah, apparently they had it set up so that like fish somehow like triggered button commands for Pokemon Ruby through an emulator,
The fuck?
and apparently the fish are like plowing through Pokemon Ruby.
Are they winning?
A fish playing through Ruby just got to Steven.
What
and is
the
beating
fuck?
shit out of him.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, they're live streaming on YouTube. It's apparently it's a Japanese account. They got a bunch of beta fish.
Oh my god.
These fish are better than games journalists.
Ugh.
I'm just imagining the fish. I will kill everything in my fish tank if it looks like me. Ah! Ah! Oh, look. Let's go catch a Sharpedo.
Somebody was live tweeting it. They already took down 2 of his Pokemon in one shot, but as their last Pokemon, they ran out of PP for Blizzard and now need to select another move. This is tight and not in the fish's favor, but holy shit, this might be happening. The fish are winning. The fish are about to beat the game. They did it.
Yes.
No way.
Beta.
That fish has been playing for over a third of a year. What the fuck? They still beat games faster than I do, somebody wrote.
They'll still finish before Flam finishes the game.
You know,
Oh.
burn. Adol, I don't. What do we even do? The fish have taken over. Like, what do we do?
Do these fish have OnlyFans I can support?
Oh
I
no.
don't know. I don't know. I just thought it was pretty clever, boys. I was like, that's funny.
There is.
Watch, the fish are gonna start selling fucking nootropics and dyeing their hair blue and pink.
The secret was, facts. They've always been naked.
Post the tweet link there in the general.
Please do. I think that speaks more to the design of Pokemon games than the fish's meta, says Mutiny on the Ark.
That's about it, eh?
Why don't these fish have like 5 level 100 Magikarps?
That would be hilarious.
We got him, boss. We will show them the power of the Magikarp. Carp. Magikarp.
Based and Magikarp pilled.
Magikarp is the coolest.
But
Breaking 911 Biden campaign threatens to escort Trump from
That was
White
earlier
House, as we
today.
said on July 9th. Okay, that was earlier today. See, my timeline's all fucked up, dude.
Are you? Did you sleep or you?
No, I'm talking about my Twitter timeline. I'll see tweets from 22 minutes ago, and then I'll see ones from like 14, 15 hours.
We're gonna
days
escort
ago.
you from the
All
White
done.
House. That's what we're gonna do, even though we haven't yet won this election. But the media tells me I have. Urgh.
If Biden can live till January or whatever the fuck it is.
You've seen the ones with Biden in the wheelchair, right?
Yeah.
Oh man, those ones are hilarious. It's just like, we did it, Kamala! We won!
You ready to play? You ready for President Harris?
Listen, facts and logic. I've definitely.
You ready to get lectured to by your sassy black aunt?
Ugh. Indian, but yes.
She's not.
We'll do it.
I've never
It'll
seen
be,
her in this.
it'll be really awkward when China commands that we go to war with India in their stead. You know,
Yeah.
that's gonna.
Yeah,
be
that's
awkward.
gonna be the big one. Is Zoomers being dropped on Mumbai.
Yeah, then all the tech companies will turn against the Biden-Harris administration because they won't get any more cheap H-1B1 visas.
we demand H-1B visas from you.
No.
That'll be awkward, right? You know, when we're going to war with India for China. You know,
Where were you guys when the shit war started?
Where were you when the cheap labor war started?
I've seen things you wouldn't imagine. Right wingers being joined hand in hand with tech CEOs. As they fought for their Indian slave labor.
You will not take a poo from me. He's cheap labor.
Oh no, he will not take a poo. What if he doesn't need a poo?
I don't even need to provide him a bathroom.
Just a poo bucket.
Oh man.
There's perfectly good streets outside.
Oh no, you're saying
You notice that they're having a shit problem. And where do all these tech companies go? San Francisco.
San Francisco, land of needles and shit, AIDS and other viruses. This is where
my-
you can get it. What's up?
My favorite San Francisco meme is the mayor like walking by with like the news crew like, we don't have a needles problem or drug problem here, and there's like literally somebody like shooting up right in like on the sidewalk behind the mayor, and then like fucking spurging out street like right behind them. The guy like literally like jabs himself with a needle, shoots up, and like fucking like spikes it like a football on the ground, and like starts tweaking out right behind her.
See everyone, nothing to see here. Move along.
Yeah.
I know what you think you saw, but you didn't see that. You've heard Ralph do
I think
that
it was a
bit
couple year-
before, right? I know what you're thinking, but you didn't. You know,
Yeah.
like the cheating bit.
But I think like a couple years ago, again this might be even longer than I'm thinking. It used to have the world's largest doctor convention in San Francisco, and they stopped going there because it was so unsafe. and like it actually like hurt the profit of like the city of San Francisco because like all the hotels in the whole city would book out. It was like literally the world's largest doctor convention, and they're just like, fuck it, we're not going back there.
It's not happening.
They were all there to confer with each other to see who has the worst handwriting.
The answer, spoiler, it's all of them.
How do we make this less legible?
Bro,
Yeah.
stop trying to write the language. Genius.
Did you guys see the GameStop video talking about the new Spider-Man?
No, explain.
They're
Tell me more.
In the new Spider-Man, Miles Morales has the attitude that makes you feel like a young black teen in New York or something.
Uh-oh.
It's like, wait a minute, GameStop, no.
Now wait a
No,
minute,
what do you-
GameStop, no!
Here, I'll play it real quick for you. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
They should have had the balls to make
rooftops
the.
and flips backwards to face the camera before falling into a headfirst dive is just full of the exaggerated swagger of a black teen. It gives me goosebumps every time he does it, especially as the
Oh no!
Oh, no!
Fuck! The exaggerated swagger of a black teen.
Oh, no.
Ooh, that's a lot to unpack. It's not
Why
good.
are they talking about people like they're fucking like cowboys or some shit? Like they have a reverence like the black teen.
Well, you remember the meme for the last Spider-Man game? It was like it makes you feel like you're Spider-Man. It was like in everybody's article, like all these game journalists basically just copy and pasted each other's article.
Right, right.
There was like a montage. Somebody made like a 30, 15, 20-second montage of just showing articles. It makes you feel like you're actually Spider-Man. Makes you feel like you're actually Spider-Man. It's like in everybody's article.
Definitely not fishy.
Yeah, exactly.
Never fishy. Not at all.
That Holo, that was GameStop's review of the new Spider-Man game. Somebody's getting fired.
Oh, yeah. Virally.
Then again, if they work at GameStop, they're bound to get fired anyway. So
They're not long for this world. I mean, as far as, like, what they're doing.
See, this is unfair because everything I have to say is hilarious, but will also never get you a check mark.
Well, thank you, Fax. Your candor is indeed appreciated.
When you play Miles Morales, are the cops hostile on sight?
Oh, no. No,
you know what's a good question.
they actually are hunting you in the streets. It's like a battle royale game or something.
The cops will help the criminals to get to Miles.
Exactly. Oh no. They'll find him in the streets. They'll put if you get caught by them, they'll put their knee on his neck. And then it's
Oh no! It's too
have you ever
far.
played that old Mario Party game where you have to blow up the Bowser?
Dude, no. Every time you get killed by the cops, you have to play like a mini game as rioters, and you have to loot as much from the Foot Locker as possible to like restore your health. You know, when you respawn.
You're always going for the high score of like loot to acquire.
It's like the arcade Street Fighter where you have to bust up the car, except you're just like Black Lives Matter and Antifa. You're just busting up the local Foot Locker.
Yeah.
McDonald's. Now the AutoZone. Yeah, you gotta burn the AutoZone down in their certain like in 30 seconds or whatever, you know. Fucking AutoZone.
Fair enough.
Why is it always AutoZone? Why is it always AutoZone? Like, what did AutoZone do to anybody?
Well, AutoZone, their whole logo is like orange and black, and they think it's like caution tape or something, so they want to start there. You know, because they see it as like what do you call it? Like a starting line. You must start with the AutoZone, and then you can make your way to the other businesses.
But even my black friends are like, why is it always the AutoZone? don't understand.
I don't understand either. Maybe they all just really need car battery.
Well, to be fair, in Ferguson it was the O'Reilly Auto Parts, you know, but it's always an auto parts store of some sort.
Wait, to do what?
What?
I missed that. What you said at the end of that statement. Whoa.
I said it's always an auto parts store of some
Oh,
sort.
right. So like a Pep Boys.
Because in Ferguson it was the O'Reilly's Auto Parts store.
Are there still O'Reillys around?
Yeah, they're mostly in the East Coast, like or Midwest or like Eastern Midwest. Yeah.
They're here in Cali, Ghost.
Well, yeah, but I know one of them's getting phased out. I think is it Pep Boys? I'm thinking of or.
Pep Boys is like a service place.
That's right, Holo Apple. Oh, O'Reilly.
O'Reilly.
O'Reilly's.
Auto parts.
Auto
Ow!
parts. Ow!
Dude, whoever wrote that jingle for them is fucking rolling. In
Oh
it.
yeah, absolutely.
That'll never leave my mind.
She earned her shekels.
It's up there with We Buy Any Cars. Oh god, dude, that's the worst one. Ugh, terrible.
Oh, your mattress is free.
Oh, Larry, you're killing me, Faxley. Those ads are funny.
All those fucking jingles. I'm Larry H. Parker, and I'll fight for you.
What other ones? Like a carpet one that used to be around when I was a kid.
The General Insurance.
Dude, yeah, Shaq.
Call
Jack and the
800 General now.
God damn it.
You talking about the one where they're like the guy like throws the carpet at the floor and it unravels itself and like goes down?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't remember the name one, but I just remember that part of the animation.
Yep. Yep, boys, yep.
You think they're gonna play that M&M's Christmas commercial again this year?
They always do. Do you ever notice with these old commercials, like the old Coca-Cola commercials with like the bears, the polar bears, and then like the M&M's commercials during Christmas? Like those commercials are so old and people love them so much, but like everything has to be in widescreen format, so they stretch and like it just looks so bad. It looks so bad. Stretch the shit out of it and make it widescreen. It's all like zoomed in and not cropped properly, and it looks like shit. Make a new commercial, goddammit. I don't understand.
No, I like the old ones. They're from a more civilized era.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. But nowadays, the Christmas one, you know, for M&M's would be telling us that, we all suck for whatever reason or agenda, you know. Talk down to us and then tell us to buy their product in the same commercial. Oh, this makes a lot of sense.
The black M&M.
Oh, no.
So is it the hanging black M&Ms is what 2020's elections could be all about?
Oh, no.
Oh, no. We're going back to 2000. No. Well, at least we have a paper.
Did you see NASCAR promoting a bunch of tweets with Bubba Wallace in it?
Oh, jeez.
Like, shouldn't you like just pretend that didn't happen for everyone's sake? Like, that would be the better idea, right?
No, we should just side with the person that tried to demonize our entire sport and, you know, like, wrongfully attack all of our fans as being something that what the general public falsely proclaims us to all be, you know?
Yeah, I don't understand that. Like, why you would want to, why you just be okay with that? Like, I would be upset as a NASCAR fan. I'd be like, that's a little fucked up, you know? Like,
All the people,
you
I
know,
stand with Bubba.
I'd be behind you if like this was legitimately happening. Like, I'm a reasonable person, right? You know?
Yeah, I mean, you could be reasonable, but I think like this clear pattern of like demonization and just like people just accepting it. Like, are you kidding me? What are you talking about? Yeah,
Sad.
and especially the fact that it's literally just part of it, and he was just like, he was just an obnoxious attention whore.
Yeah, either way, he looks terrible. Either he maliciously accused the thing of racism just because, or he was retarded enough to think
The
that
Spectre.
the pulley on the garage door was a noose.
Oh my
God,
god.
it doesn't make any sense, man.
Seems ridiculous.
You'd think they wouldn't let someone that dumb drive a fucking vehicle at like 200 miles an hour,
But they do.
but they do.
It's awful, isn't it?
Yeah. It's only gonna get worse.
Oh, it's 4 a.m., guys, for me, and 7 a.m. for you. What do you say? You think we should sign off?
No.
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna do match coverage here in like 20 minutes or so.
Oh, then we'll go for another 20 minutes, because I'll directly host you, like, right when you go live.
Yeah, that's a
Wait.
good idea.
Who's playing right now at like 4 a.m.?
One second, I'm gonna take a piss real quick, and I'll be right back.
Alright, sounds good to me. United play Everton at Goodison Park. I think
What
it's
country?
at Goodison.
Is that
England.
the UK or?
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know
Goodison.
anything about footy, so.
Yeah, Goodison's in Liverpool, so but all the UK is in the same time zone. England itself is so.
All I know is Manchester United.
All I know is
Yeah,
they're
like
so good
fucking
they
wasn't-
should be knighted. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Something to that effect.
Yeah, I wish we were that good. Let's see
no.
here. Hold on. Check my handy app that tells me what channel everybody's playing on. That's always nice.
Wait a minute, is
Has
this
the US ever won a World Cup?
England? Yeah.
No, the US.
US? No.
Oh. Makes sense.
I mean, we didn't even qualify for last time, which was like the first time in like 20, 25 years. Yeah, 20 years. Yeah, 20 years.
Oh no.
Well, I remember something about like 2 World Cups ago, like America apparently got really far in the game, like, and people were like, if we win, you have to call it soccer.
Dude, you know who like notoriously used to knock out Team USA? Fucking Ghana, man. Ghana, dude. Ghana, get us.
Gonna
every
na
fucking
na.
time.
Hey hey hey. Goodbye.
Much, yeah.
Sorry, I just can't be bothered to care about the World Cup myself. I guess I can look at some suggest stories before we go to bed. Well, before I go to bed.
There you
You got
go.
a show to do. Let's see.
It's fucking Saturday. Goes with the.
Did you see that Ted Cruz said that Philadelphia election officials are defying the law to potentially steal an election? Good for Ted Cruz.
Yeah, he's actually been standing up and like fighting back against people. Dude.
Yeah,
And good morning,
It's
Spez.
almost like
Yeah, good for him.
he him and Tucker Carlson. I actually respect among the boomer.
You know, it was funny. I was thinking back to the conversation we had on election night, Adel. Where you had CP there talking about Nick Fuentes, right? And he was talking about how he was a grifter.
Was it CP that said he was a
Oh, he
grifter?
called him a spick. You know, he screamed at him, and he was saying that he's a grifter. And I realized something that, and And like I don't necessarily agree with this, but did you know Tucker Carlson used to be on MSNBC and CNN and was like Crossfire?
Yeah,
Was he
I
the
remember him being on MSNBC.
But I mean,
think.
like, wouldn't?
was he the token? Was he
By the way, I
token-
disavow calling anybody racist.
Yeah, yeah. It's kind of not good optics and like
Yeah.
just like dumb. Like, what?
Yeah.
What?
There's no way Nick is one of those. He's never seen it.
Oh no.
Max, no. What was?
No, they're
No.
good. They're really good.
I do agree. There used to be a really good like food truck that delivered in Denver called Cluster Truck. Oh, dude,
Oh,
so
dude,
good.
we had
I'm talking about,
we have a
like,
taco
Taco
truck
Man,
that
you know?
shows up near where I live, and you can get like 6 tacos for like $2 or $3, like even today, and they're
That's
fucking
bad.
great.
Yeah, Nick Fuentes, despite his last name, is not like eating elote on the corner, alright?
Well, no, but like I was just more like, what the bow tie Tucker, but I was just like, dude, the kid is like 22, like did he work for like BuzzFeed or something before this? Has he just like No, he's been pretty clearly, you know, like the same thing over, and it's just like why do people just hate the kid? Like, I mean, I have reasons that like I disagree with him over, but I don't hate him. I don't even really dislike him. I just think I want him to have a thicker skin, you know? That's all.
I've never seen him like disavow his following either. You know, I think that was really cool.
Disavow his what?
I've never seen him his following, like his fans, people who follow him.
Yeah.
I've never seen him do like.
I think
you know,
that
back
like,
to base
but I'm
Alaska,
just saying, I think
you know?
people like CP just get mad that like he says wignats are cringe because he's, you know, in a way he's kind of right. Like it can be cringe, and like he's just like he's been canceled like on every fucking platform, and he's like, you know, like, look, guys, I'll advocate for policies you like, but I'm not gonna get thrown off for your sake, you know. Kind of seems to be his bit, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. He does say a lot of gamer words.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
abso-fucking-lutely, you know. I don't understand like
Yeah,
what
like,
he's
I
thinking.
can't really like if you're not smart enough to like at least try to play the game, you know. Like I get that we don't all want to be censored and we don't want to like, but there are like ways to get your message across and like somewhat, you know, at least play the game. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
It'd be nice if we didn't have to, but we have.
yeah, like you gotta be, you know, there's ways to like, you gotta pick and choose your battles with some of that stuff, right? Like, would I rather have a platform or would I rather just like scream the N-word in the abyss for 20 seconds and get yeeted from everything?
You know,
Like, is it really that important that I say like this one specific word for like no goddamn reason? Like out of context, like that's just, you know, I'm not a fan of like just saying it just to say it, right? Like if we all just walk around, you know, calling each other cunts, you know, then not only would it stop meaning anything, but we'd also be Australians, and that's gross. So
I know. I only say
wait,
the N-word.
hello, what do you mean? The right also says he doesn't act like a president that's objective? Or you mean a person that's objective? Like, what?
Oh, there are some absolute figs in this world who are like, oh, I'm a Republican, but he's so rude.
Wait, I'm trying to say if he's talking about
And-
the president or is he talking about Fuentes? Because that's just a weird segue.
yeah, there's a bunch of people on the right. They're like, he didn't do enough, and I'm like, dude, like
wasn't
Ralph said the other
presidential.
night. Like Ralph said the other night, like if you're expecting a politician to do everything they campaign for, like who's the fool?
Well,
right?
I
You
mean,
know,
like, the amount that we got out of him, I think, is a lot. Surprisingly, you know, I was just like,
do I think that he should have done more to curb social media's influence? Absolutely. Like you know, now he's kind of reaping the benefits of that right now, unfortunately for him.
I think
you know?
I kind of, you know, seeing the consequences of
shouldn't-
taking such a hands-off approach to, you know, his executive branch, more or less, right?
Shouldn't have banned those bump stocks.
You get out of here, Facts. Stop with your fucking bullshit. Yeah, I mean, that was just like an absolute plan. I mean, this is why the Vegas shooting was absolutely planned. Like, seriously, we're just gonna chip away at this nonsense.
Was bump stock ban like really that big of a W though? Like,
It was more so, like,
It was more
the idea of it
like
was...
a bitch out of it, like why would you take a knee on that? They're fucking.
Yeah, that's kind of what it is. It's like taking a knee, you know?
It's a
but at the
you
same
let a
time though,
victory
like
go, you know?
banning, like by the same time like banning bump stocks to make people think that you gave them a W is also kind of
Yeah, no, I
like,
get
who
the
cares?
42 underwater 36 dimensional backgammon basket weaving chess. Like, I get that, but like, you don't have to give them
You can't
shit. You know,
compromise
that's
at
the
all
thing.
on this honestly, like. Yeah, it starts with banning a toy item like bump stocks,
See, the
and now
problem
the
is
ATF
if like this
going
idea
after-
that like an attachment can just be banned outright. Go. I mean, fortunately, we got the court seats back, but like, or maybe maybe here's the giga big brain nonsense. You know, like maybe he wanted to do something that was so flimsy it could never hold up in court, so that the Supreme Court would have to hear this case and would say this is totally unconstitutional. How dare you do this and limit like further gun restrictions forever? Maybe.
But that wasn't
I don't
working
know.
because the Supreme Court has been refusing to hear 2A cases because they know that they lean heavily Democrat. So it's easy. It was better to just not hear them than to like let the Democrats rule over it.
Whoa.
Sucks. But now got a majority now, so yeah, let's let all the 2A cases go to the Supreme Court. Let's go.
It might be the time for that.
Don't understand them. Guns. If people didn't have guns to kill each other with, they just kill each other with knives. That just trucks apiece. I mean, you see it in the UK, right? Like they have knife deposit boxes in London. They thought about banning mopeds in the city because people were drive-bying with machetes and like hacking people's arms off and stealing purses and shit. I mean, cops in the UK, especially in London, wear chainmail under their bulletproof vests because they're more likely to be stabbed than a cop is to be shot in New York City right now. Like, let's be honest. Like, is it really gonna change anything? I mean, people are gonna find a way to kill people. You just see acid attacks. You just see all kinds of shit rise. That's
Face
just not gun
slashings.
violence. Yeah, dude. Like
That's
all this
terrifying.
shit.
That is
Yeah,
terrifying.
that shit's scary. Like I don't know. I guess I'd
Exactly,
rather
Hollow
like,
Apple.
be shot and die and then lay in a hospital for 6 days and like because my spleen's been ripped in half and I'm slowly just dying. Like I don't know. Either way, people have been killing each other since there's been people, and people will always find a way to kill each other whether guns existed or not. Wars happen. Genocides happened. Giant countries were burned and raped and pillaged long before there were firearms. Firearms aren't the cause of it, and firearms aren't like the perpetrator of it.
Well, a lot of his people, you have to be honest, they're so sheltered that they think firearms are the devil, but they've never been in a fight. So the concept of like a melee fight happening is beyond them.
Well, like I said, Beto O'Rourke is just the Rick Santorum and Democrat flavor. Fuck them both.
Beta.
Is it beta? But okay, yeah, that's all fine. The next story that we have,
I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna get ready for my thing. But thanks, DB.
I will host you when you go live. I'll be closing out in about 10 minutes. So,
Alright,
Fax, why don't you sit with me as I go through the rest of the stories?
Alright.
All right, Laura Loomer has lost her seat by 25 points.
That's
Too bad. She would have been hilarious to watch in the Congress. I'm not a fan of her like dyeing her hair black though. She just looks weird.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down with her like like oppressive social media.
I'm not down with her. I'm gonna be a digital snitch,
Yeah, I don't know.
electronic bitch, and a digital snitch. Oh, here we go. Person filmed themselves burning stolen Trump ballots. Are you surprised?
Absolutely not.
Wow. Are you telling me then the only election in the world that matters, people would cheat? That's ridiculous. You're a conspiracy theorist, facts and logic.
I have complete faith in the system. Allow me to show you these completely accurate COVID.
Oh no, you'll summon Will Heron if you do that.
It's completely true and accurate.
Well,
numbers.
also
Thank you,
Hollow
Dave.
Apple, you know, you talk about like Trump and the grab 'em by the pussy tape. I mean, like, how many of these fucking politicians were on Epstein's island, okay? How many of these fucking politicians are in those fucking flight logs, okay? To go to the child molester's palatial estate to do unspeakable things to underage girls. Like, it's like, oh, well, what did Trump do? Oh, you know, talked about grown adult women and, you know, just being a Chad. Okay, what's the problem here? Like, it's like it's like the same thing, you know. It's like people are like, he paid a porn star to not talk about his affair. It's like, wait a minute. He fucked a super hot chick and paid her to tell no one, and then fucking got her to pay him. He sued her, and he got he fucked this chick and got a refund, basically. He got a refund from a whore. That's amazing.
I've only ever seen that.
I know.
It usually involves a car.
This is amazing. He got a refund from a fucking whore.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Like that's how I've always seen it, you know. It's like, oh, Stormy Daniels, infidelity. What, Donald Trump, the guy married 3 times, who's been banging supermodels since he was 30. That guy. What? You telling me he's been unfaithful? Yeah, no fucking shit. Okay, you think Melania Trump doesn't know that? You think she thinks, oh, my husband is chaste as the, you know, pure as the driven snow. She knows who she married. Okay.
We did not hire this man because of his fidelity.
Right. We did not
We
hire
hired him because I'd like to have a functioning
right.
economy.
We did not hire a choir boy to go fix the corrupt den of evil and scum that is Washington D.C. Okay. We hired a fucking sleazy, slimy, badass Chad. Okay. That's who we fucking hired to burn that city to the ground because we're like, fuck all of you. You gave us 15 other shitheads that can't win. We choose the fucking Chad that will win. Exactly. She knows what her husband's like. And you know what? I don't think he's cheated on her during this presidency. You know, I think he's been faithful for like the campaign, the presidency. Like, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but like, I think, you know, he's at a point in his life where he's like, okay, I'm in my 70s. Maybe it's time, you know, maybe just I fuck my supermodel wife, you know, for now. I raised my youngest son. You know, maybe he's past that point in his life, you know, Max?
Maybe it's not my fucking problem who he fucks, as long as it doesn't involve like kids or satanic.
Right. No, you know what matters? Facts logically, he doesn't fuck us. Okay? Which he has yet to do.
Yeah.
We haven't invaded Syria. We haven't invaded Iran. We're not invading
wars.
these countries, okay? We've got some semblance of a border wall at least being in progress and being worked on. Yeah, it's not exactly what we want, but you know what, man? Like, you're like, oh, they'll just cut through it. Well, you know what? We have fucking time to catch these people and stop them and like intervene. Like, it just completely ignores the context of having nothing where you can just drive through it.
I still maintain that a minefield would be cheaper.
You're absolutely correct. Right, and if he had
And
cheated
we
on her
got
during
lots
the
of prisoners we
presidency,
can make him
everyone
dig.
would have known, right? Facts.
Yeah.
Because there's one thing women can't usually do, it's keep their mouths shut. Oh, man. All right, let's see. Breaking 911. U.S. postal worker caught at Canadian border with stolen... Okay, I don't understand this facts, like, at all. Like, this idea that I'm just going to take these stolen ballots. Like, what? No, just dump them in a ditch or burn them. Like,
Just set him on fire. What the fuck?
like, what are you doing driving them across state lines? Yeah, no, he has kept his promise. More American business, lowest unemployment for all peoples, yeah. No wars.
Especially blacks.
And then, like,
that
and I
worked
know
out
everyone's
for him.
just like, oh, he's doing all these peace treaties for Israel. But you know what? When they're not bombing people in adjacent countries, people get less pissed, okay? Like, people are... These other countries are happier, alright? They don't fucking cause trouble. Like, I get it. Like, I get it that it's like, who cares? Like, well, I mean... Being the parent in the room for Israel is a nice thing in that region, right? Facts, so they don't all fucking, like, just... Oh, you know, we just do a bunch of cyber terror and bomb a bunch of civilians. Like, hey, calm the fuck down! Females like to run off and gossip past. Yeah, exactly. They always do. Now, this story is depressing, facts. Kyle Rittenhouse has a $2 million bail in Kenosha. Or in Illinois. Or where is this? This is in Kenosha. Yeah. By the way, this AG needs to be. We maybe need to rediscover tarring and feathering. You know.
Can we maybe look into who's funding people running for like prosecutor and attorney?
Yeah, I mean the
shit
fact
these
that
days?
like George Soros can get his money to these fucking AGs, and that it's like, dude, like no, you fucking cannot do this. Fuck that noise. Fuck it all. No, absolutely not.
I've never been more like mad and violently angry than figuring out who basically gets elected.
Yeah, no, it's
and how
fucking
to these places,
frustrating
to these
as
positions.
hell. Let's see. MSNBC has moved their crew away from the Maricopa County Election Center for their safety, and that reporters who are still in sight are wearing ballistic vests. Alex Jones is there, riling up armed Trump supporters. This is so dangerous.
It's only dangerous when right wing people.
It's amazing, isn't it? Like, they say this with a straight face.
Hey. If they
I'm
storm these polling
literally
places and just-
shaking.
What's the matter? What's the matter? Is it the possibility of a mostly peaceful protest at the center there? Scaring you
Yeah,
guys?
we're just peacefully protesting. I know everything's on fire, but it's a peaceful protest.
Fiery, but mostly
Yeah, fiery but mostly peaceful. Exactly. Oh man, mock beheading.
There's not going to be any violence, no matter how deserved it is. Usually.
Vladimir Putin is planning to step
least
down
not-
next year over health concerns.
Is that true? I thought that was a scam.
Okay, yeah, here's what I imagine. Vladimir Putin. The attempt on my life has failed. I return to you invigorated and stronger than ever.
Didn't
I finally got the Star Wars joke.
Didn't the leader of North Korea do that recently? Fake his
Yeah,
death,
yeah.
And, like,
He
people
does
were
that
like-
every once in a while.
he came back and everyone started dying. He was all
Multiple
happy about
attempts
it.
on my life have failed. Belgian police seize 11.5 tons of cocaine in largest overseas drug bust. What the fuck? What do Belgians need
you
that
hear
much
about
coke
them,
for?
That's where the EU is, right?
I mean, yes.
It's probably one of the EU members' fucking business.
That's ridiculous.
Just speak that they didn't open the other container full of kids.
No! No, then they did open it. They just closed it back up.
Yeah, you don't fuck with that UN member supply
Ugh.
or that EU member supply. Sorry.
You know, there's a
EU,
there's a
US,
song they
whatever.
play in Initial D that fits this situation to a T.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. That's why whenever someone says we should be doing what the UN says, I just fucking laugh.
And it's just like, listen, I'm gonna hit you with the retard bat right now because you are retarded and probably gave us all COVID. All right, Facts and Logic. Do you want to be found anywhere, or are you just gonna lurk?
No, I don't.
All right. Well, Facts and
My,
Logic. I want you to have a wonderful night.
What 12-hour stream? Let's go.
No, absolutely not.
When is your avatar ready, dude? I've been wondering that.
They were working on it the other day, but it's gonna take a little longer.
Oh.
I'm hoping before next episode of Coast to Ghost to have my avatar ready. But they're programming animations in Datama, so that'll be nice.
Oh.
You know, because
okay.
my face will manage my little ghost dude, but Tama will be managed by animations and shit. And what will be really cool, Facts, will be I think I want to make like a Phantom Pain alternate costume. You know, where I'll have like the robot arm and shit and the eye patch, and Tama will have like the Quiet outfit.
What's her name?
Quiet from Metal Gear Solid.
No. The
Oh,
character.
Tama. It's
Ta-
Tama Shiure. Yeah,
Tama?
that's why I call her Tama-chan.
Oh. Okay.
See?
Okay.
Did you not consult the concept art? One moment.
I forgot the name.
You have failed. The multiple attempts on my life have failed. One sec. Where is it? I gotta start labeling this shit. Okay, no.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, exactly. The COVID only really kills you if you're old and shit. But
Just speak loud. I was not here for that Will Heron guy.
oh my gosh, I look. Will
Would've gotten
seems
banned.
like a good enough dude, but like at a certain point, just like, dude, you've talked about this you're just so obsessed with this. Okay, here we go. I'll show you. So this is her name, and you know this is her outfit that we're going with. I like it a lot. It's really cool. Me, I'm just there as well. Oh, that's right. I have to send you a few sets because it's the I'll something else. I'll send it to you. You'll be very happy.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
But yeah, so that's what she looks like. That's Tama.
Where'd you send it?
What?
You sent it to me?
No,
DM?
it's on screen right now on the stream.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Hold on. I had paused. Okay, yeah, this is the one I remember.
Yep.
I just couldn't remember the.
Well, that's supposed to be the girl.
I was thinking Yurei was her first name, not Tamashi.
Well, it depends how formal you want to be. If family name's Tamashi, you know.
I'm gonna call her by her first
You're
name.
no, you're not that close to her. Facts.
What's up, Yurei?
No. They want no.
We're on that level. Yeah, it's happening.
Yeah, they want no.
Nya. Yes.
Olive boy. No. It's time for McDonald's breakfast. No, it's time for sleep. That's what it is. All right, Facts and Logic. Thank you for hanging out with
It
me.
is Saturday. What are you? Why are you quitting so easily?
I'm tired. I had a long day today.
You work from home.
Well,
I just got back from a manufacturing job, and I am ready, raring to go.
yeah, no,
What's your
it's not
excuse?
really the case. Nordic Frost, thank you for the sub and the diamond. Malwalk, thank you for the diamond. Nostic, thank you for the ice cream. Hollow Apple, Tony Galati, Nyla Moon, the lovely Nyla Moon, who is safe and hopefully her city will not burn. Your Hirsute friend, thank you all of you guys for hanging out with us. Edelwolf for chatting, Speznot for chatting. Who else was here? Facts and Logic, of course, was here. Yellow Lantern, wow, Nyla Moon, thank you for the lemon, girl. Thank you for talking to us about your Confederate heritage and all. Hollow Apple, thank you for the lemon. Facts and Logic, thank you for the lemon as well. I had a lot of fun. Thank you all so much for making this a great show. Even though my co-host bailed on me, Facts, thank you for the lemon as well, sir. But it's about that time. It's closing time. So I guess I'll play a song to take us out, I suppose. Let's see. Facts, what song should we end this on?
All the Simple Ladies.
No, we're not doing that.
Ladies.
Hollow Apple. I'll be back probably sometime tonight. Well, tomorrow night, but technically tonight. Let's shoot for about 14 to 17 hours from now. So 6 o'clock Pacific, 9 o'clock Eastern, sometime around there. I'll be playing video games, probably board games this weekend, honestly. It's been a while since I played some board games. I'm kind of fucking down for that. Thank you for the lemon, Facts and Logic. Tony Galati, thank you for the dancing boomer. But yeah, no, normally, Facts and Logic, thank you for the lemon. Normally it's like, that's what I normally do. So it should be pretty cool. Alright, let's see. What song? No, Pepe. Thank you for the lemon, Facts and Logic. Mama, mama, mama. Mama, mama, mama. Mama, mama, mama. No. Thank you for the lemon, Facts and Logic. No Star Wars tonight? Possibly. We'll talk. We'll talk. I'll have to see how I'm doing. But we'll talk. Facts, thank you for the lemon. No Cali. Try indie? Maybe.
We're gonna do an entropy watch of
This one was requested a lot.
Of what?
Okay.
Of Star Trek, Star Wars.
We're not doing that.
Okay.
Yeah, we're doing
Guys
We're not doing
ready?
We're going to take on me because remember, America, this election is not over. Oh, indie music? I don't do indie music. I don't even like music. I just like VTuber girls. A lot.
Ghost doesn't like sounds or vibrations.
Yeah, I'm super autistic and affected by, loud noises and shit. I want to play with my trains. But remember, America, autistic people are what built this country. And you are all my fellow internet autists. There is a battle being fought. There is an election being stolen right before our very eyes. There is an illegitimate man taking claim to the White House right now with his fake speech, pretending to fucking be the President of the United States after he stole 3 different states and then claimed that he's got it. He fucking, no, they all just randomly changed their mind and showed up with mail-in ballots at 3 in the morning. We haven't been counting these for months. We've just kept them in reserve. So fuck them. We're gonna keep fighting till the end. As long as the president will fight with us, we will join him in this fight. We will try to keep an illegitimate man from going into the White House. And it will be ugly. It will not be pretty. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard. But remember, this election is indeed lasting longer than 4 hours. So call your doctors. We're going in. We're gonna take this one straight from them. That's what we're gonna do. And we're gonna win. We're gonna win like you wouldn't fucking believe, okay? We're gonna make Bush v. Gore look like child's play, okay? We're gonna have so many fucking court cases, they won't even fucking know what to do. So screw the media for calling this fraudulent election not like it is. We're gonna dab on these fuckers. That's what we're doing. Yes, indeed, Facts and Logic. We'll dab on them. Absolutely. That's what's gonna fucking happen, alright? Do not give up hope. My brothers, my sisters, my friends, all of you. It is not the time for surrender. It is the time to stand by and be ready for the inevitable coming revolution. We're gonna win, and you have no idea how. I don't even know how, but it's gonna fucking happen, and I'm fucking hyped for it, alright? We're gonna take on the world. Justin Trudeau is gonna send in his fucking military to try and oust our president, and we're gonna just have a bunch of boomers on boats take him down with fucking AR-15s. Not even combat, fucking viable weapons. Oh gosh, it's gonna be the UN. They're gonna be like, we're gonna send in peacekeepers. They're gonna be. It's gonna be like when the British sent in reinforcements after the first few battles. We're just gonna be like, get the fuck out of here.
Yes, UN. Please send all your fancy equipment too. I'd like to have.
So,
I mean,
the Mounties. Oh no, the Mounties are here. Whatever will we do if the RCMP comes? Oh no, Lord.
Splash them with fake syrup.
Oh, I know. They'll try to lay out syrup to trick him. It's like caltrops they're throwing behind him. Oh, we live in clown world, facts and logic. But you know what?
I'm gonna apologize.
We've got the Ringmaster, baby! It's all a fucking circus! But what do you need in a circus? You need a ringmaster. And our ringmaster is in the White House right now. And he's gonna fight like fucking hell. And that's what fucking matters. Alright, thank you, Ame. We will also take on the world. Just like you were in that song. So with that, my fellow Americans, let's keep fighting on till the end. This was Coast to Ghost. I'm going to send you all over to Adelwolf. Go give him a follow. Give him a sub. Give him some love. Show him that Ghost Gang. Fuck, I need like an alliterative expression. That Ghost Gang Gamertude that you can do. I don't know. I should have a better one than that. God fucking damn it.
Ghost Gang racism.
No, facts. But go bring it. Go bring the love. Show him the love. I'm going to go offline. I don't know. Well, you can only imagine what's going to happen after this. So with that, I'm going to wish you all